Hello, let me know where you're from in the world and what time it is after liking this video. A shattered life, and I don't know when you're going to read this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came for me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, there were no trees. Where it crept closer, there was no grass. Through the arc it leapt at me. There was no breeze of motion. There was no air at all. As it struck, I felt the distinct sensation of claws puncturing me somewhere unseen, somewhere I'd never felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso seemed fine and I wasn't bleeding, but I knew I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that I was less. I was vaguely tired, and it was hard to focus at times. The solution at that early stage was easy. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. For a while, that subtle drain on my spirit became lost in the ebb and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say my life began that week, actually, because that was when I met Mar. She and I got along great, though. To be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we even met. It was almost as if the strong emotions of that first week made the entity fight back. It was still with me, latched on to some invisible part of my being. The first few incidents were minor, and I hardly worried about them. The color of a neighbor's car changed from dark blue to black one morning, and I stared at it before shaking my head and shrugging off the difference. 2 days later at work, a co-worker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said his name had always been Dan. I figured I'd just been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as this sounds, I was peeing in my bathroom at home when I suddenly found myself on a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down, and urinating, but now in full view of a dozen people at a bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Mar showed up that evening, but she had her own key. "Hey," I asked her with confusion. "How'd you get a key?" She just laughed. "You're cute. Are you sure you're okay with this?" She opened a door and entered a room full of boxes. I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating 3 months. Living together? I'd literally just met her the week before. Thing was, my mother had always called me a smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap. Instead of causing a scene, I told her everything was fine, and then I went straight to my room and began investigating. My things were just as I had left them, with no sign of a 3-month gap in habitation, but I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily as I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature could consume pieces of one's soul like that? I'd missed the most exciting part of a new relationship, and I would never understand any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something absurdly precious had been taken from me, and I was furious. That fury helped suppress the entity. I never imbibed alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up. For 3 years, I managed to live each day while observing nothing more than minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, that sort of thing, the layout of nearby streets, the time my favorite television show aired, that kind of thing. Always, those changes reminded me the creature still had its claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years did I ever let myself zone out. One day, I grew careless. I let myself get really into the season finale of my favorite show. It was gripping, a fantastic story. Right at the height of the action, a young boy came up to my lounger and shook my arm. Surprised, I asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He laughed and smiled brightly. "Silly daddy." My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few masked questions, I discovered that he was 2 years old, and that he was my son. The agony and heartache filling my chest was nearly unbearable. Not only had I missed the birth of my son, I would never see or know the first years of his life. Mar and I had obviously gotten married and started a family in the time I'd lost, and I had no idea what joys or pains those years contained. It was snowing outside. Holding my sudden son in my lap, I sat and watched the flakes fall outside. What kind of life was this going to be if slips in concentration could cost me years? I had to get help. The church had no idea what to do. The priests didn't believe me and told me I had a health issue rather than some sort of possession. The doctors didn't have any clue. Nothing showed up on all their scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. By the time I ran out of options, I'd decided to tell March. There was no way to know what this all looked like from her side. What was I like when I wasn't there? Did I still take our son to school? Did I still do my job? Clearly I did, because she seemed to be none the wiser. But I still had a horrible feeling that something must have been missing in her life when I wasn't actually home inside my own head. But the night I set up a nice dinner in preparation, she arrived not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. I answered and found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised by the settings on the table. A fancy dinner for a second date? I knew you were sweet on me. Thank the Lord I knew when to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone on about being married and having a son, she might have run for the hills. Instead, I took her coat and sat down for our second date. Through carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating whole portions of my life. The symptoms, as I was beginning to understand them, were more like the consequences of a shattered soul. The creature had wounded me, broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went for a few years, from my perspective. While minor changes in politics or geography would happen daily, major shifts in my mental location only happened every couple months. When I found myself in a new place and time in my life, I just shut up and listened, making sure to get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. On the farthest flung leap yet, I met my 6-year-old grandson, and I asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He said writer. I told him that was a fine idea. Then I was back in month 2 of my relationship with Mar, and I had the best night with her on the riverfront. When I say the best, I mean the best. Knowing how special she would become to me, I asked her to move in. I got to live through what I'd missed the first go-around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would always be there, eventually. When we were moving her boxes in, she stopped for a moment and said she marveled at my great love, as if I'd known her for a lifetime, and never once doubted she was the one. That was the first time I'd truly laughed freely and wholeheartedly since the entity had wounded me. She was right about my love for her, but for exactly the reason she'd considered a silly romantic analogy. I had known her my whole life, and I'd come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. It wasn't so bad to have sneak peeks at all the best parts ahead, but of course I wouldn't be writing this if it hadn't gotten worse. The entity was still with me. It had not wounded me and departed like I'd wanted to believe. The closest I can describe my growing understanding was that the creature was burrowing deeper into my psyche, fracturing it into smaller pieces. Instead of months between major shifts, I began having only weeks. Once I noticed that trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be to jump between times in my life heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused, forever lost. Only an instant in each time meant I would never be able to speak with anyone else, never be able to hold a conversation, never express or receive love. As the true depth of that fear came upon me, I sat in an older version of me and watched the snow falling outside. That was the one constant in my life. The weather didn't care who I was or what pains I had to face. Nature was always there. The falling snow was always like a little hook that kept me in a place. The pure emotional peace it brought was like a panacea on my mental wounds. And I'd never yet shifted while watching the pattern of falling white and thinking of the times I'd gone sledding or built a snow fort as a child. A teenager touched my arm. "Grandpa?" "Eh?" He'd startled me out of my thoughts, so I was less careful than usual. "Who are you?" He half grinned, as if not sure whether I was joking. Handing me a stack of papers, he said, "It's my first attempt at a novel. Would you read it and tell me what you think?" Ah, of course. Pursuing that dream of being a writer, I see. He burned bright red. Trying to, anyway. "All right, run off. I'll read this right now." The words were blurry, and annoyed, I looked for glasses I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year, but not before I read his book. I found my glasses in a sweater pocket and began leafing through. Mar puttered in and out of the living room, still beautiful, but I had to focus. I didn't know how much time I would have there. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults and a couple kids I didn't recognize tromped through the hallway, and I saw my son, now adult, walk by with his wife on the way out the door. As a group, the extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story, and I called out for my grandson. He rushed down the stairs and into the living room. "How was it?" "Well, it's terrible," I told him truthfully. "But it's terrible for all the right reasons. You're still a young man, so your characters behave like young people. But the structure of the story itself is very solid." I paused. "I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story." He nodded. "It's a reflection of the times. Expectations for the future are dismal, not hopeful like they used to be." "You're far too young to be aware like that," I told him. An idea occurred to me. "If you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures?" "Sure. I read everything I can. I love it." Warily, I scanned the entrances to the living room. Everyone was busy outside. For the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. In hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. For a teenager, he took it well. "You're serious?" "Yes." He donned the determined look of a grown man accepting a quest. "I'll look into it, see what I can find out. You should start writing down everything you experience. Build some data. Maybe we can map your psychic wound." Wow. Sounds like a plan. I was surprised. That made sense, and I hadn't expected him to have a serious response. But how will I get all the notes in one place? "Let's come up with somewhere for you to leave them," he said, frowning with thought. "Then I'll get them, and we can trace the path you're taking through your own life. See if there's a pattern." For the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I felt hope again. "How about under the stairs?" "Nobody ever goes under there." "Sure." He turned and left the living room. I peered after him. I heard him banging around near the stairs. Finally, he returned with a box, laid it on the carpet, and opened it to reveal a bursting stack of papers. He exclaimed, "Holy crap!" But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap. Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock. "Did I write those?" He looked up at me with wonder. "Yeah. Or you will. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this." He gazed back down at the papers, then covered the box. "So you probably shouldn't see what they say. That could get weird." That much I understood. "Right." He gulped. "There are like 50 boxes under there, all filled up like this. Deciphering these will take a very long time." His tone dropped to deadly seriousness. "But I will save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can." Tears flowed down my cheeks then, and I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prison of awareness until I finally had someone who understood. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then I was young again, and at work on a random Tuesday. Once the sadness and relief faded, anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some paper and began writing. While the weeks shifted around me, while those weeks became days and then hours, I wrote every single spare moment about when and where I thought I was. I put them under the stairs out of order. My first box was actually the 30th, and my last box was the 1st. Once I had over 50 boxes written from my perspective, and once my shifting became a matter of minutes, I knew it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and stopped looking. I couldn't stand the river of changing awareness any longer. Names and places and dates and jobs and colors and people were all wrong and different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man of at least 30 that I vaguely recognized entered the room. Come on, I think I finally figured it out. I was so frail that moving was painful. Are you him? Are you my grandson? Yes. He took me to a room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair facing a large mirror twice the height of a man. The pattern finally revealed itself. How long have you worked on this? I asked him aghast. Tell me you didn't miss your life like I'm missing mine. His expression was both stone cold and furiously resolute. It'll be worth it. He brought 2 thin metal rods close to my arm and then nodded at the mirror. Look, this shock is carefully calibrated. The electric zap from his device was startling, but not painful. In the mirror, I saw a rapid arcing light silhouette appear above my head and shoulder. The electricity moved through the creature like a wave, briefly revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging leech-like mouth was wrapped around the back of my head, coming down to my eyebrows and touching each ear, and its slug-like body ran over my shoulder and into my very soul. It was a parasite, and it was feeding on my mind. My now adult grandson held my hand as I took in the horror. After a moment he asked, "Removing it is going to hurt very badly. Are you up for this?" Fearful, I asked, "Is Mar here?" His face softened. Number not for a few years now. I could tell from his reaction what had happened, but I didn't want it to be true. How? We have this conversation a lot, he responded. Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel better. Tears brimmed in my eyes. Then I don't care if it hurts or if I die. I don't want to stay in a time where she's not alive. He made a sympathetic noise of understanding and then returned to his machines to hook several wires, diodes, and other bits of technology to my limbs and forehead. While he did so, he talked. I've worked for 2 decades to figure this out, and I've had a ton of help from other researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It's one of the lesser spawns of mu beta mu, and it feeds on the plexus of mind, soul, and quantum consciousness, reality. When details like names and colors of objects changed, you weren't going crazy. The web of your existence was merely losing strands as the creature ate its way through you. I didn't fully understand. I looked up in confusion as he placed a circlet of electronics like a crown on my head in exact line with where the parasite's mouth had ringed me. What's mu beta mu? He paused his work and grew pale. I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me. After a deep breath, he began moving again and placed his fingers near a few switches. Ready? This is carefully tuned to make your nervous system extremely unappetizing to the parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy. I could still see Mars smile, even though she was dead. I'd just been with her moments ago. Do it. The click of a switch echoed in my ears, and I almost laughed at how mild the electricity was. It didn't feel like anything, at least at first. Then I saw the mirror shaking, and my body within that image convulsing. Oh, Number, it did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful. It was just so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. As my vision shook and fire burned in every nerve in my body, I could see the reflected, trembling light silhouette of the parasite on my head as it writhed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 clawed, lizard-like limbs under its leech-like body, and it cut into me in an attempt to stay latched on. The electricity made my memories flare. Mars' smile was foremost, lit brightly in front of a warm fire as the snow fell past the window behind her. The edges of that memory began lighting up, and I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness of it that had been fragmented by that feasting evil on my back. I'd never managed to be there for the birth of my son. I'd jumped around it a dozen times, but never actually lived it. For the first time, I got to hold Mar's hand and be there for her. Number, no. That moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her hand as she lay in a hospital bed for a very different reason. Not this. God, why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I'd seen all the good parts, but I hadn't wanted the worst part, the inevitable end that all would one day face. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy was given back 10,000-fold as pain. The fire in my body and in my brain surged to sheer white torture, and I screamed. My scream faded into a surprised shout as the machines and electricity and chair faded away. Snow was no longer falling around my life. I was out in the woods on a bright summer day. Oh God. I turned to see the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank on reality. It crept forward just like before, but this time it hissed and turned away. I stood, astounded at being young again and freed from the parasite. My grandson had actually done it. He'd made me an unappetizing meal, so the predator of mind and soul had moved on in search of a different snack. I returned home in a daze, and while I was sitting there processing all that had happened, the phone rang. I looked at it in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Marjorie, calling for the first time for some trivial reason she'd admit 30 years later was made up just to talk to me. But all I could see was her lying in that hospital bed dying. It was going to end in unspeakable pain and loneliness. I would become an old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house, his soulmate gone long before him. At the end of it all, the only thing I would have left, sitting and watching the falling snow. But now, thanks to my grandson, I would also have my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. On a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone. With a smile, I asked, "Hey, who's this?" Even though I already knew. Author's note. Together, my grandfather and I did set out to write the tale of his life. Unfortunately, his Alzheimer's disease progressed rapidly, and we were never able to finish. He's still alive, but I imagine that, mentally, he's in a better place than the nursing home. I like to think he's back in his younger days, living life and being happy, because the reality is much colder. It's snowing today. He loves the snow. When I visited him, he didn't recognize me, but he did smile as he sat looking out the window. Emergency alert. Do not enter your basement. Stay above ground. It was 10:31 when my phone buzzed. Emergency alert. Do not enter underground structures, such as basements. Stay above ground until the all clear. My husband looked up from his phone and stared at me. Did you just get a... Yeah. That's creepy, I said, glancing at the stairs. Our kid had fallen asleep for the night about an hour ago. What? What do you think's going on? I don't know, he replied. Could it be like a gas leak? Radon or something? We'd had a radon pump in our basement since we moved here. Maybe there was some weird influx of it or something. I ran up the stairs to check on our 5-year-old daughter as Luke flicked on the TV. Grace was sleeping peacefully, her blanket wrapped around her. I made sure she was breathing, comfortable, totally fine before heading back downstairs. When I did, Luke was glued to the TV, which said the same thing. Black screen, pixelated white letters, blocky colors jittering along the top and bottom of the screen. Emergency alert. Do not enter underground structures. Maybe we should get out of here, I said. But it's late, and Grace has school tomorrow. Yeah, so? We'll miss school. We can go to my mom's. Luke crossed his arms and stared at the TV. He then flicked to CNN and other news channels, but whatever was happening here must have been local, because it was just the same political drivel re-airing from earlier in the day. There was not a blip of the emergency alert anywhere except the local news channel. I pulled out my phone and did some Google searches. Nothing came up. So I shot off a text to Lacey, the mom of one of Grace's friends, who lived in the next development over. We'd only lived here since the school year started, so it's not like I had a whole network of people to ask. She didn't respond. I think we should go, I said, grabbing a duffel bag out of the closet. What about work? Don't you work remotely on Mondays anyway? Yeah, but... I walked over to our basement door. The chain was latched. I hurried into the kitchen, opened the drawer, and pulled out some postal tape. What are you doing? If it's radon or something, I don't want that stuff all in our house, I said, crouching along the bottom and taping the crack under the door. I think they'd evacuate us if that were the case. I looked up at him as I yanked another long piece of tape off the roll. Okay, so what do you think it is? He shrugged. When I'd taped all the cracks, I brought the duffel bag upstairs, filled it with a few random outfits for me and Grace, along with my laptop and a few of her favorite dolls. Then I grabbed the cooler and loaded our leftover pasta and yogurts into it. Within 10 minutes, I was ready to go out the door. I'll pack up the car. Can you grab Grace? I asked. Luke went upstairs. I walked down the driveway, weighed down with bags. It was a chilly, clear night. Stars twinkled high above me. The street was exceedingly quiet, the tall, scraggly pines of the surrounding pine barrens stretching up to the sky. I heard the echo of a dog barking somewhere. If everyone got the alert, wouldn't there be more people deciding to leave? I glanced at the house across the street. It was completely dark, except for the light above the garage that flicked on when I came out of the house. I opened the back hatch and threw our stuff in. Luke came out after, carrying Grace, wrapped in blankets. She blinked sleepily. I strapped her in. Luke grabbed some stuff, and then we were pulling out of the driveway on the road to my mom's house an hour away. She fell back asleep, I told Luke, watching her face flick into view with the light of the passing street lamps. Good. My phone buzzed. I reached for it. Emergency alert. Your phone's GPS indicates you are leaving city limits. We do not recommend evacuating. Please return home and stay above ground. What the fuck? I whispered. What? Luke asked. There's another alert. It's saying it knows we're leaving. It's tracking our GPS, and it's telling us to stay. Luke glanced at my phone. Seriously? Yeah. The data's supposed to be private, he said. Isn't it? I would think so. Unless, I don't know, maybe there are some emergency protocols that allow the FBI to access it or something. We fell into uncomfortable silence. Luke clicked on the turn signal, switched lanes. You don't want me to turn around, right? He asked quietly. I glanced down at my phone. Number I don't. The highway was empty, not a single car in sight. That made me uneasy. Surely other people would be evacuating, unless they were all actually obeying the second message. But who even trusts the government these days? I did another Google search. No results popped up. I refreshed over and over again. Wouldn't something be on the internet by now? We were 5 miles out of town now. I should be relieved, but I wasn't. I leaned against the window, the cold glass pressed against my forehead. The pine trees flashed by, skinny and tilted, then gave way to a charred, barren patch of forest. Both sides of the highway were burnt to the ground. I'd read somewhere that some pine cones only opened in extreme temperatures, like from a wildfire. Fires and regrowth were part of the cycle here, part of the ecosystem, in flux between death and rebirth like a phoenix. My phone buzzed. My heart dropped, but it wasn't an alert. It was a text from Lacey. Only 2 words. What alert? My fingers raced across the screen. Didn't you get an emergency alert, saying to stay above ground? Lacey didn't get an alert, I said. Luke paused. What? What if the alerts were only sent to our phones? I asked, my voice shaking. I glanced back at Grace, still peacefully asleep, head lolling softly with each bump of the car. Luke shook his head. That's crazy. No one can send messages like that. Just the government or whatever. What if it's a trap? My voice shook harder. What if the only safe place was our basement? That's just your OCD talking, he said softly, empathetically. We're doing the right thing. There's something weird in town, like a gas leak, and we got out. That's obviously the safest thing to do. I stared out at the charred pines. There were a few that hadn't burned up, standing tall and stilted in the darkness. I stared out at them, wondering why they were spared. One of them moved. What the? The car screeched to a stop. My body lurched forward. The seatbelt locked, keeping my head from hitting the dash. Sorry, that deer just darted. His voice died in his throat. We both stared at the lower legs of something illuminated in the headlights. Thin and spindly, but definitely not a deer's. They ended in twisted toes, not hooves, and extended several feet up into the darkness. Silhouetted against the starry sky, beyond the reach of our headlights, I could see something. Something tall and spindly, skeletal, crisscrossing lines of bones or sticks or something else entirely. As I stared at it, as it stared at me, a wave of dizziness washed through me. The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Weight pressed down on my head, an immense pressure bearing down on me. Thwack! Something hit the side of the car with incredible force. The entire car rocked on its wheels. I screamed, thwack! A mess of lines, bones, sticks outside my window, empty air between them, the stars and the pines rippling strangely behind it. Luke stomped down on the accelerator. The car shot forward. We swerved around the thing, then past the burnt section of forest, and continued down the dark, twisting highway. My phone buzzed. Emergency alert. All clear. Please return home immediately. We got to my mom's house around midnight, a squat brick ranch on a residential road. I glanced warily at the pines behind her house, stretching up to the sky, before picking up Grace and carrying her inside. Mom was sitting at the kitchen table waiting for us. Her fingers wrapped against the mug in her hand. The entire house smelled like that familiar mix of coffee and dust. I started for the guest bedroom, and then got a better idea. The ranch had a lower level that was half underground. It had been finished into an office, but there was a couch down there. I could have Grace sleep on the couch, and we could sleep on the floor. Where are you going? Mom was standing behind me, eyebrow raised, as I undid the chain lock to the basement floor. I think we're going to sleep down there. No, you're not. It's all dusty down there. I haven't cleaned for ages. There could even be mice and... We're sleeping down here. Those alerts were probably just a prank, she continued, or a glitch or something. Besides, you're like an hour away now. I'd only told my mom about the alerts. I didn't tell her about the thing in the woods. My mom was not a supernatural person. She'd definitely chalk it up to a trick of the light or something. Casper himself could be floating in front of her face and she'd call it a trick of the light. You're being ridiculous, she continued. You know, this reminds me of that time you taped up the door to the attic. Remember? When the exterminator had found a bat up there? You were worried there were more, with rabies, and they could flatten themselves in through the cracks between the door and the ceiling and bite you while you were sleeping. You don't feel the bites when you're sleeping, I growled back. A lot of people have gotten rabies from bats in their houses, and they can squeeze through really tiny places. My point is, she interrupted, it's unsanitary down there. Grace was getting incredibly heavy in my arms. I glanced at Luke, who was just standing in the doorway wide-eyed, like he'd walked in on a gunfight. Then I pulled the chain lock and yanked the door open. Kate, Mom said warningly. Halfway down the stairs, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I got Grace settled on the couch, then pulled it out. Emergency alert. Your phone's GPS indicates you have stopped in redacted New Jersey. Disobeying an emergency alert is a federal offense. Please return home and stay above ground. I lifted my phone to show Luke, who was coming down behind me. His face looked ghastly pale in the white light. Mom was right behind him and craned her neck to read the alert too. Oh, that's BS, she said. It's not a federal offense, it's a state offense. And that would be an evacuation order, like for a hurricane or something. She shook her head. You know what this sounds like? One of those scammers. I got a call from someone claiming to be my grandson. It's not a scam, Luke interrupted without elaborating. Then he worked in silence, putting the blanket over Grace, getting her comfortable. I flicked on the light and checked for mouse droppings, but I didn't see any. I'll get the rest of our stuff, he said, leaving my mom and I alone. Her expression softened as she looked down at Grace, at her perfectly cherubic little face. Do you need anything else? No, I don't think so. She nodded and went back upstairs. I glanced around. The office stuff was in the leftmost corner, the desk covered with papers and a single photo of my dad. He'd been gone 7 years now, and it seemed like every year more and more of his stuff got tucked away, moved downstairs, shoved into storage. I swallowed down the feeling and glanced around the rest of the room. The door next to the desk led to the unfinished storage area. On the other end of the basement was a sliding glass door that led out into the backyard. I didn't like that at all. We were technically underground where we stood, but the rightmost corner with the door was above ground. Did that mean we were still vulnerable? Those things couldn't fit through a glass door, I thought. But they couldn't fit through a normal door either. And apparently we wouldn't have been safe in our own home. I stared out the glass door, afraid I might see one of them out there. Maybe this was a bad idea, to stay here. We were an hour away, sure, but the pines were still right at our door. Not officially the Pine Barrens, but the surrounding Pinelands ecosystem, which was almost the same thing. If those things came from the Barrens, they were only in the burned areas, I reminded myself. I imagined a pine cone spiraling in midair, petals opening as fire raged around it, and skeletons made of sticks prying their way out of the thing, creeping along the ground, stretching and growing towards the sky. Were there any maps of the burned areas? I pulled up Google Maps, looking for the blackened areas, but the information would be out of date, wouldn't it? My phone buzzed. I expected another alert, but it was a text from Lacey instead. My friend Rochelle got the same alert you did, BTW, it read. Super weird. My heart dropped. Did Rochelle, whoever she was, listen to it? Tell her not to listen to the alert, I started typing. It's a trap. Then I realized how unhinged that sounded. I didn't even know Lacey that well. I thought for a second, then typed a new message. Can you give me her number? I want to ask her about it. Pretty weird that it targeted both of us, no one else. Sure, let me ask her, was the reply. As I waited, Luke came back down the stairs, carrying our stuff, computer cords and stuffies nearly falling out of his arms. Someone else got the alert, I whispered. One of Lacey's friends. Really? Yeah, I asked for her number. A minute later, the number came in. I dialed it immediately. On the third ring, she picked up. Hello? Hi, this is, Kate, Lacey's friend, I started awkwardly. We got the emergency alert too, but we think it's a trap. There's something off about it. A pause. But it came from the government, she replied. How could it be a trap? It seems like no one else is getting it. When alerts are sent out like that, they're sent to all the phones in a certain location. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Another pause. Well, we were just about to go to bed here, so I'd better go. Wait, I think the basement is safe and everywhere else isn't, I said quickly. I think someone's trying to lure people into staying above ground. Okay, maybe, she said unconvincingly. Look, I gotta go, sorry. A few seconds later, the call ended. Well, shit. She didn't believe me, I said, looking up at Luke, my lip trembling. She and her kids and her family, they're all going to... You tried, he said, wrapping his arms around me. That's the best you can do. I couldn't help it. I cried as we lay a blanket on the floor, got ready to sleep next to Grace. I looked down at her perfect little face, and then Luke and I snuggled under the blankets together. Hey, kiddo. I woke up with a start. For a second, I thought I was in my own bed. But then the roughness of the carpet, the aching in my back, brought me back to reality. My father's voice, rough and warm, lingered from the dream. I could almost feel his arms around me, the summer sunlight beating down on us as we played at the creek behind the house. I rolled over to check on Grace. Her eyes were wide open. She was staring behind me, at the sliding glass door. Slowly, she raised a hand and pointed over my shoulder. I turned around. There was something twisting and turning, contorting itself, trying to get in through the sliding glass door like a dog through a cat door. It did it silently, except for a low clicking sound, like the popping of joints. All the blood drained from my face. Dark, sinewy legs, like spider legs, twisting and turning in the moonlight, squeezing itself ever so slowly through the hole it made. I now saw the shattered glass scattering the floor. I grabbed Luke and shook him. Luke! The thing fell still. I couldn't see eyes or a face, but I felt it in my gut. It was staring at me. Dizziness swept over me. I stumbled forward, losing my balance. It was like I was standing on the deck of a boat. The ground seemed to shift and tilt underneath me. I just wanted to lie down until the world stopped turning. "No," I screamed internally. "You can't let that thing get Grace." I glanced around the room, looking for something that could be used as a weapon. Anything. "Go in there," I said to Grace, pointing to the storage room, or at least I thought I was. Everything was tilting and moving around me. "Go! Hide!" I stumbled forward, but all the colors were bleeding together now. Everything was hazy as a dream. My father was standing in front of me, standing there in the basement. But his face was all wrong. His eye drooped out of his socket, like something had squeezed his skull. His grin was crooked. "Hey, kiddo," he said in a voice that sounded off-key. Nausea filled me. I started vomiting, warm liquid down my shirt, splashing on my feet. My dad, not Dad, stood tilted, like gravity had suddenly changed. One arm was too long and hung limply from its socket. "I miss you so much." "Stop," I sobbed. "Please stop. Come with me. We can be a family again." "Stop?" I never got to meet Grace. Wouldn't it be so wonderful for me to finally meet her? The world tilted and shifted. I stared at my father, his left eye drooping like jelly, his crooked smile, his gaunt face, his limp arms. I opened my mouth. Hot pain shot up my shoulder. I fell to my knees instantly. I tried to cry out, to say stop again, to tell Grace to run for her life, but all that came out was a scream of pain. And another, and another. When I finally opened my eyes, the world had stopped tilting. Luke was dragging me across the floor, back from the glass door. Grace was peeking out of the storage area, terrified. I touched my shoulder, stinging with pain. My fingers came away red. It bit me. "I'm dying." "What?" My phone began to ring. Shaking all over, I reached into my pocket and pulled it out. It recognized the number. It was Rochelle. "You're right," she said breathlessly. No preamble. "What?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "About the alert. My husband. He has some friends who work with cell phones and stuff. And he..." She took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. "They traced the signal. It's not coming from the government or the town hall or whatever." I chewed my lip, held my breath. "It's coming from the middle of the woods." Something's wrong with the kid I babysat. His toy bear smiled at me. "Some jobs aren't worth the money. Some jobs take more from you than they give." I learned that the hard way. At the time, I was desperate. College tuition was draining my bank account faster than I could keep up, and my part-time job barely covered food and rent. Every time I checked my balance, it felt like a punch to the gut. Bills kept piling up, and no matter how many extra shifts I picked up, I was always falling behind. I needed a side job, fast, something easy, quick, and preferably well-paying. No complicated interviews, no weeks of waiting for a paycheck, just instant cash. That's when I stumbled upon the ad. Wanted. Babysitter for one night. Pays $500. Must follow instructions carefully. $500 for a single night? That was insane. Too good to be true, really. Babysitting usually paid what, $15 an hour at best? My first instinct told me there had to be a catch. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe it was some kind of scam. But then I thought about my empty fridge, my overdue internet bill, and the fact that I had about $20 to my name. I wasn't in a position to be picky. Without overthinking it, I grabbed my phone and dialed the number listed in the ad. The phone barely rang twice before someone picked up. A woman. Her voice was cold, distant, completely void of warmth, like she was reading off a script. "Be here by 7 p.m. sharp. No guests, no phone calls," she said. I opened my mouth to respond, to ask any of the 100 questions running through my mind. But the line went dead before I could get a single word out. No introduction, no small talk, nothing. Just an address and a set of rules. That should have been my first red flag. Who hires a total stranger without even asking basic questions? No. Do you have experience? No. Have you worked with kids before? Just instructions. But $500 for a few hours of babysitting? No way was I passing that up. I drove to the house and arrived. The house was massive, not just big, mansion big. It stood at the very end of a long, deserted road, surrounded by nothing but empty land and thick, shadowy trees. No neighbors, no streetlights, just a cracked, lonely pavement leading up to an eerie, towering house. A single porch light flickered weakly, barely illuminating the front door. The whole place looked straight out of one of those horror movies I usually avoided. Something about it made me hesitate. The silence, the stillness, the way the windows loomed like dark, empty eyes. I took a breath, shaking off the creeping unease, and walked up the steps. My knuckles barely brushed against the wood when the door creaked open, like someone had been standing behind it, waiting for me. A man stood in the doorway. He was tall, painfully thin, with sharp features that made his hollowed-out face look even more severe. Deep, dark circles pooled under his sunken eyes, like he hadn't slept in weeks, maybe months. Despite his exhaustion, his suit was crisp, perfectly pressed, not a wrinkle in sight. Behind him, a woman hovered stiffly, her posture so rigid she looked like she might shatter. Her hands were clasped tightly in front of her, knuckles bone white, like she was holding on to something for dear life. The man's gaze locked onto mine. His voice was flat, mechanical. "You're the babysitter?" I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. "Yeah." The woman stepped forward before I could say anything else and shoved a folded piece of paper into my hand. "These are the instructions." I glanced down at it, but didn't open it yet. Something about their urgency made my stomach twist. "So, where's the kid?" I asked, forcing a small smile. Neither of them answered. The woman didn't even blink. She just turned on her heel, grabbed her coat, and started toward the door. "We'll be back by sunrise," she said quickly. "Follow the rules and you'll be fine." And then, before I could ask anything else, they were gone. The door shut behind them with a quiet but firm click. I stood there for a long moment, gripping the piece of paper in my hand, my unease growing by the second. Why had they left so quickly? Why did this whole thing feel wrong? Finally, I looked down at the list. The paper was old, slightly crumpled, and covered in tight, neat handwriting, each letter carefully formed, as if someone had taken painstaking effort to make sure every word was clear. It wasn't printed, no official babysitting instructions, just a handwritten list. It wasn't rushed or scribbled. It was deliberate, like whoever wrote it needed me to understand. My eyes skimmed over the rules, my stomach twisting with each one. Rule number 1, put Timmy to bed by 8:30 p.m. If he asks for a bedtime story, only read from the green book on his shelf. Do not read any other book aloud. Okay, strict, but fine. Maybe it was a sentimental book or something. Rule number 2, lock all doors and windows before 9 p.m. If you hear scratching at the back door, do not investigate. I blinked. What? That was weird. Why would there be scratching? A raccoon? A stray cat? Rule number 3, do not answer the phone after 11 p.m. My pulse quickened. Why? Who would be calling? And why would I need to ignore it? Rule number 4, if Timmy tells you someone is outside his window, do not look. Tell him, "Go to sleep, Timmy. Do not say anything else." Okay. Number that was officially creepy. Rule number 5, if you hear footsteps upstairs while Timmy is asleep, ignore them. Whatever you do, do not go upstairs. A lump formed in my throat. Footsteps? But there shouldn't be anyone else in the house. Rule number 6, at 11:33 p.m., the kitchen door will open on its own. Do not close it. Do not look inside. Let it remain open until 11:42 p.m. My hands felt clammy. I wiped them on my jeans. Rule number 7, if you hear a child giggling from the second floor, ignore it. The boy you are babysitting is asleep. I swallowed hard. My eyes darted back to the top of the list, rereading every rule hoping maybe I had misunderstood something, but the words were still there, clear as day. Rule number 8. If you wake up on the couch and don't remember falling asleep, leave the house immediately. Do not look back. I let out a nervous laugh, a dry, humorless sound. This had to be a joke, right? A prank? Maybe the parents were just messing with me. Some weird rich people humor I didn't understand. Then I heard a voice. "Are you my new babysitter?" I jumped, my heart slamming into my ribs as I spun around. A little boy stood at the bottom of the staircase, staring at me with wide, tired eyes. He couldn't have been older than 6. His blonde hair was messy, sticking up in different directions like he'd been tossing and turning in bed. He wore pajamas, soft blue ones covered in tiny stars. I forced a smile, trying to steady my breathing. "Yeah, you must be Timmy." He nodded. "Did my mom give you the rules?" he asked. Something about the way he asked sent a chill up my spine. His tone wasn't casual or curious. It was serious. My stomach twisted. Yeah. His expression darkened. His small fingers tightened on the banister. "You have to follow them." I stared at him, unable to respond. His voice was quiet, but there was a weight behind it, something heavy, something that made my skin crawl. I shook off the unease, forcing myself to focus. It was just a kid, just a weird set of rules. Nothing was going to happen. I led Timmy upstairs, my footsteps echoing in the quiet house. His room was small and tidy, with a little twin bed and a row of stuffed animals lined up against the wall. Everything was neatly arranged, like it hadn't been touched in a while. As I pulled the blanket over him, he whispered, "Don't forget to lock the doors and windows." I nodded quickly, not wanting to show my discomfort. "I won't. Get some sleep, okay?" He didn't answer. He studied my face for a moment, like he was trying to decide if he could trust me. Then finally just turned over, hugging a stuffed bear to his chest, and he closed his eyes. As soon as his breathing evened out, I left the room and made my way through the house, double-checking every door, every window. The locks clicked into place one by one, until I was sure everything was secure. I had just finished locking the back door when I heard it. A faint scratching. I froze. The sound was soft but deliberate. A slow, dragging scrape, like fingernails running over the wood. My breath caught in my throat. A cold chill ran down my spine as my eyes flicked toward the paper still clutched in my hand. Rule number 2. If you hear scratching at the back door, do not investigate. My throat tightened. Every instinct screamed at me to look, to check, just to make sure it wasn't, I don't know, a tree branch or an animal. But something deep inside me knew better. I squeezed my eyes shut, my pulse hammering in my ears. Just walk away. Ignore it. It's nothing. Slowly, I forced my legs to move, stepping away from the door. The scratching continued behind me, steady and patient, as if whatever was out there knew I was listening. Minutes passed. The scratching continued, slow and rhythmic, until finally, it stopped. I let out a shaky breath. I spent the next hour glued to my phone, scrolling through social media mindlessly, trying to drown out the silence. But the quiet was suffocating. The whole house felt wrong, too still, too heavy, like the walls themselves were holding their breath. Every creak, every shift in the floorboards made my heart pound. I forced myself to check the clock. Then at exactly 11 p.m., the house phone rang. I froze. I jolted so hard my phone nearly slipped from my hands. The old landline sat on the wall near the kitchen. Its shrill, piercing ring shattered the silence, echoing through the dimly lit living room, sharp and unrelenting. My breath hitched. Rule number 3. Do not answer the phone after 11 p.m. I turned my head slowly, my gaze landing on the old-fashioned phone sitting on the small table across the room. I stared at it, my pulse pounding in my ears. The ringing didn't stop. It just kept going, over and over, like whoever was on the other end wasn't going to give up. The ringing was insistent, demanding, like it knew I was here. It rang again, and again, and again. I turned my back to it, gripping my phone in my hands, trying to ignore it. Just a few more seconds, and it would stop. Each ring made my stomach clench tighter. My fingers twitched. My breathing came fast and shallow. What would happen if I answered? Who would be on the other end? I squeezed my hands into fists, my nails digging into my palms. Ignore it. Just ignore it. Seconds dragged on like hours. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the ringing cut off. Silence. I let out a slow breath, forcing myself to relax. But just as my shoulders sagged, "Miss?" My stomach plummeted. I spun around so fast my vision blurred. Timmy stood at the bottom of the staircase. His small hands gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles white, his eyes wide with fear. His face was pale, his lower lip trembling. When he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. "There's someone outside my window." My blood ran cold. Rule number 4 flashed in my mind. If Timmy tells you someone is outside his window, do not look. Tell him, "Go to sleep, Timmy." Do not say anything else. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to keep my voice steady. "It's okay, Timmy. Go to sleep." Timmy didn't move right away. His small fingers gripped the banister, knuckles turning pale. His lip quivered as he shifted on his feet. But he's staring at me. A chill spread through my body, icy and slow. My instincts screamed at me to run upstairs, to check, to look, but I knew I couldn't. The rules were clear. I forced a weak smile, even though my hands were shaking. "Go to sleep, Timmy." His wide eyes flicked toward the hallway, and for a second I thought he was going to argue. His little body trembled, a quiet fear radiating from him like static electricity. But then slowly he nodded. Without another word, he turned and padded back toward his room. He climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin. Then, Timmy asked suddenly, "Are you scared?" My breath caught. I turned my head slowly, my heart hammering in my ears. Timmy was still sitting upright in bed. He shouldn't have been. I had just tucked him in, just watched him lay down. But there he was, sitting silently, watching me. His pale face seemed even paler under the dim glow of his nightlight. He was small for his age, fragile looking, with dark circles under his eyes. I forced out a short, nervous chuckle. "Of what?" Timmy didn't blink. He didn't answer. Instead, in a quiet, almost pleading voice, he whispered, "Don't close the kitchen door." A cold, twisting fear coiled in my stomach. I pressed my lips together and nodded. "Okay." I left his room and shut the door behind me, firm but gentle, careful not to make a sound. I could still feel his gaze, burning into my back. I didn't check the window. I couldn't check the window. My legs carried me downstairs on autopilot, though every step felt heavier, harder to take. I tried to shake off the nerves, tried to convince myself this was all in my head. I was trying to calm the wild pounding in my chest, just make it through the night. The rules were just weird rules, right? The parents were strict, maybe paranoid. Maybe they had a reason for all of this. Maybe I was just overthinking. I settled onto the couch, wrapping a blanket around myself, my hands clenched tight in the fabric. I glanced at the clock, 11:32 p.m. My stomach twisted. My fingers gripped the blanket tighter. And then, 11:33 p.m. A long, low creak echoed through the house. My body went rigid. The kitchen door swung open. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. A deep, suffocating darkness seeped out from the doorway, too dark, stretching like ink bleeding into the air. The doorway itself looked wrong somehow, like it was pulling further away, stretching longer than it should have been. I squeezed my eyes shut. Don't look inside. Let it remain open until 11:42 p.m. I fumbled for my phone with shaking fingers. The screen glowed in the darkness. 7 minutes left. That was all. 7 minutes. Just wait. Just sit still. Then, from the darkness, I heard breathing. Not mine. Not Timmy's. Something else. It was deep and slow, a wet, rasping inhale, followed by an even slower exhale. I pressed my back against the couch, my nails digging into my palms. My whole body was tense, every muscle locked in place. The breathing got louder, closer, so close I could almost feel it against my skin. A shudder crawled up my spine. My phone screen flickered. 11:41 p.m. Almost there, just one more minute. The breath hitched, like it was shifting, moving. The clock finally struck 11:42 p.m. The sound stopped. I opened my eyes and looked. The kitchen door was closed. My chest heaved as I sucked in a shaky breath. My lungs burned, like I'd been holding it in for too long. My fingers, still clenched into fists, slowly unfurled, the movement stiff and reluctant. When I glanced down, my palms were marked with deep, crescent-shaped indentations where my nails had dug in too deep. A sharp sting ran through them, but I barely registered the pain. It was over, for now. I checked the time again, 11:43 p.m. The house was silent, but not in a peaceful way. It wasn't the kind of quiet that brought relief. It was the kind that pressed down on you, thick and suffocating, like something unseen was still there, lurking just beyond sight, watching, waiting. I stayed on the couch, refusing to move. My body was still coiled tight, my muscles aching from the tension. I tried to focus on my breathing, to slow my racing pulse, to convince myself that everything was fine. But my heart barely had time to slow before I heard a child's giggle. The sound came from upstairs. I went completely still. My eyes darted to the baby monitor on the coffee table. The small screen showed Timmy's bed. He was there, asleep, not moving. The giggling got louder. It wasn't him. My throat tightened. Rule number 6. If you hear a child giggling from the second floor, ignore it. The boy you are babysitting is asleep. I clenched my hands into fists, nails biting into my skin. Ignore it. Just ignore it. The giggling stopped. For a moment, the house was silent again. Then, from behind the couch, a whisper came. "You're no fun." A cold rush of terror flooded my veins. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stayed perfectly still, my body locked in place, waiting. The silence stretched on. I sat there frozen, until the house felt normal again. I exhaled shakily, barely realizing I'd been holding my breath. My chest ached, my muscles weak from how tense I had been. I forced myself to check the clock, my body sagging in relief. My heart was hammering so hard it hurt. See? Nothing happened. I followed the rules and nothing happened. Everything was fine. And then I heard soft footsteps, upstairs. I went rigid. I was on the couch. Timmy was asleep in his room. I had checked. I had seen him. But I could hear them. Slow, deliberate, measured steps pressing against the wooden floor above me, moving with an eerie patience. I gripped the armrest, my fingers digging into the fabric. Rule number 5. If you hear footsteps upstairs while Timmy is asleep, ignore them. Do not go upstairs. I squeezed my eyes shut, breathing through my nose. Ignore it. It's just noise. Just a house settling. I clamped a hand over my mouth, choking back the instinct to scream. Ignore it. Just ignore it. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my back harder into the couch, as if that would somehow shield me from whatever was up there. My whole body trembled, a cold sweat slicking my skin. The footsteps didn't stop. They moved again, slow, deliberate, pacing, back and forth, just above me. My mind raced. Who, or what, was up there? Number. It didn't matter. I wasn't going to find out. A floorboard creaked. The steps were moving, down the hall, toward Timmy's room. A sharp, icy panic tore through my chest. I wanted to run, to throw open his door and grab him, but I couldn't. The rules. Follow the rules. Then I heard a whisper. "Miss, why didn't you listen?" A shudder rippled through me. My vision blurred. My chest ached, like the air was too thick, too heavy. My fingers trembled as I rubbed my eyes. My breath came in short, ragged gasps. I kept my eyes shut tight, forcing myself to block out the sound. Don't react, don't acknowledge it. Seconds dragged into minutes, each one stretching unbearably long. And then, the footsteps stopped. Silence. Darkness swallowed me whole. The dizziness hit me hard, like something had sucked all the energy from my body in an instant. For a moment, maybe longer, I was weightless, drifting in a void of nothingness. There was no sound, no sensation, just an endless, suffocating emptiness. My mind felt disconnected from my body, like I was floating in a dream, or maybe a nightmare. My head swam, my limbs felt weak, and then I collapsed. The world faded to black. I don't remember dreaming. I don't remember anything at all. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. In Timmy's bed. My entire body turned to ice. The sheets beneath me were soft. The air smelled faintly of dust and something stale. Wrong. I bolted upright, my pulse slamming against my ribs. No, no, no. Rule number 7. If you wake up somewhere other than the couch, immediately leave the house without looking behind you. I sat up, frozen, my breath coming in sharp, panicked gulps. The air around me felt thick, heavy, pressing down on my shoulders. I couldn't hear anything, no wind, no cars outside, just a deep, swallowing silence. The mattress dipped. Suddenly, from the darkness behind me, a voice whispered, "Emily, where are you going?" Something was in bed with me. A cold sweat broke across my skin. I did not turn around. I forced my body to move, inch by inch. My hands trembled as I pushed the blanket off. My feet touched the cold floor. Behind me, the presence shifted. I bit the inside of my cheek so hard I tasted blood. Don't run, don't panic. And my decision was already made. I was leaving. Not just this house. Not just this job. This town. I packed what little I had, stuffing my bag with trembling hands. No goodbyes. No explanations. I didn't want to explain. Because I didn't understand. And worse, I didn't want to. I stood. I walked forward. I kept my head down as I stepped outside. The floor creaked under my steps. Behind me, footsteps followed. Software. Slow. Playful. I reached the hallway. The footsteps quickened. A breath, cold and damp, brushed the back of my neck. I ran. I hit the stairs, skipping steps, my legs burning as I pushed forward. The footsteps behind me pounded faster, matching my speed. I reached the front door, my fingers scrambling over the lock. My hands shook so badly I nearly dropped my keys. I yanked the door open. The cold night air hit me like a wave. I sprinted outside, my heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't stop, not until I reached my car. Only then did I turn back, gasping for breath, my hands still shaking. The house was dark. The front door still wide open. Something stood in the doorway, watching, waiting. I didn't stay to find out what. The next morning, as I looked at my purse, I noticed Timmy's bear inside my bag. I had to return it no matter what. I couldn't keep it. My hands still trembled as I dialed the number from the babysitting ad. It rang once, twice. Then, someone picked up. A man's voice, not the father's, not the mother's. "This is Officer Daniels." I hesitated. I was trying to reach the family that lives at... I gave him the address, my voice unsteady. Silence. Then, in a careful, measured voice, the officer asked, "Who are you trying to reach?" I told him the couple's names. Another long pause. A cold, sinking dread settled in my stomach. Then finally the officer spoke. His voice was quiet, cautious. "That house has been abandoned for 20 years. My mouth went dry. "No," I whispered. "I was there. I babysat their son." The line was silent for so long that I thought we had been disconnected. Then the officer exhaled, a slow, careful breath. "There was a little boy that lived there once. I gripped my phone tighter. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. The officer's voice was barely above a whisper. But he died in 2003. The call cut off. I stared at my phone, my chest rising and falling too fast. Then, I felt it. A shift in the air. The tiny, creeping sensation of being watched. Slowly, stiffly, I turned my head. I looked at the bear. It wasn't the same anymore. Then I swear, I saw it smiling at me. Every night a different person walks down the street and screams for help. We aren't allowed to help them. Looking back, I feel dumb. Completely stupid, actually. I should have known that apartment was far too cheap to be right, even for a studio. I should have known there had to be a catch. The day I moved in was a complete blur. I insisted that no one help me, not wanting to prove any of my family members' suspicions about my character. By late afternoon, all my muscles ached terribly and my head throbbed. I fell back on my bare mattress, staring up at the ceiling fan with glazed-over eyes. I pulled the damp strands of hair from my sweaty forehead, wincing in disgust. Someone knocked on my door, causing me to jump. I cursed under my breath, pushing myself up on my elbows. Two girls were peeking around my doorframe. Foolishly, I had left it wide open, forgetting the old college rule. Only leave your door open if you want to make new friends. And I was not in the mood to make new friends. One of them, an Asian girl with choppy black hair, was grinning at me. The other stood a little further back, fingering a box of Marlboro Reds. "Hey," she said, nodding at me. Her voice was smooth and raspy at the same time. "Did you just move in?" I laid back down, rubbing my face with both hands, choosing not to bother with manners. "Yeah, about 5 seconds ago." "Cool." The girls walked in, evidently ignoring my very clear body language. The girl with the black hair ran her fingers along the edge of my desk and then picked up a little ceramic duck from my unpacked box of trinkets. "Grandma," I explained, feeling strangely defensive. "Cute," she replied, holding it up to her face. "Has anyone told you yet?" the other girl asked abruptly, looking around my apartment. She had tucked the cigarettes into the back pocket of her jeans and was now tugging at her long red braids. "Jesus, Gianna, give her a second." "Well, she needs to know." "Yeah, but we haven't even asked her name." I blinked at the two strangers incredulously. I hadn't even had time to put toilet paper in my bathroom, and here they were, touching my things and talking about me like I wasn't there. I just wanted to take a nap, honestly. "My name's Arden," I said. The girl with the red braids, Gianna, sat down next to me on my bed. "Did they tell you?" "Tell me what?" "Oh, of course they didn't, the rules." I blinked again, my face blank. I didn't know about any rules besides the typical renting ones. I had signed the lease after, at best, skimming over it. The landlord was a skinny woman who smelled of ashes, and I was fairly certain she had never developed the facial muscles necessary for smiling. I wasn't about to ask her any follow-up questions, especially when the rent was so cheap. The other girl laughed nervously. "Where did you move here from?" I ignored her. "What rules?" Gianna got a strange, wicked sort of smile on her face, bouncing a little on my mattress. The other girl sighed loudly. "Something happens here every night," she began, pulling out my rickety office chair and sitting down. "Something weird?" "Like what?" I sat up, frowning at her. Finally, my interest was piqued. "Someone walks down the street," Gianna said, her voice reminding me of a camp counselor telling a scary story around the bonfire. "That one, right down there." She pointed at my window. "It's someone different each night. They scream for help for about an hour. But we aren't supposed to help them." I just stared at her. I felt a small chill run up my spine. I didn't know what to make of all this. "It happens at a different time every night," the other one said softly. "We never know when it's coming." "Why?" She shrugged almost sadly. "We don't know why." I scoffed, leaning my elbows against my knees. "I don't believe you." The girl shrugged. "You don't have to. You'll see for yourself." The look in her eyes made me want to believe her. She seemed sincere. but I couldn't even begin to fathom what they were saying being true. It was too strange, too outlandish. I knew this wouldn't be the nicest neighborhood, but it couldn't be that bad. It had to be a prank. They had to be hazing me or something. "We'll come back later," Gianna said matter-of-factly. "We'll show you." Before I could protest, she grabbed the other girl by the wrist, and they were gone. I followed them to the door, watching them march down the hall, talking to each other in hushed voices. I closed my door behind them. That night, as promised, they came back. They came dragging along two boys. One was somewhat muscular, wearing a tight black t-shirt and baggy jeans, and my eyes were instantly drawn to a silver heart-shaped locket around his neck. He smiled at me and introduced himself as Will when he walked in. The other boy was smaller but chubbier and nervous-looking, with a buzz cut and ill-fitting cargo shorts. His name, I was told, was Mateo. The girl named Gianna came in carrying a bottle of wine and that same slightly crumpled box of cigarettes. The other one, the girl I still didn't know the name of, was the only one who looked even somewhat apologetic. They all sat down on my dusty floor, next to the window, and motioned for me to join them. I sat between Will and the nameless girl, unsure whether I should continue feeling violated or if I should just give in to my strange, pushy neighbors. "Do you all live in this building?" I asked, hesitantly accepting the wine when it was passed to me. "Yeah," Will answered with a grin. It seemed half-hearted. "This building is where all the young people live." "It's where they put us," Gianna cut in, lighting a cigarette. It didn't even occur to me to tell her not to smoke inside. "We've all been sorted out." "Forgive her. She's a bit of a conspiracy theorist." "It's not a theory," she snapped, glaring at him. "Look at the other ones. Next door, the middle-agers. People with kids, but no grandkids. Across the street, old people. Not a single 20-something in that entire building. May, tell him." So her name was May. I looked her over, admiring her smoky eye makeup and how she'd tied her hair up, long strands poking out like exploding fireworks. "Stop it," May muttered, reaching for the wine bottle. "You'll scare her." "I'm not scared." She just shrugged at me as if she didn't believe me. We passed the bottle around, and then around again. I listened to them bicker and laugh. It was clear they'd all been friends for a while, and I felt a little bit like I was intruding, even though they were in my apartment. Will asked me if I had gone to college, and I told him I did, but I dropped out. They all nodded sympathetically, which made me feel stupid. By midnight, I was a little bit buzzed, and my guard was beginning to fall. I had to admit, it felt good to have friends. I had already mentally resigned myself to a life of solitude, at least for a while, but it seemed that might not actually have to be my fate. I laughed at Mateo and Gianna's drunken argument, passing a cigarette back and forth with May, blowing the smoke out of my open window. I had almost completely forgotten why they were all over when it happened. All at once, a blaring alarm came from each of our phones, like an Amber Alert. I could hear the sound echo throughout the neighborhood, like an entire chorus of hundreds of phones going off, not just ours. I nearly leapt out of my skin. Not even Gianna laughed. All of them went quiet, and they looked at me as I took it out, frowning at the screen. "Do not interfere." "It's coming," Will whispered. He had changed, his eyes almost glassy and his voice soft and shaky. Mateo squeezed his shoulder. I looked at May. Her eyebrows were cinched together in concern, and she was stubbing out our cigarette against the windowsill, shrinking away. There it was again, that chill. It crept up my back, spreading along my scalp and making me shiver. Something felt deeply, deeply wrong. The others were quiet now, staring silently at the window I was sitting up against. The air felt somehow warmer, like it was buzzing with something, or maybe I was just sweating. We sat there unmoving for what felt like half an hour. Right as I was getting tempted to ask what was going on, I heard it. It was far away and faint, but I still heard it. A cry. It continued as it got gradually closer, louder, more desperate. "Help! Please, my God, someone help me!" Slowly, I leaned out the window. I had to see it with my eyes. Had to confirm there was actually someone out there like they had said there would be. My new apartment was on the fourth floor, so it was hard to see who was down on the street without squinting. In the flickering streetlights, I could make out the outline of an elderly man. He was hunched over, wandering aimlessly from door to door, wearing only what looked like a hospital gown to cover his pale, broken body. Behind him trailed a path of dripping blood, although I couldn't see where it was coming from. "Please, I'm hurt." I looked back at the others, my mouth hanging open. "What is this?" I demanded loudly. "What the hell is this?" May touched my arm, trying to calm me down. I pulled away from her. "Arden, please. We have to help him. Why can't we help him? He's just an old man." "We can't help him. Trust me." I ignored her, leaning further out the window, prepared to call out to him. Before I could open my mouth, I froze. The man down there was still now, facing our building. His head was tilted upwards, and I couldn't see his eyes, but I knew he was looking right at me. I immediately felt cold, like I was plummeting into ice water. "Help me," he whimpered into the silent night air, his voice barely audible. Then he began to scream. That scream wasn't human, or at least not any human I had ever met. It was desperate, agonized. It made my stomach turn and my eyes prick with tears. I couldn't look away. The blood was coming from his arms, or I should say, his lack of arms. Where his arms should have been, there were only bloody, mangled stumps. They looked fresh. He didn't move other than a shaky sway, and his eyes didn't leave me. His shriek slowly molded into words that I could just barely understand. "Please, please, please, please." May yanked me backwards, away from the window. I landed on my ass and yelped in pain and horror. "What is that thing?" I whispered. I didn't mean to whisper, but that was all that came out. "We don't know," May replied, her eyes trained on Will, who was crying now. Mateo held on to him like he might topple over. "We just know to follow the rules." "What happens if you don't follow the rules?" I asked, and immediately regretted it. Will sobbed softly. Outside, the old man wailed. Gianna reached over and pulled the window shut, but it somehow did nothing to muffle the blood-curdling sound. "Do you want to tell her, or should I?" Mateo asked Will. Will just shook his head. He was clutching his locket now, turning the little heart over between his fingers. Mateo sighed and turned towards me. "A couple of months ago, one of them got to Will's girl. Shannon," Gianna butted in. "Her name was Shannon." Sorry. Her name is Shannon." I swallowed, but whatever I did, nothing would force down the lump in my throat. "What happened?" Mateo shook his head. "We don't know. We were all together when the screaming started. Usually we just ignore it now, you know. No use in dwelling on it. But that night, we think she saw something different. She started insisting she had to help and she ran outside. We couldn't stop her." He paused, glancing over at Will. He was silent and still. The screaming outside had begun to pass, getting softer as it continued further down the street. "Then what?" He shrugged. "Nothing. She was just gone." I pressed my lips together, trying to process all of this. I really had believed they were messing with me, but I had seen it. I had witnessed it firsthand, and it terrified me. "Why doesn't anyone leave?" He shrugged for a second time. "Can't afford it, or people just don't care. Some people have left. But we all signed an NDA with the lease, so nobody ever knows." I frowned, thinking back to signing the paperwork, trying to remember. I could vaguely picture what he was talking about. I had just assumed it was more legal jargon that I would never understand. Had I seriously signed a non-disclosure agreement without even noticing? After that, I told them I wanted to go to bed. I needed time to process all of this. They understood, and each one of them said goodbye before leaving me alone. As I lay in the dark, staring at the ceiling, for some strange reason I thought of May's face when we had realized it was happening. How she'd put out the cigarette and backed away from the window. Eventually, I was able to drift off to sleep. The next few weeks were difficult. I spent more and more time with my new neighbors. I came to find that they were right. I didn't think there was a single person older than 30 in our entire building, but I saw them all the time leaving the one next door. Settling in was difficult. The others seemed so used to it. They cared, of course. It scared them, especially Will. But you could tell they had been here a while by the way they sighed, closing the blinds and focusing harder on whatever they were doing. Eventually, I began to mimic them. It helped a little bit to pretend it was normal, as strange as that sounds. Moving out wasn't really an option for me anyways. I was a college dropout and I hadn't found a job yet. I was still just getting by on what I had managed to save up. Every night it was someone different. Some were more human, some seemed less. Some were drenched in blood, their clothes ripped and strange, but some looked fairly normal. The worst were the children. They would run like injured chickens, screeching and banging on doors, begging for help. Sometimes they would try different things, say different things, like "they're coming," like "I don't want to die," or even "I'm sorry." There were a lot of children. One night, while I was half awake, an alarm went off. It wasn't like the one on our phones, it was blaring, only somewhat muffled by my window. My apartment glowed a flashing red from outside. I didn't even look, I was too scared of what I might see. I just covered my head with my pillow and tried to fall back asleep. I came to learn all of the theories, especially from Gianna. She thought we had all been chosen and predetermined to live here, all for some sick little government game. She thought maybe there were people betting on the different buildings, putting down money on who would interfere the least. "See that?" she said to me one day in the hallway, returning from a coffee run. Cameras everywhere. I didn't know if I believed her. I spent time with May mostly. We smoked on the front steps and people watched. It was strange to see what at night was such a sinister and gruesome neighborhood during the day, bright and lively. She didn't talk much about the rules, so I didn't either. We didn't talk all that much in general, I found, just enjoying each other's company. Right when I was beginning to feel comfortable was when it happened. It started with a birthday cake. "Happy birthday." As May walked through the door, Mateo blew into his plastic party horn. The paper inflated, smacking Will on the side of the head. May's hand flew to her heart. "Jesus Christ, you fuckers know I hate surprises." Gianna laughed and walked over to her. In her hands, she held a chocolate cake, haphazardly adorned with sprinkles and bright pink icing that read, "Happy Birthday, May," in the center. 24. She set down the cake on the dresser and threw her arm around May's neck. "How does it feel?" "Fucking awful. That's the spirit." "Enough of this," Mateo cut in, weaving between them. "Let's eat some cake, then let's go." Their tradition, I had learned, was to bar hop for birthdays. They told me there was no curfew here despite the rules, just a recommended time to be home, which was 10:30 p.m. Usually, they said, they got home before the alarm or spent the night somewhere else. We all took some cake. The boys took shots in the kitchen to pregame while I watched Gianna fuss over May's hair. I was never much of a partier. While at clubs or bars in college, I spent most of the time out back chatting with the smokers. But then again, I was never much of a friend group person either, so maybe the circumstances were changing. I watched them all troop outside to Mateo's car. I stuffed myself in the back, incredibly conscious of how close I was pressed into May, my other shoulder rammed into the car door. Mateo's music, cranked up to maximum volume, hurt my ears, and the tiny space was packed with the smell of tobacco and various perfumes as we sped down the freeway toward the city. But it was nice. It was really nice. I found myself laughing with them, and I hooked my arm around May's when she weaseled her hand beneath my elbow. It was actually nice. As predicted, the bars they chose weren't exactly my scene. But this time, as opposed to college, I could stand it. I took shots. I followed them out for smoke breaks. I even danced under the low purple lights until my feet ached inside my chunky heels, surely riddled with blisters. By the time we got to our third bar, I couldn't even feel it anymore. And it was at that third bar that we crammed ourselves into an old photo booth, and Gianna reluctantly offered $5 to the slot, and we laughed, red-faced, into a tiny camera. After the photos spit out into the compartment, the others slid through the red curtains, but before I could follow, May grabbed my wrist. She held me back, sliding her long baby blue nails up my wrist. I shivered. "You never gave me a birthday present," she whispered, and I could feel her breath on my face. If I was wearing my glasses, they would have been fogging up. "Yeah, well, I didn't get to finish my quip before she kissed me. It was nice, and then it wasn't." "Hey," Will called out to me, squeezing through a crowd of men wearing tattered leather jackets to get to me. "Arden, where's everybody else?" I blinked, looking around. I could have sworn they had been right there a second ago, but now none of them were anywhere to be found. I shrugged. "Dunno. Why, what's up?" He finally broke free from the swaying mass, and I got a better look at him. He looked worried. His face was flushed, and I could see a few drops of sweat creeping out from his hairline. He took his phone out of his pocket and held it out to me. First, I saw his home screen. It was him next to a girl with strawberry blonde hair, both clutching beer bottles and grinning widely at the camera. Then I looked where he actually wanted me to. The time. 1:47 raat ke samay. "It's getting late," he narrated. "Can we find the others and get going?" I understood then. He was worried. It was past 1 a.m. and no alarm yet. It was later than usual. The bars would start closing soon. He wanted to get back before it happened. Will and I weaved through the crowd. I was pretty buzzed, and I realized I was having a hard time moving my feet right, which made me feel embarrassed. I hadn't even had that much to drink. Was I that much of a lightweight? We found them outside, chain smoking. Will explained the situation while I swayed. The drive back was strangely tense. Mateo's music was turned down, and there wasn't any joking or boisterous gossiping like there had been on the way out. We all felt it. It didn't need to be said. Something was off. Will drove fast, almost reckless. In the dark, May took my hand. Just as he was careening around the last corner, and we could almost make out the shape of our apartment building down the street, it happened. All of our phones went off at once. Gianna let out a small shriek from the other side of the back seat. "Do not interfere." Mateo turned back towards us, pressing his finger to his lips. Had this ever happened before? By their reactions, I didn't think so. It was different when it came when I was in my bedroom, when I could just shut the curtains and put my headphones on. I felt so small and helpless then, like I was gazing into the maw of something incomprehensibly beyond my understanding. I felt like we were all flies, and this neighborhood, right now, was the spider's web. Will drove slowly now, maybe 5 miles an hour. We were all still. We were all silent. Not even a stray breath cut through the quiet. Underneath the glowing streetlights, I could make out the side of Will's face. He was pale, and if I hadn't seen his knee shifting as he pressed down on the brakes, I could have mistaken him for a mannequin. The car came to a stop. I followed his gaze all the way down the street to the dark horizon, and I saw what he saw. A silhouette. It was far too distant to make out what shape it took, but it was evidently humanoid. It moved in a shaky stumble, limping down the middle of the road in our direction. And in the overwhelming silence, I could hear it, far away but still deeply urgent. "Help me!" "Will?" Gianna hissed. "Turn the car around." Will didn't move. He just stared forward, as white as paper. It didn't make any logical sense, but I knew what he knew. It was too late now. There was no use. "Help me, please help." I could tell now that it was a girl from its voice and its figure as it got closer. It was wearing some sort of white nightgown, not unlike the old man's hospital attire from that first night, stained with dark red blood. From here I couldn't tell if it was fresh or dry. I didn't know why that mattered to me. "Maybe," May whispered. Her arm shook against mine. "Maybe if we're quiet and we duck down, it won't see us." Deep down it felt as hopeless as turning around had felt, but it seemed reasonable. I nodded and did as she suggested, crouching behind the passenger seat, my knees throbbing from the strange angle I'd bent myself into. We all did it, except for Will. He didn't move. He still just looked. When he finally spoke, I could barely hear him. It was so weak. "Shannon." The word hung in the air, heavy with implication. Mateo was the one to break the silence. "What?" "Shannon," he repeated, finally turning to look at his friend. "That's Shannon." I peered over the seat in front of me, squinting my eyes. The human-like thing was getting closer, and now I could make out strawberry blonde hair, round face, short legs. The girl from Will's phone lock screen. The girl who had disappeared. Shannon. May gasped next to me. "Dude," Mateo said slowly, his words crumbling as soon as they left his mouth. "I know what you're thinking, dude. Do not get out of this car." Will didn't even seem like he was with us anymore. He was in shock, I think, looking back. "I have to help her," he insisted, right as another sickening cry rang out. "Help me! Help me, please, someone, it hurts!" It was getting far too close to us for comfort, but it still didn't seem to notice the car. Its cries became more and more desperate as they got louder. "I have to help her," Will repeated, and a bit of life had returned to his face. Mateo shook his head and grabbed at his sleeve. "Will, that is not Shannon." Will glared at him, his eyes shining with tears. "I know, Shannon. That's her." "I know you do, dude, and I know you miss her, but please, please don't do this." Their voices were getting louder and more distraught, and I felt May press into my side, trembling like a leaf. Gianna was whimpering, but I couldn't see her from my position. The thing was almost to our car when it stopped. She turned her head, left, then right, almost like she was sniffing the air. The boys stopped arguing. I felt like my heart would burst out of my chest. I could see Shannon's face now, and I realized why she hadn't seen us. The girl's face was streaked with gore, and it looked like her eyes had been scooped out with a melon spoon. She cried, drool pouring from her slackened mouth, but no tears could come. It happened too quickly. None of us could stop him. Will violently ripped his arm away from Mateo, fumbling for the handle to the car door. Gianna screamed. Mateo tried to slam down on the lock, but he missed, and Will managed to get the door open before he could try again. He stumbled onto the asphalt and hit the ground with a soft crunch. The thing turned her head and began to scream. But instead of charging at Will, she backed away. She held her arms out in front of her like something might attack her, whipping her head around wildly. An alarm went off, like the one I had heard that one night, but far more unbearable now that I was in it. The streetlights lining either side of the street switched to a flashing red, and Mateo threw himself into the driver's seat, the tires screeching as he peeled away. Gianna was screaming at him, pleading with him to go back. May was weeping into her hands. I didn't move, didn't make a sound. I didn't understand. As we sped away, I looked back. I couldn't help it. I saw the flash of some sort of van in the blinding red light pulling around the corner. Then nothing. That was a week or two ago. I don't know. I've been having a hard time keeping track of time. None of us have spoken much since that night. We tried the police, of course, but as you could assume, nothing came of it. I think whatever this is far larger than we know. I don't know if it's some kind of experiment or just a sick game, but I'm going to move back into my parents' house next week, despite all their berating, and then figure out what to do from there. I don't know if that was really Shannon that we saw that night, or if it was something else, and I don't know which is worse. All I know is that last night, I heard Will's voice outside my window, crying, pleading for help. I didn't interfere. She said no strings attached, but I think she lied. I'd like to start by admitting that I'm somewhat of a hermit. I live alone in the middle of nowhere. I don't own a cell phone, and I have exactly one real friend. As you can imagine, my life is pretty uneventful, or at least it used to be. That changed when I started dating a beautiful woman named Moira. Looking back, the past few days since I met her have been unusual, to say the least. But who am I to say what's normal? So I'm writing it all down and leaving it here for you to decide. Am I overthinking things, or does this all seem as strange to you as it does to me? Please let me know what you think in the comments. At the behest of Joshua, my best friend and social guide, I decided to set up an online dating profile. Having been out of the dating scene for an embarrassing amount of time, I wasn't sure what I was looking for. Was I looking for something serious, something casual, just friends, or something more intimate? I wasn't stoked about the idea at first, and it wasn't until I came across her profile that I knew what I was actually looking for. A reason to get out of the house, out of my comfort zone, and away from the everyday tedium that was my life. Her bio read, "I'm outdoorsy, adventurous, and looking to have fun, hang out, and maybe grab a bite to eat. I'm not looking for anything serious, so don't expect me to catch feelings or stick around. No strings attached." The casual tone of her philosophy on dating gave me hope, or maybe I just saw an opportunity. Every part of her bio seemed to speak directly to me. I wasn't outdoorsy or adventurous, but I was looking for a reason to be. I also wanted someone to hang out with and have fun with, someone besides Joshua, no offense if you're reading this. The cherry on top was the mention of no strings attached. That meant that even if things inevitably turned into a disaster, I could retreat into my shell and no one would get hurt. She'd move on to the next guy, and Joshua would finally get off my back. Besides her bio, her pictures were serene. Each one looked like a painting, with her as the focal point, and she looked absolutely stunning. She had long black hair and beautiful dark brown eyes. She was a little on the pale side, but who can resist the allure of a goth mommy? Or at least that's what Joshua called her when I showed him the pictures. There was just one thing off about them. They were all taken in the woods, by the lakeside, or in front of a waterfall. She wasn't kidding about being outdoorsy. The only way I can describe her aesthetic is Gothic cottagecore, and before you question how I know that, I just want to clarify that just because I'm a hermit doesn't mean I'm not chronically online. Joshua was a little cynical when I suggested her as my first choice. "She's a little out of your league, don't you think?" he said with uncertainty. I could tell he was trying to be nice and let me down easy, but I still went for it. I messaged her, and then immediately felt silly for even trying, Joshua's comment still echoing in the front of my mind. The echo was quickly pushed to the back of my thoughts, drowned out by the sound of a notification. "It was her," she replied instantly. After an hour of talking, I was already dressed and out the door, ready for our first date. I stopped on my way to the car, having completely forgotten to ask her where we were going. All I remembered her saying was that she wanted to go someplace to eat. I ran back to my computer and quickly looked for nearby places. After some frantic searching, I found a diner outside of town. It had one glowing 5-star review, and in my rush, I accepted it at face value. I went to the location she gave me, expecting to pick her up at her house, but instead, she was just kind of standing on the side of the road, with no side roads leading up to where she stood. If I hadn't been expecting her to be there, it would have felt like one of those ghost stories. The ones where hitchhikers appear in your back seat after you pass them by. But she didn't look scary at all. She looked even more beautiful than her pictures, almost glowing. The air around her smelled sweeter, and the sunlight seemed to shine just for her, like a spotlight. Though, that could have been the scent of the flowers around her or the way the sun reflected off her white dress. I leaned over, opened the passenger door, and gestured for her to get in. The uneasy silence stretched the 10-minute drive into what felt like an hour. The road was as rough as you'd expect on the outskirts of a small town, and my car's worn-out suspension didn't help. Needless to say, we were off to a bumpy start. The actual date went just as poorly. It didn't take long for me to realize I had picked the wrong place. To say the place was run down would be an understatement. There were unidentifiable stains on every table, and one persistent group of flies circled them. I think even the flies were too scared to land anywhere. The owner introduced himself, and I remember thinking his name sounded familiar. Normally, you can chalk that up to being a small-town thing, but I knew almost nobody from town, except for a handful of people I graduated high school with. And this guy clearly wasn't in the class of 2018. He was more or less my grandmother's age. We took a seat as far away from the bathroom as possible. You don't want to know what the place smelled like. Strangely enough, she didn't seem to mind the smell or the surroundings. Maybe she was just putting on a brave face because I was the only one who ordered something. I felt bad for taking her out to eat, and then choosing the one place no girl would ever want to eat at. She assured me she wasn't hungry, and even when I insisted I was paying, she just smiled and slid the menu over to my side of the table. "Pick your poison," she said with a smirk. Reluctantly, I ordered a cheeseburger with fries, and for drinks, I went with 2 bottles of water. I was just relieved to be drinking something that didn't come from whatever machine had produced those stains. The food arrived quickly. I still felt guilty about being the only one eating, so I offered her some fries and half my burger, but she politely declined. I didn't think much of it until a couple of bites into my burger, I had to use the bathroom. I jokingly asked, "Would you mind keeping the flies off my food while I'm gone?" She agreed with a playful smile. "Of course, take your time," she said, a little too eagerly. The diner was cramped and the bathroom was barely separated from the seating area by a half wall that desperately tried but failed to quarantine the stench. As I washed my hands, I had a clear view of our table. I could see her eating from my plate. At first I thought it was cute. I thought she was just too shy to eat in front of me. But then I noticed how quickly and erratically she was grabbing the food. She must have been starving. But when I returned, my food seemed untouched. Not even a single fry was out of place. I could have sworn I saw her eating. At least she did a great job fending off the flies. There wasn't a single one in sight when I came back. Our second date was lovely compared to the first. The fresh air and beautiful scenery were a stark contrast to the stomach-churning experience at the so-called 5-star diner. Technically, the 2 dates could be considered one long date since the second followed immediately after the first, but I'll refer to it as the second date, just to wash off the stink from the first one. When we left the diner, my head hung low with embarrassment. "Do you want me to drop you off at home?" I asked, searching for my car keys. Moira's face fell, a look of surprise and sadness washing over her. I think I even saw a tear. "Or I can just drop you where I found you," I added quickly, trying to recover. This date couldn't have gone worse, I thought to myself while scrambling to console her. She put her arms around me, and just like that, the tears stopped. "Does it have to be over?" she whimpered. Now I was surprised. I'd thought I had blown my one chance, yet here she was giving me another shot. Looking back now, it seems more like she was the one pleading for another chance. Could this really be the same woman whose bio explicitly stated she wasn't looking to catch feelings? It only seems strange now in hindsight, but at the time, all I could do was say whatever would keep the sweet woman in front of me from crying. No, of course not. What did you have in mind?" She paused, then, as if flipping a switch, her voice suddenly became calm and composed. "Have you ever gone hiking?" "Hiking? Are you serious?" I said with a chuckle. She frowned, not seeing the irony. Before I even messaged Moira that day, I had been talking to Joshua about first date ideas. Hiking was my first and only suggestion. I knew from her bio she'd love it. But Joshua wasn't convinced. "You can't go hiking on a first date, that's ridiculous," Joshua scoffed. "How can you expect a girl you don't even know to meet you in the middle of the woods? Not to mention, it's dangerous." "I've been hiking before. My backyard is practically part of a hiking trail," I argued, trying to convince both him and myself that I was up for the task. "No way. Nobody wants to get all sweaty and exhausted climbing a mountain on a first date," he said firmly, shutting down the idea. I wish I'd listened, but standing there in front of Moira, asking so little of me, how could I refuse? Besides, this wasn't our first date anymore, so Joshua's point didn't matter. I should have known the trail she had in mind started right where I picked her up, hidden in the underbrush and barely visible unless you knew where to look. I had to crouch down to squeeze through the narrow gap in the bushes. The earth beneath me was damp and cool, and the air was thick with the scent of wet leaves and rich soil. This was all so new to me. As soon as I emerged, the contrast was striking. My car, only a few meters away, was nearly invisible, swallowed by dense trees and undergrowth. The road was a distant hum, barely audible, as if belonging to another world. The forest enveloped me, its silence heavy, and the few sounds I could hear felt like a soft lullaby. This wasn't just a hike. It felt like stepping into another realm, a place that had always been here, just outside my home, waiting. Too bad it will be a long time before I can go hiking again. We followed a barely visible footpath for about 15 minutes, making awkward small talk. She was even shyer than I was. but I already liked her enough to want to break through her tough exterior, despite what her bio had said. Eventually, we reached a proper trail, much more defined than the one we'd been following. Staring at the path ahead, it seemed we had two choices, left or right. On the other side, a steep cliffside loomed, too steep for me, but seemingly made for mountain goats and creatures far nimbler than I was. Already a bit winded, I looked at Moira, trying to hide how out of shape I was. "Left or right?" I asked, exhaling quickly. She smirked, and without a word, grabbed a tree branch and started climbing. With no hesitation, she scaled the cliff with practiced ease like an expert climber. I could only watch in amazement. "Are you coming?" she called from the top. "I don't know. Seems kinda unsafe. Maybe there's another way up?" I scanned the area for an easier route. "Nope, this is the only way up. Come on. It's my favorite path. The view at the top will take your breath away," she teased, her tone playful, almost like a challenge. I hesitated, staring up at the cliff face. It didn't look too bad, but I could already feel the tension in my arms. I grabbed the first handhold, feeling the rough rock beneath my fingers. I was moving slowly and I almost made it to the top, but when I tried to steady myself and take a breath, my foot slipped on loose gravel. My heart raced as I fumbled for a grip. Just as I thought I was going to fall, a hand shot down and grabbed mine. Moira's grip was surprisingly strong, her fingers wrapping around mine with reassuring force. With a firm tug, she pulled me up. I scrambled to catch my breath, adrenaline still pulsing through me. "Thanks," I muttered, trying to hide how shaken I felt. Moira was one strong lady. She probably could have dragged me up there herself if I'd refused. I looked back at the path we came from, barely 5 meters above where I started. The same trees I had walked under now stretched below me. "That's it? This view is supposed to take my breath away?" I asked, irritation creeping into my voice. "No, silly, that's further up." She smiled, flicking her hair playfully before continuing her ascent. I remember thinking, how much further is this going to escalate? I was already worried about how I'd get back down, let alone going higher. Thankfully, the rest of the climb was relatively smooth. After about 30 minutes of carefully navigating a winding, uneven trail, I pushed through the final stretch of dense underbrush. The path didn't look man-made. It seemed more like something massive had carved through the forest, leaving a jagged trail in its wake. The bushes and trees on either side were thick, but what stood out the most was the smell. It was as if I were surrounded by a minefield of dead animals, yet I couldn't see a single carcass. The only thing that seemed out of place were the trees. At first glance, they appeared ordinary, no different from the ones lower on the mountain. But these were scattered with odd, bulbous growths. From the branches hung white, waxy shapes that reminded me of overripe fruit, but there was something wrong with them. Their shape resembled pine cones, but their surfaces were smooth and glistening in the light. The sizes varied wildly, some as large as prize pumpkins, others small and shriveled like withered pears. Still, I pushed on, just hoping the trail led somewhere. As we got closer, the sound grew louder. It started as a deep, rumbling roar, almost mechanical, like the earth beneath me was groaning. As I got closer, it sounded like water over rocks, but heavier. The noise vibrated through my chest, a low hum that stirred the dead air around me. My steps slowed as the static noise gnawed at the back of my mind. As I pushed past the last few branches, we finally broke through into a clearing. I almost walked right into Moira. She was standing there with her back to me, the only thing between me and the source of the noise. She turned around, her white dress from earlier now caked in dirt, bits of plants clinging to her almost as desperately as I had when she pulled me up. She looked at me curiously. "You know, there's something different about you," she said with a curious smirk. Her words caught me off guard. It was the first thing either of us had said since I first heard the distant rumbling. Most guys would be full of questions by now. Are we there yet? What's that smell? What's that noise? How much further? Blah, blah, blah. But you seem oddly content, just following along, wherever the wind takes you, like a blank canvas or a lump of clay. She smiled. I admire that about you." I opened my mouth to respond, but before I could say anything, she began unbuttoning her dress. The shock flustered me, my breath catching in my throat. My eyes darted away from her, finally taking in my surroundings. We were on top of a much higher cliff. I stepped forward, feeling icy water seep into my shoes. We were standing at the edge of a waterfall. I'd found the rather mundane source of the otherworldly noise, but the sight before me was unlike anything I'd ever seen. However, my mind was elsewhere, on the woman in front of me, now in her underwear. She was right about taking my breath away. Her skin was impossibly smooth, flawless in a way that seemed unnatural for someone who climbed rugged rocks and broken branches all day. Flawless except for one spot. Too faded to be a tattoo, it resembled butterfly wings. It rested in the middle of her stomach, and it was tilted at a 90-degree angle, like an artist had started drawing something delicate but left it unfinished. For a fleeting moment, I almost likened it to a tramp stamp, but that didn't sit right. There was nothing crude about it. It was something else, subtle and elegant. Perhaps a birthmark? Beautiful, isn't it? Yes, I stuttered, unsure if she was talking about herself or the view. "Would you join me for a swim?" she asked enticingly. I don't know. The water up here seems a little shallow." I gestured at my soaked shoe. "Plus, the current is a little too strong." "I didn't mean up here," she said with the same challenging smirk as earlier. I stared at her blankly, feeling the blood drain from my face, down to my legs and into the icy water. Her implication was clear, almost demanding. I had already given up my right to say no the second we left the diner. She knew she had me wrapped around her surprisingly strong finger. I couldn't back down now. Even my logical side knew this was my best option, to jump into the white noise at the bottom of the waterfall and pray the water wasn't deceiving me, that it really was as bottomless as it had seemed. The only alternative was to climb down, alone. "It's not that bad. The water will catch you, almost like a safety net," she said reassuringly. "If someone asked you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? The answer is yes, if that someone was Moira." We had only just met, but I wanted her to take me everywhere she'd ever been. And if she was going down that waterfall, so was I. But not out of obedience. I was doing it for me. So Moira, if you're reading this, don't feel bad about what happened. It wasn't your fault. I had been following her every move. But even before I met her, I was already living life on autopilot, never taking risks. Going out with Moira today was supposed to be my first step toward changing that. So what's one more step, even if it's off a cliff? I anxiously undressed, slipping off my waterlogged shoes and watching as the current took them over the edge. One pair of shoes was a small price to pay for a new life. I looked at Moira with all the steely determination of a man standing in his underwear. I inhaled as deep as I could, my chest swelling with newfound confidence. "Stand back, milady, I'll go first," I said in a voice befitting a hero. I rushed toward the edge, sharp rocks digging into my bare feet, trying to stop me before I did something foolish. But they only turned my triumphant dash into more of a brisk waddle. Then I saw it, sticking out of the water right on the edge, an unassuming, smooth, round rock. A tiny island in a sea of needles. So soft, inviting, flawless. It reminded me of Moira. I leaped onto the rock, placing all my faith in one foot. It failed me. It wasn't until I was already in the air that I realized my mistake. I slipped on the rock that once looked so innocent. Now it was biting into the back of my neck. The rest is only flashes and sounds. A loud thud, a soft crack, a bright sky swallowed by immediate darkness. Moira's scream was drowned out by the sound of rushing water, and the last thing I saw was the surface of the water spiraling closer as I made my descent. What exactly happened after I hit the water? That's something I'm still trying to figure out. It's important to note that I am writing this more than a week after my accident, but the memories are still surprisingly fresh. It took me a while to get this part written down, but I should have the next part posted within a week. But for now, my doctor is urging me to get some rest. I woke up in darkness, unsure where I was. My body felt stiff, my chest tightening with each breath, like something was constricting me. A coarse blanket weighed over me, suffocating in its own way. Even my arms felt heavy, pinned down by strings anchored into my veins. I was wrapped in a cocoon I couldn't escape. My neck was squeezed too tightly to take in enough air, and my breaths came in shallow bursts. I was a fly caught in a web. One by one, my senses returned. The soft hum of machines filled the silence, the sharp scent of antiseptic cutting through the haze. The room swam in and out of focus. It wasn't a web, it was a hospital bed. But even as the confusion faded, the feeling of being trapped didn't. I tried to move, but a sudden pain flared through my neck, the brace holding me still. I laid there awake for hours, hopeless. It wasn't until one of the nurses carefully turned me over to my side that I saw the bundle of flowers next to a bottle of whiskey. It was the same flowers from where I first picked up Moira. I knew it was from her. I don't recall much of our small talk leading up to the cliff, but I remember mentioning I was a whiskey guy. The faint memory gave me hope. I knew she was the one who had saved me from a watery grave. The only person who visited me was Joshua. I expected a friendly greeting, but all I got was an earful about how reckless I'd been. After an hour of "I told you so," he finally relented and asked about the rest of the date. I told him everything I could remember. To me, the events had happened only a few hours ago, but apparently I'd been in the hospital for a week before even waking up. And on top of that, another 3 days had passed before I was able to write anything down. Sorry you guys got the watered-down version of the events in part 1. The realization didn't hit me in the way you would think. I wasn't concerned about the time I lost. The only thought on my mind was if she still remembered me, if she still cared enough to see me again. In my current predicament, strung up in a hospital bed, I thought my chances with Moira were over. Desperate for any sort of way to communicate with her, I begged Joshua to bring my laptop to the hospital. He reluctantly agreed, but not before imparting more of his wisdom. I was growing sick of it. He paced up and down the hospital room, waving his hands like a preacher delivering a sermon. I don't like this. Look at you. Look at where this Moira girl got you. You should be happy you're alive, man. If you keep pushing, I don't know how much more you can take. If you want my advice, just cut ties with her and... I cut him off before he could finish. You don't even know her. How could you blame her for this? How can you point fingers when it was your advice that led to all of this? I spoke harshly, aware of how defensive I was being. My words felt strange. Arguing with Joshua was something I'd never done before. We had never even disagreed on anything. This was the first time I pushed back instead of just going along with what he suggested. His calm response caught me off guard. I do know her. His voice didn't sound convinced of the words it carried. We briefly met at the hospital after your accident. We exchanged numbers. She asked me to let her know when you woke up. He hesitated, his uncertainty deepening. There was something off about her, man. Her eyes, they were colder and more aged than in her pictures. Did you let her know? I asked eagerly. His tone softened, shifting from ignorance to compassion. This was the Joshua I knew. Not yet. I'll let her know tonight, and I'll bring you your laptop tomorrow. I can see this is important to you. I'm sorry you think this is my fault. With a slight grin, he continued, but hey, at least you're out of the house. His twisted sense of humor almost made me chuckle, if only the pain would allow it. The next day couldn't come fast enough. The hope of seeing Moira again was all I could think about. In a misguided attempt to make the night pass quicker, I asked the nurses for more sedatives. I'm not sure what they gave me, but the effects were immediate. It was like I was pulled into a deep sleep, one I'd never known before. If only they'd warned me about the side effects. That night I had a nightmare brought on by whatever the nurses gave me. I was still trapped in the hospital in the same room, but now everything was shrouded in darkness. I awoke even slower than before, my senses muffled and distant. But I knew there was someone in the room with me, an old woman. I couldn't quite place her at first. The figure was small and frail, her presence oddly familiar, yet foreign. I thought it might be my grandmother, But then I remembered she'd died years ago. The woman knew I was awake and stood up from her chair. She quietly walked over to me and placed her hand on my face. It was cold, but as it pressed against my face, I felt a strange warmth, as if the touch was meant to comfort me. She leaned in closer, her breath cold against my ear. Then, in a voice soft yet chilling, she whispered, "Just point me to your pain, and I will do the rest. I'll clean you of this mess. In trade, I will request the recesses of your mind, of which I'll weave my nest." The words were cold and ominous, their implications comforting at first, and at the same time terrifying. Yet they were spoken as kindly as a lullaby, guiding me back to sleep. My laptop arrived the next morning, and with it the painful acceptance that my body was still too weak to make use of it. My message to Moira would have to wait. I spent the next 2 days trapped in my own thoughts, barely able to move. On the third day of waiting for Moira to visit, I finally caved. Ignoring the doctor's advice, I convinced a nurse to help me set up my laptop. I needed to write her something just to show I was alive. Once I booted up my laptop, I was met with the last page I had visited before our date. The nurse looked at me funny as I tried to suppress my laughter. There, in bold letters, right above 5 glowing stars, I realized why the diner owner's name sounded familiar. Not wanting to dwell on our first date any longer, I closed the page and opened Moira's messages. No new messages. In fact, it looked like Moira hadn't been online for the past week. My heart sank knowing she hadn't written me, but at least she wasn't online looking for someone else. I sent her a pretty desperate and way too long message that she hasn't replied to yet. So I won't repeat it here for my own sake and for whoever ends up reading this. With nothing else to do between physical therapy and doctor's visits, I decided to write down my experience so far, mostly as a mental exercise to try and remember what happened, and to serve as a warning to myself and anyone else planning to go hiking on their first date. Since I woke up, it took me almost another week of writing, but I'm finally all caught up. I know that seems slow, but between piecing together my memories and then painfully writing them down, I think I did okay, and just in time too. I'm finally getting released today. Joshua is picking me up in my car. He gave Moira my address so she could leave my car there. She didn't know what else to do with it after driving me to the hospital that day, the day I spent so long trying to recall. The next thing I write should be from the comfort of my own home. I should feel relieved, but I can't shake this strange, lingering feeling. Like there's something I'm forgetting, but I can't quite place my finger on it. My first night back was worse than anything I've ever experienced. Not even the creepy old lady at the hospital can compare to what happened last night. Let me preface this by saying, I don't usually have a nightcap before bed, but last night I made an exception. When I got home and unpacked my things, I found the bouquet of dead flowers that served as a reminder of my relationship status with Moira. I put them into a vase of water, even though I fear it might be too late. With a sad sigh, I picked up the bottle of whiskey Moira had given me as a get-well-soon gift. I'd planned to keep it for sentimental value, but after these last 2 weeks, I figured I deserved a drink. Falling asleep was easy, even with the itchy neck brace. I don't know if it was the whiskey or the last few sleepless nights I spent in that rigid yet worn-out hospital bed, but I was exhausted. So tired that I even felt groggy during my dream, almost like the anesthetic the doctors gave me hadn't worn off yet. I guess it's my fault for mixing my pain medication with vintage. I should have known something was off the moment I got home, but exhaustion has a way of dulling your instincts. The dream started like any other. I was drifting in that strange state between falling asleep and clinging to consciousness. Of course, I know now that I must have been asleep and dreaming, because there's no logical explanation for what happened next. The room was silent as any other night outside the city. My eyes were closed and I could almost convince myself I was asleep. But then I heard it. It was faint, but unmistakable. The heavy silence was broken up by what I can only describe as the sound of fingers cracking or ligaments popping into place. My eyes shot open. Something was moving, crawling onto the mattress. I couldn't see it, not fully. At this point, it was merely a suggestion of motion in my periphery. That's when I felt it, a slow, calculated weight shifting closer from the foot of my bed. I was begging every muscle in my body to allow me to sit up and turn on the light. Not a single one listened to my plea. The only thing I could move was my eyes. I looked down, as far down as my eyes would allow. I tried to lift my head, but if the paralysis wasn't enough to keep me anchored, the neck brace made sure of it. It was hopeless. I could feel the pressure building in my throat, making it almost impossible to breathe. The popping noise faded, replaced by the relentless pounding of my heartbeat, hammering against my eardrums as if desperate to escape. All the while, the silhouette was inching closer, the weight carefully shifting on the mattress. The shape was hovering over me, making sure not to touch me. My breathing was rapid and uncontrollable, and my heartbeat was growing louder, so I did the only thing I could in that situation. I used the only part of my body I still had control over, my eyes. I shut them with the same force I had opened them when I first heard that dreadful noise. The instant I closed my eyes, everything went quiet. All movement stopped, and my mattress was suddenly as stiff as the hospital bed I had grown accustomed to. It was all inside my head, I thought. It's just a bad dream. Keep your eyes closed and focus on falling asleep. This will all be over when you wake up. I laid there for what felt like hours, but realistically, it was just a few minutes. All I could do was wait. Wait for sleep, or wait for my body to finally respond. I'm not a patient man, and I never have been. But after what I saw last night, I will never even complain about a red light ever again. I wish I had kept my eyes closed, but against my better judgment, I slowly opened them, my eyes adjusting to the darkness all too easily. Then I saw it, its face only a few centimeters from mine. The skin was smooth and pale, cracked like a porcelain doll, and stretched too tightly over the ridges of its face. But it was the eyes that held me in place. A row of 8 black pearls that tapered out to the sides, the largest of which was a pair placed right in the middle, easily distinguishable by the glint of light collected in them, like pools of ink sucking up the last bit of light from the room. The time for screaming had long passed. All I could do was stare. I didn't even bother attempting to move anymore. For all I knew, my paralysis had worn off, but I didn't care. Its gaze was unblinking, relentless, consuming. The darkness inside those eyes seemed to ripple, as though something moved just beneath. The sharp reflection of the room was mirrored in their glossy surfaces. The longer I stared, the more the room's reflection fell out of focus, and I could feel myself slipping further into pure darkness. I was falling down a well and unraveling like a poorly made basket drifting into the void. The next thing I remember is waking up, expecting the usual soft morning light to seep through my paper-thin curtains, gradually brightening the room. Instead, the harsh midday sun spilled in unapologetically. Still, it was a welcomed change from the unforgiving darkness of the previous night. I glanced at my alarm clock but couldn't see the time. Slowly, I turned my stiff body and clumsily reached over, knocking the half-empty whiskey bottle out of the way. It was almost 3 p.m. Still half asleep, I stumbled out of my room into the hallway. At first, I thought the old stained wallpaper had little square patches of new wallpaper stuck over it. Then I noticed the wooden floorboards were scattered with broken glass and fallen picture frames. I didn't bother picking up all of them, but one caught my attention. When I took it out of the broken frame, I saw myself and my grandmother standing in front of an old house in the woods. I was just a child. Beside us were 2 unfamiliar faces, a man and a woman. An aunt and uncle? Family friends? My parents? Why can't I remember what happened to them? Memories swam around in my head, but none pertained to my parents. I was starving by this point, so I figured I'd save time and make breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at once, which just meant pouring a comically large bowl of cereal. Now I'm sitting at my dining room table, spoon in one hand and the other on my keyboard, writing down what I remember from last night's dream. All the while, I was thinking of the photograph next to my laptop, the old picture patiently resting on the polished surface of my grandmother's vintage table. I slid it closer, shifting my focus from the 2 strangers. I instead studied the background. A brand new tire swing hung from an old tree, and the house. I couldn't quite place it, but I knew I had been there as a kid. Strangely, recalling details from the picture felt harder than remembering a dream. On a different note, I once read something online about Chinese water torture. Don't ask me why I remember this, but not my childhood. Memories are strange like that. Anyway, it's a method where drops of water are slowly dripped onto a person's head at irregular intervals. The randomness of the dripping can lead to psychological effects, since the victim can't anticipate when the next drop will fall. Over time, this can lead to anxiety, stress, and even hallucinations. About halfway through writing this entry, I started feeling a faint, inconsistent dripping coming from the ceiling above me. I'd describe the source, but that would require me to get up, take almost 4 steps back, and painfully crane my head far enough back to even see the ceiling. It's too much effort for what I already know is just a leak. I've tried moving seats 3 times, but the dripping seems to follow me wherever I sit. Then it happened. After finishing my cereal and absent-mindedly twirling my spoon, I swear I saw something. On the glossy surface of the spoon, a flash of movement caught my eye, a large shape skittering across the ceiling behind me. It moved like a shadow, but its color was a pale white. I saw it only for a second. It was swift and fleeting, but its form was unmistakable. A spider, bigger than a person, its 8 legs pushing and pulling it out of the room in one smooth, coordinated motion. I almost jumped out of my skin. I spun around as fast as I could, whipping my head back. The pain was immense, shooting through me like lightning, striking the back of my neck. In my frantic attempt to look at the ceiling, I found myself on my hands and knees, staring at the floor. Slowly, I pulled myself back onto the chair. I was lightheaded, on the verge of fainting. I jumped at every black spot in my vision. For a moment, I just sat there trying to make sense of what I had seen. It was then that I recalled reading about water torture and how it can cause hallucinations, which oddly gave me some comfort. At least now the dripping has stopped. I'll post all I have written so far for part 2. I can't bear to sit here and write another word. Not after what I just saw. I think I'll message Joshua to come over. I can't be alone right now. I'll keep you guys updated if anything else happens. Expect another part soon. She sold happiness in glass jars. The poster read, "Happiness, sold in glass jars. Call today." And underneath the text was a phone number. I was walking home from a long, exhausting day of work when I caught a glimpse of the paper stapled on an old telephone pole. I took a picture of it, thinking it was amusing. I was going to show my wife once I got to our apartment, but I was caught up with chores and forgot about it. Dinner, dishes, laundry, packing a snack for our daughter, putting her to bed, then putting her toys away that she'd left out in the living room. Every night, it was the exact same routine. The next day, I awoke sleeping back-to-back with my wife. I always had to get up earlier than she did for my job, so I quietly got ready for the day and headed out the door. At work, I was updating the company's latest expense report. Most days were similar to this one. They were basically paying me to stare at a computer for 9 hours a day and input a couple numbers into a spreadsheet. I finished my work very quickly, so I decided to head out of the office early. It also helped that it was a Friday, and a lot of people leave early at the end of the week. On my walk back, I was thinking of what my life had become. I did this often. I always dreamed of traveling when I was younger. I wanted to drive across the country or solo backpack across Europe. Then I met Kelsey. Don't get me wrong, I loved Kelsey. I mean, I still do. We just don't have that spark anymore. When you meet someone and get in a relationship, whether it's meant to be or not, some of your personal life plans have to be put on hold. And then that relationship turns to marriage, and then you have a baby, then you have to enroll your daughter in a preschool, then you have to get a better paying job and work more hours and blah blah blah. I'm not trying to throw a pity party for myself. I'm just saying I wasn't exactly content with where I was in my life. I wouldn't have referred to myself as a happy person. As I took the same route home that I did every day to work and back, I walked by the same poster I had passed the day before. I don't know why, I really don't, but I decided to call the number. I figured it would be some joke. Maybe someone just picks up and says, "I love you," on the other end and hangs up. Or maybe it's a line to a sex worker. I had no idea what to expect. I called. It only rang once before someone picked up. "Hello?" a woman said. Hi, I'm calling about your poster, your ad?" "Oh, awesome," she said calmly. "When do you want to pick it up?" "Pick what up?" "The jar," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Oh, of course, I realized then that I had left work early without telling Kelsey, so I could just go pick it up now and she'd be none the wiser." "What exactly is it? That you're selling?" "I just told you. It's happiness, in a glass jar, like the poster said. Happiness keeps best in glass jars. They're more durable than, say, a plastic bag." Okay. Should we meet somewhere?" "For sure. I don't want you to end up being a creep or something, so let's go to a public place." The public place we decided on was a Starbucks parking lot a little over a mile from me. Now, I didn't think I was really going to be buying a jar of happiness or whatever. I was 99% sure she was going to sell me drugs. Maybe heroin would be in the jar. I remember thinking, oh no, happiness is probably a nickname for some street drug, and I'm going to a drug deal. What if she's a cop? Am I going to be arrested? But something inside me told me to keep walking, and so I did. I stood outside and texted her. "Me, I'm here. Her, cool, be there in a second." "Me, what are you driving?" "Her, silver Camry." And as her final text came through, I saw her car pull in. She took a spot not too far from where I stood. I could see there was no one else in the car, which put my kidnapping fear to rest. She opened her door and stood on the pavement, looking around until her eyes met mine. I gave her a little nod of acknowledgement. She simply responded by waving her hand, gesturing for me to come over to her car, so I did. She was young, maybe mid-20s, with curly golden hair. Her skin was pale and contrasted with the all-black outfit she was wearing. I thought she looked like Glinda the Good Witch from The Wizard of Oz had put on the Wicked Witch's clothes. "Nice day out," she said as a greeting. "Oh, yeah, it is. Hadn't really paid attention to it." "You were the one that called about the jar, right?" "Yeah, that was me." "Cool, well, here you go." She handed me a very small glass mason jar. It couldn't have been more than 2 inches tall. Inside of it was a light. Not a light bulb, just light. It was like someone bottled up sunshine. It glowed even in the mid-afternoon daylight. It looked like a tiny sun, or a tiny universe existing in this little crystal-walled home. I was admiring it with no attempt to hide the awe on my face. Pretty rad, isn't it? What is it? You've asked that like 3 different times, I think. My answer is still the same. It is happiness. Happiness in a glass jar. What do I do with it? Keep it, she said simply. If you have any problems, shoot me a text. She started to get into her car. Wait, I said. I thought you were selling this. How much is it? Don't worry, man, she said with a smile. You'll pay. She closed her door and I stepped out of her way as she backed up, then drove off. What the hell had just happened? What was I holding? I looked down at the jar again. Its radiance was simply mesmerizing. I put it in my pocket and could see its glow slightly through my pants. I began to walk home. What was just a nice sunny day quickly changed into a rainy one with clouds wrapping the sky. It was not forecasted that it would rain, or else I would have ridden the bus or subway to work that day. I jogged home trying not to get too drenched. I finally found shelter once I made it to my apartment building. I walked up to my door and found that my key wasn't on my key ring anymore. Shit, I can't believe I lost it again, I thought. I knocked on the door and said in a somewhat loud voice, Hey babe, it's me. I don't know what happened to my key. I heard the door being unlocked from the other side. When the door opened, I was greeted by a large, heavy-set man with greasy hair and unkempt goatee. He said, I think you got the wrong door, bud. Oh, I said, disoriented. My bad. Sorry. Have a good one. He let out a chuckle as he closed the door. Apartment number 33. I know that was my apartment. I know it was. I'd been in apartment 33 for 5 years now. But that was not my apartment. From what I could see inside, all the furniture was different. It was painted a different color. It was all wrong. I felt like I'd hit my head and was drugged. In that moment, nothing made sense. I pulled out my phone to call Kelsey so she could calm me down and tell me I just got confused for a second. But her contact wasn't in my phone. In fact, nothing was in my phone. I had no messages with her, no previous calls, no pictures. It was like my phone reset to its factory settings. Did that girl somehow switch my phone out when I wasn't looking? I would have just dialed Kelsey's number manually, but I couldn't quite remember it. I had known it by heart before, but not anymore. I needed to get back to the office. I had all my contacts backed up on my work computer. Since it was still raining, I hopped on the bus, which had a stop right in front of the apartment complex. I rode downtown toward my office, the whole time staring at my wet shoes, wondering what the hell was going on. We have a keycard access to our building, so only authorized personnel can get inside. I always keep my access card in my wallet, always. But, surprise, surprise, it wasn't there. I buzzed into the speaker we had for guests with appointments, or employees as a backup in case anyone lost or forgot their card. Buzz says, "Hey, this is Tim. I must have lost my card. My employee number is..." I stopped as I drew a blank. A voice came through the speaker. "Tim? You got cut out. What's your employee number?" I can't remember. That's fine. Just tell me your full name and department." Finance. I'm in finance. My full name is Tim Brooks." "1 second." About 30 seconds later, the man spoke to me again. "We don't have a Tim Brooks working in this building. Did you have an appointment with someone?" I backed up in surprise, almost tripping on my own feet. I had just been in that office an hour or two ago. What was happening to me? I felt like I was getting Alzheimer's, but going through every stage in one day. I stared at my hands, unsure if I was in the right body. I felt like the world around me was disintegrating. I wasn't in control. I was merely sitting inside somebody else's head, watching the world through their eyes. Just then, I got a text. I recognized the number immediately. It was that girl, the one who gave me the jar. I had forgotten all about it until I saw her text. Her. "Hey, how's it going?" I looked at my phone, dumbfounded. It made me angry she was so nonchalant about this. She knew what was going on. She had done this somehow. Me. "What the hell did you do to me?" Her. "The worst is yet to come." I was astronomically close to just chucking my phone as far as I could in frustration. I took the jar out of my pocket. It looked unchanged, still glowing just as bright. "What the fuck did you do?" I yelled at the jar, realizing I probably looked like a lunatic. As I stared at its glistening glass, I realized something. I didn't know what my wife's face looked like anymore. I knew her name. Well, I know it started with a K or maybe a C. I couldn't picture her in my mind. I knew I had a wife. I knew I did. Yes, because I had a daughter. I had a wife and a daughter. I just couldn't remember their faces then, or their names, or their birthdays, or any memories I had with them. I know they existed. They did exist. I had just seen them that morning, right? I couldn't remember how she looked, or what she smelled like. What was our first date? We had a wedding, right? What about our first kiss? Or my daughter, or was it my son? Maybe I didn't even have a kid. But my wife, or girlfriend, she was real. I knew she was. The thought was tearing me apart. I couldn't see her in my head. I couldn't recall a single fact about her. I was standing outside of the same building, but I was unsure why I was. Did I work there? I must work somewhere. The rain was accompanied by a chilly wind now. It was whipping at my face, making my nose and cheeks sting. I wanted to go home. I wanted to be with her. I wanted to be warm. I wanted to go into a shitty office job that kept a roof over my head. I wanted it all. I was soaking wet. I was miserable. I couldn't remember my parents or my childhood. Did I even have any friends? Why was I in the rain? I looked down at my hand. I was still clutching the jar. The only memory of my entire life I could concretely remember was that girl giving it to me, telling me it was happiness. It did not bring happiness. It brought pain. It brought suffering. I was more miserable in that moment than I'd ever been. My phone buzzed. Break the jar, Tim. I looked at my other hand. With the setting sun and the rainy sky, I swear the jar glowed brighter than any streetlight near me. I didn't break it because I was following her instruction. I broke it because I was angry. I broke it because I was upset. I needed a release. I raised my arm above my head and brought it down with one swift motion, shattering the jar on the concrete beneath my feet. That dark, chilly air accompanying the rain spread away like it was the shockwave of a bomb going off, and I was at the epicenter. I saw the warm, yellow light from inside the jar spread rapidly across the ground and ascend into the sky. It was as if I was watching the beginnings of the universe being created, like God had just snapped his fingers and said, "Let there be light." I was engulfed in it. I could no longer see street or rain or anything dark. I felt like I was plummeting into a star going faster than the speed of light. It felt like sitting in front of a fire on a cold winter's night, but that warmth was covering every inch by body. And then I blinked. Immediately I could feel the sheets beneath me, and my back barely touching my wife's. I was staring out the window. The morning light drenched through the glass and gleamed on my face. I stood from bed and grabbed my phone. It was Friday morning. I had one text. "Let me know if you ever need another jar." I called in sick to work. I snuck into my daughter's room and greeted her with a kiss and told her she didn't have to go to preschool today. We were going to have a family day. She smiled and stretched out her arms with a yawn before curling up and falling back asleep. I got back in bed and squeezed my wife tightly. I didn't let go for hours. Our daughter came into our room and woke us up eventually. She was jumping on the bed and shouting for us to wake up. Yesterday, I may have found that annoying. Yesterday, I may have found a lot of things annoying, or monotonous, or dull. But not today. Today, I pulled her under the covers in between me and Kelsey. Today was going to be a good day. Today, I was happy. I'm a long-haul trucker. I stopped for a lost kid on a deserted highway in the dead of night. What I saw attached to him and the question he asked is why I don't drive anymore. This happened a few years back. I was doing long haul, mostly cross-country routes, the kind that take you through vast stretches of nothing. You know the ones, where the radio turns to static for hours, and the only sign of life is the occasional pair of headlights going the other way, miles apart. I was young, eager for the miles, the money, didn't mind the solitude, or so I thought. The route I was on took me across a long, desolate stretch of highway that ran between the borders of two large governmental territories. I don't want to say exactly where, but think big, empty spaces, lots of trees, not much else. It was notorious among drivers for being a dead zone, no signal, no towns for 100 miles either side, and prone to weird weather. Most guys tried to hit it during daylight, but schedules are schedules. Mine had me crossing it deep in the night. I remember the feeling. Utter blackness outside the sweep of my headlights, the kind of dark that feels like it's pressing in on the cab. The only sounds were the drone of the diesel engine, the hiss of the air brakes now and then, and the rhythmic thrum of the tires on asphalt. Hypnotic. Too hypnotic. I'd been driving for about 10 hours, with a short break a few states back. Coffee was wearing off. The dashboard lights were a dull green glow, comforting in a way, but also making the darkness outside seem even more absolute. My eyelids felt like they had lead weights attached. You fight it, you know? Slap your face, roll down the window for a blast of cold air, crank up whatever music you can find that hasn't dissolved into static. I was doing all of that. It must have been around 2 or 3 a.m. I was in that weird state where you're not quite asleep, but not fully awake either. Like your brain is running on low power mode. The white lines on the road were starting to blur together, stretching and warping. Standard fatigue stuff. I remember blinking hard, trying to refocus. That's when I saw it, or thought I saw it. Just a flicker at the edge of my headlights, on the right shoulder of the road. Small, low to the ground. For a split second, I registered a shape, vaguely human-like, and then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness as I passed. My first thought? Deer. Or a coyote. Common enough. But it hadn't moved like an animal. It had been upright. My brain? sluggish as it was, tried to process it. Too small for an adult, too still for an animal startled by a rig. Then the logical part, the part that was still trying to keep me safe on the road, chimed in. You're tired. Seeing things happens. And I almost accepted that, I really did. Shook my head, took a swig of lukewarm water from the bottle beside me, kept my eyes glued to the road ahead. The image, though, it kind of stuck, a small, upright shape, like a child. No way, I told myself. Out here, middle of nowhere, middle of the night? Impossible. Kids don't just wander around on interterritorial highways at 3 a.m. It had to be a trick of the light, a bush, my eyes playing games. I've seen weirder things born of exhaustion. Shadows that dance, trees that look like figures. It's part of the job when you're pushing limits. I drove on for maybe another 30 seconds, the image fading, my rational mind starting to win. Just a figment. Then I glanced at my passenger side mirror. Habit, always checking. And my blood went cold. Not just cold, it felt like it turned to slush. There, illuminated faintly by the red glow of my trailer lights receding into the distance, was the reflection of a small figure, standing, on the shoulder of the road, exactly where I'd thought I'd seen something. It wasn't a bush, it wasn't a shadow. It was small, and it was definitely standing there, unmoving, as my truck pulled further and further away. My heart started hammering against my ribs. This wasn't fatigue. This was real. There was someone, something back there. And it looked tiny. Every instinct screamed at me, danger, wrong, keep going. But another voice, the one that makes us human, I suppose, whispered something else. A kid? Alone out here? What if they're hurt, lost? I fought with myself for a few seconds that stretched into an eternity. The image in the mirror was getting smaller, fainter. If I didn't act now, they'd be lost to the darkness again. God, the thought of leaving a child out there, if that's what it was. Against my better judgment, against that primal urge to just floor it, I made a decision. I slowed the rig, the air brakes hissing like angry snakes. Pulled over to the shoulder, the truck groaning in protest. Put on my hazards, their rhythmic flashing cutting into the oppressive blackness. Then, I did what you're never supposed to do with a full trailer on a narrow shoulder. I started to reverse, slowly, carefully, my eyes flicking between the mirrors, trying to keep the trailer straight, trying to relocate that tiny figure. The crunch of gravel under the tires sounded unnaturally loud. It took a minute, maybe two, but it felt like an hour. The red glow of my taillights eventually washed over the spot again, and there it was. A kid. I stopped the truck so my cab was roughly alongside them, maybe 10 feet away. Switched on the high beams, hoping to get a better look, and also to make myself clearly visible as just a truck, not something else. The kid was small, really small. I'd guess maybe 6, 7 years old. Hard to tell in the glare. They were just standing there, on the very edge of the gravel shoulder, right where the trees began. The woods pressed in close on this stretch of road, tall, dark pines and dense undergrowth that looked like a solid black wall just beyond the reach of my lights. The kid wasn't looking at me. They were facing sort of parallel to the road, just walking, slowly, like they were on a stroll, completely oblivious to the massive 18-wheeler that had just pulled up beside them, engine rumbling, lights blazing. They were wearing what looked like pajamas, thin, light-colored pajamas, in the chill of the night. No coat, no shoes that I could see. My mind reeled. This was wrong. So many levels of wrong. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was almost deafening, amplifying the crickets, the rustle of leaves in the woods from a breeze I couldn't feel in the cab. My heart was still thumping, a weird mix of fear and adrenaline and a dawning sense of responsibility. I rolled down the window. The night air hit me, cold and damp, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. "Hey!" I called out. My voice sounded hoarse, too loud in the quiet. "Hey, kid!" No response. They just kept walking, one small, bare foot in front of the other, at a pace that was taking them absolutely nowhere fast. Their head was down slightly. I couldn't see their face properly. "Kid, are you okay?" I tried again, louder this time. Slowly, so slowly, the kids stopped. They didn't turn their head fully, just sort of angled it a fraction, enough that I could see a pale sliver of cheek in the spill of my headlights. Still not looking at me, still ignoring the multi-ton machine idling beside them. A prickle of unease ran down my spine. Not the normal kind of unease. This was deeper, colder. Animals act weird sometimes, but kids? A lost kid should be scared, relieved, something. This one was nothing. "What are you doing out here all alone?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm, friendly. Like you're supposed to with a scared kid, even though this one didn't seem scared at all. "It's the middle of the night." Silence. Just the sound of their bare feet scuffing softly on the gravel as they took another step, then another. As if my presence was a minor inconvenience, a background noise they were choosing to ignore. This wasn't right. My internal alarm bells were clanging louder now. My hand hovered near the gear stick. Part of me wanted to slam it into drive and get the hell out of there, but the image of this tiny child, alone, possibly in shock. I couldn't just leave, could I? "Where are your parents?" I pushed, my voice a bit sharper than I intended. "Are you lost?" Finally, the kids stopped walking completely. They turned their head just a little more, still not looking directly at my cab, more towards the front of my truck, into the glare of the headlights. I could see their face a bit better now, pale, featureless in the harsh light like a porcelain doll. Small, dark smudges that might have been eyes. No expression, none. Not fear, not sadness, not relief. Just blank. An unreadable slate. Then a voice, small, thin, like the rustle of dry leaves. "Lost." Just that one word. It hung in the air between us. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a fresh wave of concern. Okay, lost. That's something I can deal with. "Okay, kid, lost is okay. We can fix lost. Where do you live? Where were you going?" The kid finally, slowly turned their head fully towards my cab, towards me. I still couldn't make out much detail in their face. The angle, the light, something was obscuring it, keeping it in a sort of shadowy vagueness despite the headlights. But I could feel their gaze. It wasn't like a normal kid's look. There was a weight to it, an intensity that was deeply unsettling for such a small form. "Home," the kid said, that same thin, reedy voice, "trying to get home." "Right, home. Where is home?" I asked, leaning forward a bit, trying to project reassurance. "Is it near here? Did you wander off from a campsite? A car?" There were no campsites for miles, no broken down cars on the shoulder. I knew that. The kid didn't answer that question directly. Instead, they took a small step towards the truck, then another. My hand tensed on the door handle, ready to open it, to offer... What? A ride? Shelter? I didn't know. "It's cold out here," I said, stating the obvious. "You should get in. We can get you warm, and I can call for help when we get to a spot with a signal." My CB was useless, just static. My phone had shown no service for the last hour. The kid stopped about 5 feet from my passenger door, still in that pale, thin, pajama-like outfit. Barefoot on the sharp gravel, they should be shivering, crying. They were doing neither. "Can you help me?" the kid asked. The voice was still small, but there was a different inflection to it now. Less flat, a hint of something else. Pleading, maybe? "Yeah, of course I can help you," I said. That's why I stopped. "Where are your parents? How did you get here?" The kid tilted their head, a jerky, unnatural little movement. "They're waiting. At home." "Okay. And where's home? Which direction?" I gestured vaguely up and down the empty highway. The kid didn't point down the road. They made a small, subtle gesture with their head, a little nod towards the trees, towards the impenetrable darkness of the woods lining the highway. "In there," the kid said. My stomach clenched. In the woods? Your home is in the woods? Lost, the kid repeated, as if that explained everything. Trying to find the path. It's dark. Yeah, it's very dark, I agreed, my eyes scanning the tree line. It looked like a solid wall of black. No sign of any path, any habitation. Just dense, old-growth forest. The kind of place you could get lost in for days, even in daylight. Can you come out? The kid asked. Help me look? It's not far. I can't see it from here. Every rational thought in my head screamed, no. Get out of the truck? In the middle of nowhere, in the pitch dark, with this strange child who wanted me to go into those woods? Number absolutely not. But the kid looked so small, so vulnerable. If there was even a tiny chance they were telling the truth, that their house was just a little way in, and they were genuinely lost. I don't think that's a good idea, buddy, I said, trying to sound gentle. It's dangerous in there at night. For both of us. Best thing is for you to hop in here with me. We'll drive until we get a signal, and then we'll call the police, or the rangers. They can help find your home properly. The kid just stood there, that blank, unreadable face fixed on me. But it's right there, they insisted, their voice a little more insistent now. Just a little way. I can almost see it. If you just step out. The light from your door would help. My skin was crawling. There was something profoundly wrong with this scenario. The way they were trying to coax me out. The lack of normal emotional response. The pajamas, the bare feet, the woods. I looked closer at the kid, trying to pierce that strange vagueness around their features. My headlights were bright, but it was like they absorbed the light rather than reflected it. Their eyes. I still couldn't really see their eyes, just dark hollows. I really think you should get in the truck, I said, my voice firmer now. It's warmer in here. We can figure it out together. The kid took another step closer. They were almost at my running board now. Please, they said, that reedy voice again. My leg hurts. I can't walk much further. If you could just help me a little. Just to the path. My internal conflict was raging. My trucker instincts, honed by years of seeing weird stuff and hearing weirder stories at truck stops, were blaring warnings. But the human part, the part that saw a child in distress, was still there, still arguing. I was tired, so damn tired. Maybe I wasn't thinking straight. Maybe this was all some bizarre misunderstanding. I squinted, trying to see past the kid, towards the tree line they'd indicated. Was there a faint trail I was missing? A flicker of light deep in the woods? Nothing, just blackness, solid, unyielding blackness. And then I saw it. It wasn't something I saw clearly at first. It was more like an anomaly, a disturbance in the darkness behind the kid. The kid was standing with their back mostly to the woods facing my truck. Behind them, the darkness of the forest was absolute. Or it should have been. But there was something connected to them. Something that stretched from the small of their back, from under the thin pajama top, and disappeared into the deeper shadows of the trees. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, a weird shadow cast by my headlights hitting them at an odd angle. Maybe a rope they were dragging? A piece of clothing snagged on a branch? I leaned forward, trying to get a clearer view. The kid was still talking, their voice a low, persistent murmur. It's not far. Please, just help me. I'm so cold. But I wasn't really listening to the words anymore. I was focused on that thing behind them. It wasn't a rope. It wasn't a shadow. It was a tube, a long, dark, thick tube. It seemed to emerge directly from the kid's lower back, impossibly, seamlessly. It was dark matte, like a strip of the night itself given form, and it snaked away from the child, maybe 10, 15 feet, before disappearing into the inky blackness between two thick pine trunks. It wasn't rigid. It seemed to have a slight, almost imperceptible flexibility, like a massive, sluggish umbilical cord made of shadow. It didn't reflect any light from my headlamps. It just absorbed it. My breath hitched in my throat. My blood, which had been cold before, now felt like it had frozen solid. This wasn't just wrong. This was impossible. Unnatural. The kid was still trying to coax me. Are you going to help me? It's just there. You're so close. My voice, when I finally found it, was barely a whisper. I couldn't take my eyes off that appendage. Kid, what is that? Behind you? The kid flinched. Not a big movement, just a tiny, almost imperceptible tightening of their small frame. Their head, which had been tilted pleadingly, straightened. The blankness on their face seemed to solidify. What's what? They asked, their voice suddenly devoid of that pleading tone. It was flat again, colder. That thing, I stammered, pointing with a shaking finger. Coming out of your back, going into the woods. What is that? The kid didn't turn to look. They didn't need to. Their gaze, those dark, unseen eyes, bored into me. It's nothing, they said. The voice was still small, but it had a new edge to it, a hardness. You're seeing things. You're tired. They were using my own earlier rationalization against me. No, I said, my voice gaining a tremor of conviction born of sheer terror. No, I'm not. I see it. It's right there. It's connected to you. The kid was silent for a long moment. The only sound was the thumping of my own heart, so loud I was sure they could hear it. The crickets had stopped. The wind seemed to die down. An unnatural stillness fell over the scene. Then, the kid's face began to change. It wasn't a dramatic movie monster transformation. It was far more subtle and far more terrifying. The blankness didn't leave, but it sharpened. The pale skin seemed to tighten over the bones. The areas where the eyes were, those dark smudges, seemed to deepen, to become more shadowed, more intense. And a flicker of something ancient and utterly alien passed across their features. It wasn't human anger. It was something older, colder, and infinitely more patient, now strained to its limit. The air in my cab suddenly felt thick, heavy, hard to breathe. Just come out of the truck, the kid said, and the voice, oh God, the voice. It wasn't the small, reedy voice of a child anymore. It was deeper, resonant, with a strange, grating undertone like stones grinding together. It was coming from that small frame, but it was impossibly large, impossibly old. It vibrated in my chest. Come out, now. The command was absolute. My hand, which had been hovering near the gear stick, now gripped it like a lifeline. My other hand fumbled for the ignition key, which I'd stupidly left in. What are you? I choked out, staring at the monstrous thing playing dress-up in a child's form, at the dark, pulsating tube that was its anchor to the shadows. The kid's head tilted again, that jerky, unnatural movement. The expression on its face, if you could call it that, was one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Contempt, like I was a particularly stupid insect it had failed to swat. And then it spoke, in that same terrible, resonant, grinding voice. The words it said are burned into my memory, colder than any winter night. Why? It rasped, the sound seeming to scrape the inside of my skull. The fuck, are humans smarter now? That was it. That one sentence. The sheer cosmic frustration in it, the implication of past encounters, of easier prey, the utter alien nature of it. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I reacted. Primal fear, the kind that bypasses all higher brain function, took over. My hand twisted the key. The diesel engine roared back to life, a sudden, violent explosion of sound in the horrifying stillness. The kid, the thing, actually recoiled. A small, jerky step back. The expression, that awful, tightened, ancient look, intensified. I slammed the gear stick into drive. My foot stomped on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel for a terrifying second before they bit into the asphalt. I didn't look at it. I couldn't. I stared straight ahead, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the whole cab vibrating around me. The truck surged forward, gaining speed with agonizing slowness. For a horrible moment, I imagined that tube thing whipping out, trying to snag the trailer to pull me back, to drag me into those woods. I imagined that small figure with its ancient, terrible voice, somehow keeping pace. I risked a glance in my driver's side mirror. It was standing there, on the shoulder, unmoving. The headlights of my departing truck cast its small silhouette into sharp relief, and behind it, the dark tube was still visible, a thick, obscene cord snaking back into the endless night of the forest. It didn't seem to be retracting or moving. It just was. The thing didn't pursue. It just stood and watched me go. And that somehow was almost worse. The sheer confidence, the patience, like it knew there would be others. Or maybe it was just annoyed that this particular attempt had failed. I drove. I don't know for how long. I just drove. My foot was welded to the floor. The engine screamed. I watched the speedometer needle climb, far past any legal or safe limit for a rig that size, on a road that dark. I didn't care. The image of that thing, that child shape with its dark umbilical to the woods, and that voice, that awful grinding voice asking its horrifying question, was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I must have driven for an hour, maybe more, at speeds that should have gotten me killed or arrested, before the adrenaline started to fade, replaced by a bone-deep shaking exhaustion that was more profound than any fatigue I'd ever known. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely keep the wheel straight. Tears were streaming down my face, not from sadness, but from sheer, unadulterated terror and relief. When the first hint of dawn started to gray the eastern sky, and my phone finally beeped, indicating a single bar of service, I pulled over at the first wide spot I could find. I practically fell out of the cab, vomiting onto the gravel until there was nothing left but dry heaves. I sat there on the cold ground, shaking for a long time, watching the sun come up, trying to convince myself that it had been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But I knew it wasn't. The detail of that tube, the voice, the question. You don't hallucinate something that specific, that coherent, that utterly alien. I never reported it. Who would I report it to? What would I say? Officer, I saw a little kid who was actually an ancient cosmic horror tethered to the woods by a nightmare umbilical cord, and it got mad because I didn't want to be its dinner. They'd have locked me up, breathalyzed me, drug tested me, sent me for a psych eval. I finished that run on autopilot, dropped the load, drove my rig back to the yard, and I quit. I told them I was burned out, needed a break. They tried to convince me to stay, offered me different routes, more pay. I just couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that kid, that tube, those woods. Every dark road felt like a trap. I found a local job, something that keeps me home at night. I don't drive in remote areas anymore if I can help it, especially not at night. I still have nightmares. Sometimes, when I'm very tired, driving home late from somewhere, I'll see a flicker at the edge of my vision, on the side of the road, and my heart will try to beat its way out of my chest. I don't know what that thing was. An alien? A demon? Something else? Something that doesn't fit into our neat little categories? All I know is that it's out there, and it's patient. And it seems to have learned that its old tricks aren't as effective as they used to be. Why the fuck are humans smarter now? That question haunts me. It implies they weren't always. It implies that once upon a time, we were easier. That maybe, just maybe, people like me, tired and alone on dark roads, used to just step out of the cab when asked, and were never seen again. So if you're ever driving one of those long, lonely stretches of road, deep in the night, and you see something you can't explain, maybe just keep driving. Maybe being smarter now means knowing when not to stop. Knowing when to ignore that little voice telling you to help, because what's asking for help might not be what it seems. Stay safe out there, and for God's sake, stay on the well-lit roads. Maria on the moon. Did you know that early astronomers thought there were oceans on the moon? I asked, looking up from my book. My mom shifted in her bed, a tangle of IV tubes shifting with her. Of course. The moon seems like the perfect place to find an ocean. What a shame we never found water then, I said, because those false seas, astronomers called them Maria. Mom smiled. How sweet of them to name the moon oceans after me. Well, they didn't find any oceans, I reminded her. Maybe they just didn't look hard enough, she replied, a little laugh slipping from her lips. For all of the pain she was in, all of the fear she must feel, my mother always had the kind of laugh that could light a candle. We were in her hospital room, the same one we'd been in and out of for the last year and a half. Sometimes we had a roommate, sometimes we were alone. Always she held steady enough for both of us, the rock I tied my hope to, the wall against the grief I knew was coming. Cancer is such a mundane word for something so hungry and cruel. I've noticed medicine does that a lot, covers horror with tedious language like a bedsheet over a body. Malignant, inoperable, metastasized, terminal. But when she laughed, we weren't in the hospital anymore, we were home. When she laughed, she wasn't sick, she was young again, and I was a kid, and the world was a bright place begging to be explored. What a miracle my mother was. Cancer had taken so much from her, aged and hurt her, but it could never steal her laugh. That was hers to keep. How are we feeling today? The doctor asked. He came in less and less often. We could all sense this was the final stay in this room. Just brilliant, Doc, my mom said, struggling to sit a little higher. We can still go dancing later if you'd like, though we'll have to ask for my son's blessing. Ever since his dad died, Brian's been very protective of me. I put on a stern face. I'll need to know your intentions are pure, Doctor. Bradshaw. As the driven snow, he played along. But I might need a rain check on the dance, Ms. Willen. I'm not as young as I used to be. He emphasized his age, running his fingers through gray-white hair. My mom tapped her bare scalp. Right there with you, Tiger, she said. Dr. Bradshaw smiled, but I could tell he was burdened. I saw him glance at the small idol I'd placed on my mother's nightstand. The talisman was a miniature oak tree carved from gray soapstone. There were 4 faces etched into the tree, a sentry against ill health and bitter spirits. I could tell the stone tree made the doctor uncomfortable. In all honesty, I had a tough time looking at the idol for more than a few seconds. The faces were each whittled in vivid expression. The face closest to my mother's bed was smiling kindly, and the face pointed towards the door was snarling, meant to ward away harm. The final 2 faces were both weeping. All 4 shapes were too human, too raw. There was a weirdness to the stone tree that put people on edge, but I'd grown used to every shade of weird you can imagine. My mother's side of the family was full of stories of unexplained luck and mysterious tragedy, whispered secrets and unexplained deaths. By all accounts, my maternal grandmother was either an honest-to-goodness witch or full-bore, high-caliber crazy, or both. Probably both. The stone tree was from a box of my grandmother's things I'd found in the attic earlier that month. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but my mom did seem to get a bit better when I'd brought in the talisman, at least for a little while. I was daydreaming about family history and the odd box while Dr. Bradshaw checked his charts and Mom's vitals. "Can I talk to you for a moment?" he asked, ripping me back to reality. Dr. Bradshaw tried to keep a light tone, but I could tell he didn't have good news. The hospital hallway smelled like ammonia and birthday cake. Someone must have had a party, maybe a patient, maybe a nurse. Strange how you remember the insignificant details while your world is crashing down around you. "I'm so sorry," Dr. Bradshaw told me. "The results came in this morning. It's spreading aggressively. We held it back as long as we could, Brian. Your mom is a fighter, but right now we just need to try to keep her as comfortable as we can. Brian?" The wall was cracking, grief waiting on the other side, heavy and cold as an empty house. I'd known for months that this was the most likely outcome, but it still hurt to hear. Hurt worse than I could stomach. "There's nothing left to try?" I asked, fighting down the urge to throw up. "Anything? Experimental? Untested? Anything?" Dr. Bradshaw shook his head. "I'm sorry. Sometimes we just run out of options. She fought a good fight." How long does she have left? I asked, looking back into her room. She'd fallen asleep. Not long, maybe days. Have you considered hospice? The smell of ammonia and birthday cake. The steady beep of Mom's heart monitor. I tried to focus on the world around me. My hope wasn't dead yet. If medicine couldn't help my mom, maybe something older could. I thought of the box of my grandmother's things waiting in the attic. There was a lot in there I hadn't gone through yet. Books and candles and secrets and lost things. Maybe there was a cure, or at least a way to keep the fight going. No, I said. If all that's left is to make her comfortable, I want to take her home. The doctor smiled. I understand. We can give you some medication, ways to help her with the pain. He put his hand on my shoulder. Your mom's been in a lot of pain, but she'll have peace soon. You've done all you can. I know, I lied. Thank you. Mom lived in a small ranch house 10 miles outside of town. There wasn't much in the way of neighbors besides some woods and a creek slithering through her yard. It was a windy, warm March afternoon when I took my dying mother home. That night I began my work. I was going to turn the house into a bunker, a maze death could never solve. I would keep my mother safe. I would find a way to keep her alive. The little red book was full of ideas. Running water was an obvious place to start. The creek behind the house was barely a trickle, but it should provide some coverage to the south side of the property. Salt was next, lining the doorways and window frames, then in an unbroken circle around the entire house. This step was to be repeated daily, the red book stressed, or even multiple times per day. Even a moderate breeze played holy havoc with any salt poured outside, so it was always best to trace and retrace every few hours. Water and salt were common defenses against man's oldest enemy and well known. The book offered other, less conventional advice. It took me nearly a week to finish carving the symbols and signs into the walls, the floors, even the trees on the property. Sometime around noon on the third day, on my back in the crawl space etching strange marks onto the underside of the floor, it struck me how ridiculous I was acting. There was no proof that any of the information in the little red book was anything other than the delusional ramblings of a bizarre woman I'd only met once or twice as a child. For all I knew, the runes meant to ward off death were actually a grocery list written in Cantonese. But I was desperate, and every time I saw my mother, she looked frailer, more fragile. So I continued carving and praying and building layers upon layers of protections to keep death far away. Making my marks took me all over the property. It was a big yard, nearly 3 acres that blended gradually into the surrounding forest. I wasn't able to pinpoint the exact boundary where cultivated met nature. The edges simply bled together. But I did my best to create a clean border with lines between the symbols. I'd always loved the wildness here, the way you could wander a few hundred yards away from home and feel like you'd traveled hundreds of years into the past to somewhere primal. This was the perfect playground for a kid, whether I was out exploring trails or trapping minnows, or spending the summer building yet another treehouse, convinced this would be the final one. It never was. I was never satisfied. The house itself, though small, was more than enough room for my mother and me. Dad died when I was 7. I don't remember much about him, just how big he seemed, with a bonfire grin and arms that I thought could hold the whole world. My mom often said I took after my father. I could see it in the old pictures of him. We had the same eyes, green as moss in the summer, and the same fiery shock of red hair, enemy to every comb on the planet. The sicker Mom got, the more often she called me by my father's name. I worried when she drifted away like that, but a part of me was proud she'd mistake me for him. After all of the symbols were carved, there were a few steps left in the book to deter death from visiting. There were dozens of charms and talismans in the bottom of the old box in the attic. I sat up there, combing through everything my grandmother left behind, referencing the red book, pushing the tiny charms into tidy piles. None of the idols were larger than my thumb. Some were iron and others were wood. Some were heavy, others light. All of them were uncomfortable to look at or touch. The attic was drafty, but not nearly enough to explain the cold that burrowed into me as I sorted the charms. I'm not particularly tall, but the attic felt like it was designed for dolls. beams so low I couldn't even walk bent over. I moved around on my knees, rough floorboards threatening splinters even through my jeans. I could have taken the box downstairs where I'd have more room, but the idea filled me with a deep unease. It seemed better to leave the box up in the attic, only taking down objects as I needed them. Up here, at least, my grandmother's items, her legacy was quarantined. The Red Book was very specific about the distribution of the totems around the house and property. I walked carefully through my mom's backyard, boots plopping in and out of mud, compass in hand. It had rained nearly every day since I'd taken my mom home from the hospital. I knew it was almost certainly a coincidence, but couldn't help wonder if the soft curtains of rain falling to the ground were for her. I placed charms in a compass rose with the house in the middle. The most disturbing objects were given places of honor at each cardinal direction. Water, salt, wards, charms, all placed carefully, intentionally. My grandmother's book promised that these would offer some degree of protection against the inevitability of death. The symbols would confuse it, the talismans distract it, and the water and salt make barriers to slow it down. But death might still find a crack to slip through, so the Red Book recommended one final trick. There was a small candle in the bottom of the box, dirty white as stained paper. When I took the candle from its case, the smell made me gag. Have you ever walked past a portable toilet in the dog days of summer? When it's so hot the blue plastic has started to warp and bubble? Imagine that smell distilled into a finger's worth of wax. I brought the candle downstairs, placed it on the dining room table, and set it alight. The wick caught immediately, the flame burning an unusual red-brown. No heat came off of the candle, and it actually seemed cooler the closer I moved my hand to the fire. Once the wax began to melt, the smell was 10 times worse than it was back in the attic. I choked down a greasy sickness crawling up my throat and quickly left the room, shutting the French doors as I went. That helped trap the odor, but I couldn't shake the sense of nausea. I went to check on my mother. "Do you remember the day you ran away?" my mom asked, sitting in her bed, lunch untouched on the nightstand beside her. I didn't think she had any weight left to lose before she was nothing but bone and memory. Her skin was rice paper over a frame that seemed smaller every day. Her eyes, though, no matter how fragile the rest of her became, remained two little lanterns against the dark, blue and bright and alive. "I didn't make it very far," I answered, "and I wasn't really running away, only stretching my legs." Mom smiled. "You told me you were leaving for the circus. You wanted to be either a lion tamer or a strong man or maybe a fire eater." I think I wanted to be all of that combined. Young me was big on multitasking. My mother turned, so she was looking out the window into the yard. "I was so scared when I found your note, the one saying you were leaving. My hands were shaking like you wouldn't believe when I called the sheriff and then Mr. Jonas down the way. It felt like we were searching for you for half the night, even though it couldn't have been more than an hour before we found you there, lost in the woods, wandering around and shivering. You hadn't even brought a jacket." I sat next to my mom on the bed. "Yeah, I didn't exactly plan ahead for my circus escape. I remember getting over the idea real quick, but I couldn't find my way back. I'm glad you found me." "I'm glad too," my mother said, and I noticed her wipe away a tear. "I'm so glad. That hour you were gone, Brian, that was the most afraid I've ever been. Afraid we wouldn't find you. Afraid you might be hurt or worse. I couldn't hardly breathe through the fear. Then suddenly, you were there and the relief nearly knocked me over. I think we stayed up together the rest of the night watching the stars. I wanted to make sure you could find the North Star in case you ever got lost again." She turned back to me, reached out her thin hand and placed it over mine. There were still tears in her eyes, but she smiled her lighthouse smile, and for a moment, I saw her just as she used to be, just as she was the night I ran away and my mom found me. I squeezed her hand. I was scared too. I was afraid I'd be stuck out there. "What made you think of it?" "Well, I've been thinking a lot about dying lately and—" "Don't," I interrupted. "Don't talk like that. You're not going anywhere, not for a long time." "It's okay," she said, squeezing my hand back. "It's okay. I've known real fear and what I'm feeling now. It's not like that. I'm scared, I guess, but I'm at peace with it. I had such a beautiful life. I'm so glad I got to meet you, to be your mom. I'm glad too, I whispered, voice breaking on the last word. But I won't let you go without a fight, I added silently in my mind. Something was trying to get to my mom. The strangeness began the day after I lit the candle. At first it was small blips, tiny wrongs that I chalked up to my imagination. Doors I knew I'd closed at night were open in the morning. Food began to rot and spoil within days of me bringing it into the house. Eventually, food would go bad almost immediately. Every few hours, the television in the living room would either turn off if it was running or on if it was off. Clocks would stop overnight, always at 3:03 a.m. Shadows began sticking to the corners of rooms independent of any light sources. The shadows were stubborn, and they would linger for as long as I would stare, then disappear when I blinked. I began hearing bumps and knocks at all hours, and sometimes, when I'd enter an empty room, I had a sharp, fleeting certainty that it was only just occupied. I avoided the dining room except to check in twice a day to see if the candle was still burning. The smell was vicious and would claw its way into your throat and nostrils the moment it was given a chance. I kept the door to the room shut and kept air fresheners running in the surrounding rooms 24/7. The funny thing was, the candle never went out, never even seemed to shrink. I could see the wax melting, but day in and day out, the candle refused to change. Days marched into weeks, and the wrongness only grew deeper. My mom and I both lost sleep to vivid nightmares that we couldn't remember when we woke up. Only the echoes remained, but those were enough to leave my pulse sprinting until morning. I started sleeping in a chair in my mother's room. I did this to comfort her if she woke up confused during the night, but also because, if I'm being honest, I was too scared to sleep alone. I felt like a child running into his parents' room, convinced there was a monster under the bed. Thing is, maybe there was. By the third week, I couldn't keep doors closed. They would slam open the moment I left the room. A terrible scratching began inside of the walls. I told my mom it might be squirrels or mice, but the sound was so insistent, not like rodents milling about, more like a dog wanting in. I stopped leaving the house for supplies. Instead, I had what little food we ate delivered. I kept the curtains drawn. There was tapping on the glass every night. About a month after leaving the hospital, we were living like zombies. The dining room couldn't contain the smell of the candle anymore. The entire house was clogged with the scent. Tiny noises had graduated into full-on laughs and screams and whispers in the rooms around us. Something kicked the bathroom door so hard while I was taking a shower that the hinges warped. I covered every mirror in the house. I'd started to see things in the corners looking back at me, half-hidden faces, shapes that skittered away as soon as I turned around. Mom was drifting further and further away. She had long moments of confusion where she'd forget my name, forget where we were. Sometimes she'd think I was my dad. Other times, she'd just stare at the wall for hours, growing fainter and fainter each day like a Polaroid left in the sun. But she was alive. It was clear that we were under siege by something. My world shrank to only one room, and every trip to the bathroom, or to answer the door for food, felt like going over the trenches. The noises kept getting worse and worse, the shadows closer, the sense of movement around the house sharper. Every now and then I would feel hot breath on the back of my neck or walk through a cold patch hanging in the air. I stopped bothering redrawing the lines of salt around the house. I knew deep in my bones that as long as the sickly candle burned, death could not take my mom away. On the 33rd day after leaving the hospital, I woke with a start from a nightmare, only to find my mom's bed empty. She hadn't been able to walk the past week at all, so my first feeling was hope that she might be improving, at least a little. Then I noticed the odor we'd been living with for weeks was gone. "Mom!" I shouted, running in bare feet out of the room. I found her in the dining room, the door wide open. She was standing at the table, frail as a neglected scarecrow, bobbing back and forth. Her hands were hovering over the candle. The flame was out. "Why did you do that?" I whispered. "Mom? Mom?" Are you okay? I padded into the room, the wooden floor freezing cold. My mother didn't react to my presence. She just continued rocking side to side. I realized she was still asleep. Mom? I gently shook her shoulder. Wake up. Her head snapped back and she nearly fell. I caught her on the way down. It felt like she weighed nothing at all. What's going on? She asked, looking around the dark room. Where? You're okay, I told her. You were sleepwalking. I was having the most unusual dream, Mom mumbled. There were so many stars and... She began to shiver uncontrollably. The cold hit me a moment later. I let out a gasp. The house was chilly before, but the dining room was near Arctic. My breath bloomed into a thin cloud in front of my face. I became acutely aware of the complete silence filling the house. Then I heard scratching. It was coming all throughout the house, deep tearing sounds at the walls around the dining room. Footsteps came immediately after, heavy and fast. Somewhere in the house, a window shattered. Brian, my mother said, holding on to me. Don't worry, I said. Everything will be... My voice deserted me as a massive shadow unfolded in the corner of the room. It was shaped like a man, but tall. So very tall. And it was fast. Before I could yell, the shadow was on us, pouring over my mother. In the space of a heartbeat, she was simply gone. No, I whispered, clawing at the dissolving shadow where my mom used to be. No, 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 no. The shadow was disappearing like a puddle, sinking into the floor. There was a texture to it, oily and too slick to hold. I thought of my mother the night she found me lost in the woods, the night I'd run away. Her face filled my memory, her lighthouse smile. I remembered the relief I felt when she found me, the overwhelming love. I held on to that feeling, clutching it close. You can't have her, I whispered. I closed my fist around the last threads of the shadow. There was a terrible sensation of pulling. It was like I'd caught a horse by the tail and it was trying to shake me. But I held on. A sense of ripping and being dragged. It was a riptide with a mind of its own. But I held on. It could not shake me. The temperature was dropping every second and I felt my vision growing dark. The last thought that ran through my head before I blacked out was a promise to myself that even if I died, my grip would hold. I wouldn't let my mother's life slip away. All sounds and light faded, narrowing to a pinprick and then going black. I woke up under a field of stars. I was lying in soft grass, still wearing my pajama bottoms and an old t-shirt. It was cool, wherever I was, but comfortably so. I stood up. There were trees all around me, tall and close, stitched together with shadows. Immediately to my right, there was a road that ran straight as far as I could see, blurring into the horizon. But the stars, they were like nothing I'd ever seen before. Bright ribbons of northern lights rippled above me in green and blue and purple. Stars lit the sky like millions of lanterns floating on a still ocean. The moon shone sharpest of all, a spotlight hanging above the tree line, so close I thought I could stretch up and brush its face. You are persistent, said a voice from the forest behind me. I whipped around but couldn't see anyone. Then a dark spot began to clarify against the gloom. The silhouette separated itself and moved towards me. I recognized it instantly as the shadow from the dining room. As it moved closer, the thing grew and grew until it touched the sky and filled my vision. A deep dread sank into me, but I stood my ground. Give me back my mom, I shouted. The silhouette pulled away from the sky, and then it was standing in front of me, the shape and size of a tall man. But instead of a shadow, the thing had wrapped itself in stars. Miniature constellations drifted across its body, floating slowly like a time-lapse of a clear night sky. Burning brightest was the North Star, blue and warm. The space between the stars was absolute black, not a shadow, but a complete absence of light. It was the most beautiful, terrifying thing I'd ever seen. What are you? I whispered. You know, it replied. Give her back, I begged. Please, give her back. I can't, it's her time, past her time. You delayed me, delayed her. I clenched my fists. She didn't get enough time. I didn't get enough time. It's not right. It's not fair. Of course it's not fair, the starry thing said. But it is right. You each have your time. And at the end of it, there's me. And there is a road. And we walk it together. Where to? I asked. Where are you taking her? I don't know. It's not for me to know, only to know how to get there. Then I won't let you take her. I planted myself in the road. The world was still and solemn around us. The constellations drifted like clouds, and a soft breeze stirred the branches. The starry thing didn't respond for a moment. Your mother was kind and caring. Wherever she goes, she'll have peace, it promised. But, the creature raised its hand. Did you ever stop to think that death isn't an enemy? Death simply is. It is the natural partner to life. It knows no prejudice or malice, has no designs or ambitions. Your mother spent so long suffering, felt so much pain. Instead of letting her rest, you took it upon yourself to draw her life beyond its given course. You kept her alive, but at the cost of stretching her thin, prolonging her sickness, diluting her. Did you keep her alive for her benefit or for yours? I couldn't answer. Stretching a life is unnatural, dangerous, it told me. In the weeks you kept me away, you drew the attention of old things, hungry things, forces that would like nothing better than to swallow even the memory of your mother, to tear and bite until there was nothing left but pain and fear and a perfect emptiness. I shuddered, remembering the clawing sounds, the shattered window, and the laughter from empty rooms. I'm sorry, I whispered. Can they hurt her here? Is she safe? The stars in the shadow burned brighter for a moment. Your mother won't walk her road alone. None of you do. I walk with you, always to the end. Can I see her? I asked. Please, let me say goodbye. It considered for several seconds. You are persistent. And then the starry thing was gone. I was standing alone on an empty road. Brian. I turned to find my mother behind me on the road. She looked younger, healthier than I'd seen her in years. The frailty was gone, and my mother seemed exactly as I remembered her when she found me in the woods all those years ago. Isn't this the most beautiful dream? She asked, staring up at the night sky. Yeah, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. A beautiful dream. I love you, Mom. I love you so much, so very much. She smiled and touched my cheek. I love you too. Don't cry, it's okay. I'll wake up any time now. I'll see you then. I nodded, wiping at tears. Sure, yeah, I'll see you then. What do you think is at the end of the road? She asked. Do you think I'll have time to find out before I wake up? I looked out at the road, scanning the trees for any hungry shadows. I don't know. I don't know where it goes, but promise me you'll be careful. My mom smiled wider. Of course I'll be careful. And she won't walk alone, said a familiar voice behind us both. I turned, expecting the starry thing. But the man standing on the road was entirely normal. The light from the moon was enough that I could see he had moss-green eyes and a bright shock of red hair. Such a beautiful dream, my mother said. The man came towards us and took my mother's hand. He and I looked so alike, I could see why my mother confused us when she was sick. Take care of her, I told the man. Just please take care of her. Make sure she gets where she's going. There are things out there that want her, to hurt her. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The man squeezed my shoulder. She'll be safe, watched over. If the devil himself is waiting on the road ahead, he'll move, or he'll be moved. I believed him. Thoughts raced through my head. There were so many things I wanted to say, questions, a million ways to say goodbye. I wanted to stretch out the moment for as long as I could, but I realized I'd already delayed my mother enough. I love you, I told them both. Goodbye. I woke up back in my dining room, sitting at the table, the unlit candle in front of me. The house was quiet and still. There was no more scratching, no sound or sense of life at all. I walked through every room. The house was empty. I was alone. I've spent the past couple months working on the house, erasing the marks I'd made, fixing up the property. Some nights I take long walks out into the forest. I'm far enough out in the country that on clear nights it's like looking up at a sea of stars. I think about my parents the most during those walks. I grieve and remember in my own way. And I wonder where their road went, if they're still traveling or if they reached their destination. I hope that their road takes them strange and beautiful places. When I walk at night, I look up for the North Star to keep from getting lost. Maybe they do the same. When it's full, I also look up towards the moon. I wonder if my parents had a chance to visit, to search for hidden oceans. I like to think they did, that the moon has at least one Maria, the one I love most. This is not a suicide note. 3 months ago I learned of my uncle's passing. We weren't particularly close, but he left me one of his houses in the will. I was touched, but just wanted to sell it off. I'm a fairly new father of twin girls and didn't need another thing to manage right now. To speed up the process, I decided to travel across the country, to live in the house until a sale was assured. My job just requires a laptop and phone, so I was approved to work remotely for the time being. Unfortunately, my wife had to stay at her job, so I had to come alone. At first, I treated it as a mini vacation. I had hoped it would only last a week, but the process was more involved than I thought. I had a realtor taking care of most things, but after a month, I'm still here. I noticed things going wrong right away. Stuff was never where I last placed it. I'd see shadows out of the corner of my eye. I'd lose track of time constantly. I thought it was caused by stress, loneliness. Except for the few times the realtor came by with prospective buyers, the house was the quietest place I had ever been in. Before I completely lost my mind, the neighbor came by with a dog. She was an elderly woman who explained that she had been dog-sitting while my uncle was in the hospital. Now that I was here, she thought I should take Buster, the golden retriever. I thought the neighbor might have been forgetful because she seemed to think my uncle had just passed last week. Either way, I fell in love with Buster, and his presence was exactly what I needed. I even thought it would be a tremendous present to bring home to my girls. I just hoped my wife would feel the same way. However, even the dog could tell something was wrong with the house. Buster accepted his new living arrangements pretty quickly, but would never willingly go upstairs. This was all right with me at the time. I thought it would make it easier to keep track of him. Then Buster disappeared. Literally, 1 second he was standing right behind me as I was opening the treat jar to give him a snack. My eyes left him for just a moment to put the jar back, and then he was gone. I ran through the whole house calling his name. The kitchen was connected to the living room, and on the other end of that was the master bedroom and study. The other end of the kitchen led to a dining room which was connected to the entrance hall that also led into the living room and stairs to the second floor. After walking upstairs, you had a choice of right or left along a balcony that overlooked the living room on one side and entrance on the other. Going left led immediately to a guest room and game room. Going right led to 2 more guest rooms and a bathroom at the end of the hall. I looked in every room and had to accept that somehow the dog made it outside, even though there was no doggy door and every door and window had been closed and locked. So I searched the surrounding neighborhood for another hour before giving up. I was thinking about making flyers when I opened the front door and heard Buster scrambling towards me from the kitchen. I was ecstatic, of course, but I just couldn't wrap my head around how I could have missed him. I let Buster sleep in the bed with me that night. In hindsight, it was a huge mistake, but it made me feel better at the time. Things picked up at work, though, and I soon forgot about all the strangeness surrounding this house. Clients called me constantly, but we were getting a lot done, and I landed multiple large contracts in a row. I was working around the clock, but I knew I'd be due a promotion once I returned to the home office. Several times I'd get lost in a phone call or spreadsheet and suddenly find that it was nighttime. I'd be so absorbed with work that I would block out Buster whining for food or to go outside. I started to set alarms to keep track, but I had too many important clients to slow down. I was on top of the world, but my health was starting to suffer. I'd forget to eat and even sleep sometimes. There was always something else to do or someone to talk to. I even got better at taking care of Buster, better than I was taking care of myself at least. Then my good mood ended with a bang, literally. Buster was whining behind me as I finished another spreadsheet. Then we both heard a door slam upstairs. For the first time since I brought him inside, Buster ran upstairs by himself. I almost called the cops, but I felt silly with the phone in my hand. I started to doubt I had heard anything at all. And if there were an intruder, surely Buster would have been making more noise. So I mustered all the courage I could manage and crept upstairs with frying pan as my weapon. It was dark upstairs, but enough moonlight was coming in from the downstairs windows for me to make out Buster standing in front of the bathroom. I had purposely closed every door when I last came through here, looking for the lost dog, but this door was now wide open. I flipped on the hallway light, but nothing happened. With no better ideas, I raised my frying pan high and walked slowly to the bathroom. There was no window in here, so it was pure darkness inside. I was terrified. Bizarrely, Buster just looked frozen. His tail stood straight up, and he just stood there pointed towards the door. I tried to take it as a good sign that he still wasn't barking. That's what finally got me through the threshold and into the bathroom. The whole time, my eyes had been getting used to the darkness, and the bathroom was too small for there to have been anyone there without me noticing. I started to relax when I took a step forward into something sticky. I suddenly realized that I had my cell phone in my pocket. I pulled it out and turned it on to cast some light on the floor. I immediately dropped it at the sight of the bright red liquid that surrounded my feet. I fled the upstairs, and this triggered Buster to follow. This time I had no trouble calling the police. Thankfully, there was already a patrol car nearby, so 2 officers arrived within a couple of minutes. Their powerful flashlights cut through the darkness like knives, but they soon found nothing was wrong with the upstairs lights. Something did appear to be wrong with my pipes, though, as they called out from above that the puddle was just rusty water. Because of their insistence, I climbed up the stairs again and clearly saw a muddy brown puddle in the bathroom. The banging must have been from a pipe breaking. Both cops had a laugh at my expense, but were otherwise understanding. They even gave me a number of good plumber, though my cell phone was ruined after I dropped and left it in the puddle. I would have to use the one landline in the kitchen from now on. I let them out and promised to call the plumber first thing in the morning. Yet, as exhausted as I was, I couldn't go to sleep over that excitement, so I stayed up to draft some more important documents for my company. Before I knew it, Buster had made another mess in the living room. I was dead tired and said some things to Buster that maybe I shouldn't have, and I did some things to him that I know I really shouldn't have. I decided to do something about the stress I had been under, and I spoke to my supervisor that same morning. To my surprise, they were happy to let me have the week off as a sort of mental vacation. Just like that, all my outstanding work was taken away. With nothing else to do, I tried to focus on Buster. I played games with him and fed him a bunch of treats to make up for my earlier neglect. Then I found the first message. I didn't notice it for some time since I had been avoiding the second floor, but I realized that I hadn't actually called the plumber. Before doing so, I went upstairs to see if things had gotten any worse. Instead, I immediately saw a message written in red on the hallway wall. It read, "Losing your mind?" For a second, I kinda did. I was scared to death at the thought that someone had to have sneaked into my house while I was there, probably when I was sleeping. I won't bear repeating everything I said or did right after. Let's just say I hadn't become any braver since the banging. Eventually, I unlocked my bedroom door and made my way to the kitchen with Buster leading the way. I called the police again. Those same 2 officers were able to show up, and then, slowly, we cleared every inch of the house. Yet, we found no one. Everything was locked. No sign of forced entry. The police actually took me seriously, something that bewildered me at the time, and admitted that this isn't the first house in this neighborhood to experience this. There had been a series of break-ins where nothing was stolen, but the police officers still offered to have a car sit outside for the night. Even though I took them up on this, I soon realized that I'd never get to sleep tonight in this house. So I called my only friend in town, and really in the whole state, an old college roommate who coincidentally lived 30 minutes away. He offered to pick me and Buster up in a few hours, so I busied myself with packing up my suitcase. I didn't know how long I would need, so I pretty much packed everything I had brought with me to the house in the first place. I left my room to pick up some doggy toys when my friend called to say he was waiting outside. I decided to hang up the phone and meet him immediately. I needed the human company, and he could help me move my stuff. But the driveway was empty. There was no friend, no car. I called him back immediately, and he insisted he was outside. I listened to him get out of his car and walk up to the front door. He knocked, and I could hear the door open and an elderly woman greet him. My friend asked for my name and mentioned my uncle. The woman said she had never heard of either of us. After thanking her, my friend left and asked me if I had gotten all that. I told him I must have given him the wrong address. He rattled off the correct one and confirmed he was there. After asking him to wait, and I left the house again. I walked out to the street and looked back at the numbers written on the curb and on the mailbox. Only there weren't any numbers. Just a message. Losing your mind? On the curb, written in red. The temptation to leave right away was great. I could just start walking and never stop. But I had to get my stuff and, more importantly, Buster, so I entered the house one last time. When I came back to the room, my suitcase was empty. Everything I had just spent the last hour packing up was back in its proper place. Despite how impossible this was, I focused on only one goal. We needed to leave. I put a leash on Buster and was shocked to see how haggard he was. I resolved to make it up to him when this was all over. I tried to leave out the front door like nothing was wrong, but I couldn't open it. The knob turned freely, but the deadbolt wouldn't slide back. I was really scared now, but Buster's presence helped. I knelt down to give him a hug, and he gave me an idea while licking my face. Whatever was happening, it sure wasn't the result of a maniac hiding in my house. Still, I didn't know what forces were actually opposing me, so I walked to the backyard and said loudly, "Well, Buster, time for a little walk." The glass door slid open easily. Buster bounded out happily. I guess it had been a long time since I let him outside. I followed more tentatively and, for the first time, examined the backyard closely. There was an iron fence surrounding the yard with another space between the bars that Buster could slip through. And then I saw it. A tree that grew too close to the fence and had several branches extending through and above it. I assumed the gate would be supernaturally locked too, so this was my exit. Buster didn't need any prodding. He waited patiently for me on the other side as I painfully pulled myself up and over the fence. I was suddenly aware of how weak and tired my recent lifestyle had made me. When I was in the process of climbing down the tree on the other side, Buster growled once and then took off like a shot towards a nearby hill. I jumped down and gave chase. He disappeared over the top, and I scrambled to keep up on the surprisingly steep surface. Luckily, I found where someone had laid some stone bricks into the side for an easier way up. It was still steep enough that I had to focus on placing my feet correctly to keep from sliding, so I was looking down when my next reach up resulted in my hand grabbing carpet. Confused, I looked up to see the second-floor landing. I looked down to see the rest of the stairs that led to the entrance hall and living room of the house. Buster was nowhere to be found. Demoralized and dead tired, I crawled the final steps and just sat on the landing for a while, occasionally calling for Buster. Eventually, the kitchen phone rang. Whatever ghosts were messing with me, I realized they couldn't stop outside forces from helping. I tumbled down the stairs in my haste and landed hard on the cold tiles below. But I was only dazed for a second, and soon was in the kitchen with the phone in my hand. My wife's warm voice filled me with hope. She was concerned that she hadn't heard from me in a while. I couldn't recall the last time I had even tried. She was trying to tell me that my work hadn't heard from me in a week, while I tried to tell her to call the police. Her words gave me pause, though. I asked, "What do you mean? I was given the week off?" "Dear, I thought you were supposed to continue working as soon as you got there." Yeah, but they gave me a week off because of all the stress I've been under." "Wait a second. How long have I been out here?" "Honey, you've been gone almost 9 days now." My stomach sunk, but I didn't hesitate to say, "Listen, you need to call the cops. Something is wrong. I think I'm having a medical emergency." I had just been trying to come up with an excuse to limit the amount of follow-up questions, but I ended up realizing that this was actually the most likely explanation. Maybe I was just suffering from a gas leak or brain tumor. Ironically, either of those options seemed preferable than living in a haunted house. My wife asked, "Baby, what's wrong? Are you okay?" I thought I saw a shadow move out of the corner of my eye as I answered, "Yes, I'm okay, but no, I need help. There's something wrong about this house." "You aren't making any sense." "Just listen to me. Call the police and tell them my uncle's name. Tell them to come to this house, and an ambulance might be needed. Please help me." "Please help you? Pretty please? With a cherry on top?" I stared at the phone in my hand as my wife's voice continued to come out of it. It sounded like her, but in a mocking tone I've never actually heard from her before. She said, "Does your tummy hurt? When's the last time you ate? I wonder what Buster tastes like." I slammed the phone down, but whatever it was on the other side was right. My stomach was hurting. I couldn't remember the last time I had eaten. On cue, I heard Buster whining from upstairs. Only after I started running toward the stairs did I notice just how bruised and sore my legs were from my spill down those steps. I pushed through the pain and climbed the stairs yet again. Buster was back in front of the bathroom, lying on his side and looking thinner than I had ever seen him. "Losing your mind?" was written all over the hallway now, including on the ceiling and floor. I no longer had any doubt the messages were written in blood. Some of them were still dripping. I walked over and picked up Buster while a banging started at my front door. I would have jumped if Buster hadn't been weighing me down. I heard the front door open, and whoever it was identified themselves as the police. I even recognized the voice as belonging to one of the officers who had visited previously. Why can't I remember his name? After calling out that I was upstairs, I turned with Buster and found the hallway stretched before me, many times its original length. Despite how thin he looked, Buster felt heavier than ever. I knew this was all just some sort of trick to not get me in touch with the police officer. I thought I must have really been talking to my wife. She had to have come through with calling the police, and the ghosts just distorted the end of the call. So I started my trek back to the stairs and shuffled my feet as fast as I could, yelling all the way. But then a voice answered the police officer. A woman's voice, my wife's voice. I could hear her say, "I'm sorry, my husband wasn't feeling well. He's resting in the bedroom. Can I help you?" I screamed as loud as I could just to get attention, but it was no use. I heard the officer say, "I'd like to check up on him all the same." Sure, come in. He's right through here." It was right out of a nightmare. I was sweating profusely while every step seemed to get me nowhere. I tried to speed up, but the hallway just stretched further. And then I heard a man's blood-curdling scream from downstairs. Suddenly the hallway snapped back and I found myself somehow right at the top of the stairs. My momentum couldn't be stopped. I fell down the stairs and landed hard, on top of Buster. He howled in pain, but at least he was alive. I saw a long, thick trail of blood go around the corner and under my closed bedroom door. There was still a shadow of something under the door. I painfully crept to the kitchen and grabbed my trusty frying pan before making my way back to the bedroom door as quietly as I could. My eyes watched the moving shadows nervously. Whatever was waiting there had killed a man. That meant it could kill me. But if it could have a physical impact, then surely it had to be susceptible to a physical impact too. So I raised the frying pan and slowly started to turn the handle. Before I made much progress, the door flew open on its own, and something turned suddenly to me. I swung my frying pan down. The cop stood before me, a smile frozen on his face. We both looked down at the knife plunged into his chest. My hand was still wrapped around the handle. He fell to the side and I fell backwards to sit heavily on the now clean floor. I was positive I had picked up the frying pan. I could remember its weight. But now I also remembered going to the kitchen and pulling out the knife. I seriously wondered if I was losing my mind. I looked down to find I had the knife in my hands again. I dropped it at once and crawled back to check on Buster. He wasn't moving. I put my head on his flank and was devastated to feel he was still warm but not breathing. I didn't know what to do, so I did nothing. I did nothing for a long time. I was lethargic but somehow made it to the couch in the living room. I waited there until nightfall and then slept on the couch. When I woke up, I waited some more. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for, but nothing horrible was happening to me while I waited. I wasn't in a hurry to change that. But the bodies of Buster and the cop were still there. I needed to do something. My stomach rumbled as I finally got off the couch. That was another problem with just staying put. First things first, I found a shovel in an outdoor closet attached to the backyard porch. Digging the hole was exhausting, so I settled for just burying Buster now. I planned on getting to the cop after finding something to eat. I picked up Buster and carried him outside. His fur was still so warm. It was hard to believe he was gone, but there was no life behind his big brown eyes. I gently laid him down in the hole and got to work. Sometime later, I wandered into the kitchen and raided the pantry. The house was quiet apart from my efforts. Whenever I stopped moving, the silence was complete. I wondered if the ghosts had just been trying to make me a murderer after all. Now that their goal had been met, maybe they would leave me alone for a while, just in time because I was starving and didn't need any more distractions. I opened a box of cereal and had a handful up to my lips when I paused. How could I tell I was actually eating what I was looking at? What if I had actually been opening a box of rat poison? I still wasn't sure what these ghosts were capable of. I imagined the food turning into worms after it was already in my mouth. With that thought, I threw the cereal to the ground and stomped off, no longer hungry. I needed to concentrate my efforts on leaving this place. Right on cue, I walked by the front door. It was wide open. Instinctively, I made a leap for it before stopping with my outstretched hand just a foot short of the door. This had to be another trick. I could see the door slamming shut in my face or even taking a few of my fingers with it. I could feel a breeze enter the house, but I was too scared to move. This was the most impossible situation I had ever been in or even heard of. All of my senses had failed me before. However, my need for freedom eventually caused my feet to move. Upon slowly exiting the house, I saw the cop car just sitting in my driveway. The door was unlocked, and the keys were sitting in the front seat. My mind went wild trying to explain the situation. Maybe the cop was secretly a murderer and had killed previous owners of this house. Maybe his sacrifice helped them move on. I couldn't think of any other explanation for my good luck at the time. So I just pushed my misgivings down and got in. I drove out of the neighborhood without incident, but I had new problems. I was in an unfamiliar city, driving a cop car, with no money or other belongings on me, and I had no idea what to do next. So I kept driving. It felt good to be free of that house. It felt good to see the sun. So I kept driving, on and on, left turn, right turn, left turn, right turn. No idea where I'm going. And then I realized I hadn't seen any other cars on the road for some time. Where was everyone? Where was I? The sinking feeling happened again, in the pit of my stomach, but also around my whole body. I sunk back into the car seat and then realized I was sitting in an armchair. Back in the living room of my uncle's house. My arms were up like I was still holding onto a steering wheel. I started to cry with frustration as I stood up and screamed. How long had I been sitting there with a stupid grin, moving my arms up and down like a madman? I turned around and saw my work laptop on the dining room table. It was on and glowing at me. I walked over to it and saw that something was already written down in this post. It read, "Lost your mind? Good. Now you won't mind losing the rest." Suddenly my fist felt weighed down. I raised it to find another kitchen knife in my hand. I dropped it immediately. I erased the message and started to type out a request for help. I ignored the screen and just focused on the keys. But I kept hitting them wrong, and another message slowly formed. "I'm sorry. I've disappointed you all. For the last time, goodbye." I could have screamed again, but I noticed something had changed. I wasn't in the dining room anymore. I was in the study. I kept writing and writing and writing, and my own words started to come out. I have sent out emails requesting help. I've posted on the local police department's Facebook for assistance, and I've just tried to keep writing no matter what. This is my latest attempt to keep my sanity. Whenever I've tried to take a break, I find myself in a new room with new horrors descending on me. Once I opened the study door out to a hellish landscape and almost stepped out onto lava. I wasn't sure if it was all an illusion, but I didn't even want to have a vision of my feet burning, so I just closed the door and resumed writing. I'm not even sure this is all because of ghosts. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and the truth is simply that I have no idea what's going on. As I've gone over these crazy events, I've realized that I can't recall my uncle's name, or what he looked like. I'm not sure I ever had an uncle. I'm trying to think really hard about how I came here. Did I fly, drive? I can't remember. Have I always been here? Even weirder, I can't remember my realtor's name or even what gender they are. I've met them in person several times. Why don't I know things I should? I can't even remember the name of my daughters or my wife. Am I even a father? Am I even a person? I know I must be because here I am writing in this small study. But now that I think about it, I can't remember who my parents are, what they look like, or anything about my childhood. Now, I just remember this house and all the nightmares, waking and otherwise, I've experienced here. I'm feeling a lot like I was back in the cop car. I found a way forward, but I really don't know what to do next. This is not a way to live, and I'm getting more and more tired. I'm so hungry, and I'm finding it harder to focus. I keep hearing voices, and they're getting louder. I know if I stop writing, I won't last long, but I'm running out of things to say. My hands are tired. I'm tired. So tired. D A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P Q R S T U V W X Y Z. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dogs. I need to keep writing, but I don't know what to say anymore. What's my name? I don't know. I'll die if I stop writing. I'll die if I stop working. A B C E R G H I K L M N O Q P R S T U V W Y X A N D Z. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dogs. Dogs. Buster. I miss Buster. I wish I could pet him one last time. But was he ever real? Is anything? I'm so tired. So hungry. I need to focus. The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy goodbye. The quick brown, I'm sorry, jumped over pointed, you lazy dogs, goodbye. I'm quick, I've jumped dizap the all last time, lazy dogs. I'm sorry. Jumped over disappointed, you lazy. For the lazy dogs, goodbye. Up. I'm sorry, I've disappointed you all. For the last time, goodbye.
The water park I worked at last summer obtained a shark statue that was discovered abandoned in a lake. They should have left it there. The summer Texas air hung heavy and thick, clinging to everything like a wet blanket, even as the evening sun dipped low. My name is Oliver, and for me, it was just another shift at Schlitterbahn Water Park. My new maintenance tech gig was a decent step up from pulling all-nighters at Waffle House, even if it meant wrestling with chlorine levels and clearing out gross drains. But tonight's task was different. Tonight, I had to dive to the bottom of the Maw. This wasn't just any water slide. The Maw was the park's newest, biggest, and without a doubt, its most unique attraction. It was a giant slide, but the real showstopper was at the very end. The park owner, Sterling, a dude with more money than sense and a famously macabre taste, had bought it. It was a shark statue, dredged from the cold, murky depths of some forgotten lake. According to Reddit, the statue was a prop from a low-budget horror flick, sunk by its creators to startle unsuspecting divers after production wrapped. I'd seen the pictures online, the ones that popped up if you dared to search for abandoned lake shark statue. They were unsettling, sure, but more fascinating than frightening to me. Just a big, weird piece of art. A quick warning, if you have even the slightest bit of submechanophobia, don't look them up. This massive, great white, its head frozen in a bizarre, vague smile that looked almost unintentional. A subtle, upward curl at the corners of its mouth that just seemed off. But to me, it looked cool as hell in the pictures. Sterling had spent a fortune retrieving it, then even more, having it mechanized. Now for just a few extra bucks, after a screaming descent through twisting dark tubes, riders were spat into a vast, deep pool where the shark, its mouth agape, in that almost menacing smile, loomed directly beneath the surface, occasionally lunging upward towards the guests with a hydraulic hiss along a 20-foot track that made the whole pool rumble before the machines pulled it back, making it descend out of sight to the deepest area of the pool, waiting for the next round of unsuspecting victims to trigger the sensor. Tonight, after the last shrieking kid had been ushered out and the gates locked tight, the maw was silent. Not just quiet, but a profound, almost oppressive stillness that felt strangely peaceful. I ran through my checklist, filters, pressure gauges, and then the shark itself. The most critical sensor was acting up, meaning I had to get in the pool and check its housing. I grabbed my dive gear, feeling a pleasant calm. Just another Tuesday night. I strapped on my dive mask, adjusted the regulator, the hiss of my own breath, a steady, comforting rhythm in my ears. The pool water, usually a chaotic riot of splashing, was perfectly still, reflecting the distant park lights like scattered diamonds. I pushed off the edge, sinking smoothly into the cool, chlorinated embrace. The world above vanished in a ripple, leaving me suspended in a dim, watery silence. As I descended, the surface light gradually dimmed, the familiar blue-green deepening to an inky black. I flicked on my dive light, the beam cutting a crisp, clear path through the gloom, and then there it was, the shark itself. I'd seen it 100 times from the surface, as well as the photos online, but being eye level with it underwater was different. It was huge, dwarfing me, but still just a statue. Its cold, unseeing eyes, twin black voids, didn't bother me, but that smile, so odd, that faint, almost evil-like curl at the corners of its mouth. I figured it was just how the mold settled, a trick of the artist's hand. It seemed to expand slightly in the low light, but that was just the water, the lack of real vision, a mild curiosity, and nothing more. At least that's what I told myself. I forced myself to focus, kicking slowly, deliberately, towards the shark's head. The faulty sensor was located near its jawline. The water directly around the shark was surprisingly clear, almost unnaturally so, as if the massive form repelled the usual murk, granting me an unobstructed view. As I drew closer, the details sharpened. The rough pock texture of its fiberglass skin, somehow organic despite its artificiality. The perfectly formed teeth, each one a predatory shard. And that smile, the one that just didn't quite sit right, seemed to deepen, not wider, not more aggressive, just deeper, a subtle crinkle around its mouth that hadn't been there before. I paused, treading water. Must be the angle, or maybe a trick of my dive light, bouncing off the contours. I took a steadying breath, the sound loud and calm in my ears. Just a statue, I murmured, the words a garbled bubble, just fiberglass and hydraulics. I forced my fingers back to the panel, finding the latch. I finally got it open, revealing a tangle of wires. I quickly checked the connections, nudging a loose one back into place. Done. I started to close the panel, already thinking about getting out and grabbing a cold bottle of sweet tea. Just as my fingers brushed the panel to close it, I glanced up. The shark's head seemed to have shifted a fraction, the subtle tilt to the left, a bit more pronounced, and the smile, it had deepened, just a hair more, a hint of something sly, almost knowing, in its fixed grin. A prickle of unease finally touched my calm, an uninvited chill under my wetsuit. I blinked, shaking my head. Currents. Gotta be the currents. I pushed off the statue, kicking backward. I felt a deep but very brief vibration, that seemed to emanate from around the statue itself. My heart gave a little thump, a nervous flutter. Okay, that was weird. The hydraulics were offline. The park was deserted. I was the only one here. Must have shifted slightly with the water currents, or maybe I'd bumped it. I needed to get this done. I needed to check the track itself, where the shark slid. That would mean swimming past it, to its flank, towards where the tail would be. I hesitated for a fraction of a second. That strange, unsettling feeling growing. But I pushed it down. It was silly to be spooked by a hunk of fiberglass and paint. With a deep breath, I swam past the shark's massive, immobile head, past its still body, until I was almost at the tail end of the mechanism, my back to the sharks in its entirety. I worked quickly, checking the rollers on the submerged track, my light beam dancing over the metal. The familiar routine, a welcome distraction from the rising unease. As I pulled my gloved hand back to adjust my light, a sudden, sharp click echoed through the water. It was loud, like metallic and unsettling, almost like teeth clinking together. And it was too close. My breath hitched. A sudden, involuntary spasm. The sound was too precise, too deliberate to have been an accident. My mind screamed at me to spin around, to see, but my body was suddenly paralyzed, muscles locked, refusing to obey. The silence that followed the click was even worse. A heavy, expectant quiet that seemed to hum around me. Every nerve ending in my body screamed wrong, wrong, wrong. I steadied my light, my fingers fumbling, and as I started to attempt to calm myself, a sudden, oppressive cold radiated from behind me, making the terror that was in my blood run even deeper with each passing second. It wasn't the water. It was a presence, a chilling weight, a suffocating awareness that filled the space directly behind me. Slowly, reluctantly, as my whole body screaming in protest, my head swiveled and my entire body froze in its tracks. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. All I could do was stare in horror at the sight before me. The shark. It was no longer facing forward. Its head merely tilted. No, no, no. It hadn't even just tilted further, a gradual nor a deliberate lean into my personal space. Its entire body was turned completely on its axis, now facing me head on. Its nose was now only a mere 5 feet away from the protective glass of my mask. Its mouth, already agape, seemed to widen, a slow, silent stretch of its impossibly broad jaw that swallowed more of the dim light from my beam. The grin was not just vague, deep, or sly anymore. It was a monstrous, impossible rictus of pure, menacing evil. It stretched impossibly wide, pulling back, 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 until its lips seemed to tear, revealing every single one of its impossibly white, jagged teeth, each one a perfect, ancient blade. Its eyes, those dead, black, unseeing eyes, were now ablaze with a malevolent, hungry glee, reflecting my own terrified, distorted face in their depth. It was still immobile, as it always had been, still as night, but its expression showed a sliver of hidden mortality that shook me to my core. It wasn't just watching me, it was savoring my terror. A silent, yet deafening laugh in its fixed, demonic smile. A cruel amusement in its paralyzing gaze. It was alive, and it was playing with me. Oh, fuck. I didn't bother with my tools. I kicked with desperate, frantic, soul-shattering force, propelled by pure, primal terror through the water, the silent grin of the maw. Its eyes lit up with sinister delight, burned itself into my mind, its own special brand of terror. I clawed my way upwards, kicking and thrashing, desperate to break the surface, to escape the crushing darkness, My lungs burned, screaming for air, the dim outlines of the surface lights shimmering tantalizingly above. I was halfway there, a choked sob bubbling from my throat. When I couldn't help myself, I took one last, terrified, agonizing look back. The track was there, but the fucking shark was gone. Nothing but the wavering reflection of the park lights and the silent, swirling chlorine. No, 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 no. I thrashed and kicked furiously towards the lights that swore me my safety, my eyes playing tricks on me. Every bubbly wave from my erratic movements that momentarily obstructed the few inches of clear vision I had was a fin and a flash of a gigantic tooth. The surface seemed a million miles away. The fear that I would be pulled back down to bottom of the darkness the second before I finally reached the safety, the dock weighing me down. But I scrambled out of the pool, tearing off my mask, my breath coming in ragged, painful, heaving sobs that racked my whole body. I stumbled backward, away from the wooded edge, my gaze fixed on the water, watching it slowly settle, the placid surface a cruel lie. I knew it wasn't empty. That fucking thing was still there, somewhere. And I knew, with a horrifying, absolute certainty that stole my breath, that it had just let me go. For now, that was my last night at Schlitterbahn. I put in my 2 weeks the very next morning. No explanation given, just a flat, I'm done. Sterling called me multiple times, begged me to reconsider, even offered a bonus. Oliver, please, I'm not sure what happened, but we can fix this. Just tell me what you want. Give me a number, man. I'll match it. But I just hung up. I couldn't set foot in that place again, especially not near that pool. The thought of that black fucking abyss beneath the water of that pool was enough to make me gag. As it would turn out, the park closed down for good. A few months later, the official line was unforeseen operational difficulties. But everyone knew it was just code, for we can't tell you why, but it's bad. A few days later, Sterling just dropped off the face of the earth, and no one has seen or heard from him in a year. They never mentioned the shark in any capacity. It was never spoken of again, almost like they had done their due diligence to erase the fact that it even existed. I don't know what happened to it, if it was ever moved again, or if it just stayed there, along with the rest of the park, abandoned and waiting in the depths of the now disgustingly unkempt water. I hope to God no one ever finds it. Not in that pool, not in any lake, ever again. May it be lost forever. But unfortunately for me, it doesn't matter if it's hidden from the rest of the world. I see it every night. That grin, those eyes, just before it vanished. It's always there, waiting in the darkest corners of my dreams, bubbling beneath the surface of my consciousness. And now, I can't even look at a swimming pool without feeling that cold dread, that lurking predatory presence all around me, watching me. Open water. Forget about it. The world suddenly feels too deep and too full of things that watch you from the dark, things that hunt you, things that smile. Edit. Holy shit. A breaking story on the news tonight immediately caught my attention while I was eating dinner. A group of parents are desperately pleading for anyone who can give them information on the potential whereabouts of their missing children. 3 teens have been missing since last night. They were last seen by a homeless man hopping the fence of a local abandoned water park. Being young and rebellious often means being young and dumb. You usually make dozens of stupid choices before that voice in your head finally screams, just say no. So I don't know if that makes me one of the lucky ones, still here while my 2 best friends aren't. I'm trying to decide, but It's a decision I'm not getting anywhere with. Fuck. Let me start over. My name is Tommy. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm telling you this. Why you should care what some random 16-year-old kid has to say on the internet at 2 a.m. You've probably already left, scrolling for something more entertaining. But if you're still here, thank you. And if you dare to hear my story, I only ask that you refer to the link above before you proceed. It will all make so much more sense. I just can't shut my eyes. Every time I do, I see it. That smile. Those dead fucking eyes. You sure this is it, Casey? I whispered, clutching my backpack straps. My eyes darted from the road behind us to the park's remains. Its broken structures look like the bleached ribs of some ancient, dead monster. I didn't want to do this. My dad would kill me if I got caught trespassing. KC, though, practically bounced. Dude, obviously, this is prime urbex. Seriously, Tommy, you're going to back out now. After all that talk about adventures, he gestured at the slides, their silhouettes jagged against the distant town's dim glow. Besides, the homeless dude said, look for the section where the fence is pushed in. See, he pointed to a sagging section of chain link, an obvious entry point, the bent metal glinting ominously in the moonlight. It's fine, bro. Nobody gives a shit anymore. Justin, ever the chill one, clapped me on the shoulder. He's right, man. It's just an abandoned water park. What's the worst that could happen? We trip over a rogue flip-flop. He let out a giggle, his phone already out, flashlight beam cutting a path through the gloom. It revealed glimpses of faded, peeling murals of cartoon animals. Their eyes seemed to follow us. I swore the smile on one faded octopus mural stretched before settling back into its original shape as I looked directly at it. All right, I mumbled, shaking my head. Casey grinned, pulling at the bent wire, widening the gap. Come on, first one past the old concession stands gets bragging rights. We slipped through the fence, one by one, onto what used to be a busy pathway, now cracked and swallowed by weeds. The air hung heavy with the cloying scent of stale water and dying leaves. The once bright slides overhead now looked like the hollowed-out bones of something long dead. A coldness shot through me. This was nothing like the pictures. This was bizarre. The silence was absolute, broken only by our footsteps. Holy shit, Justin breathed, his phone flashlight slicing through the shadows. This is wild. Told you, Casey said, heading deeper into the park. He glanced back, a glint in his eye, stopping to hold the flashlight beneath his chin. The Maw, anyone. The Maw, the park's infamous final attraction. For months our town whispered about it. Rumors flew, dark assumptions made about what had happened, why the park shut down. All anyone knew was that hell broke loose not long ago after Sterling bought the statue. Few people had ridden it, all with different experiences, and after a while, it became more urban legend than something real. Since Sterling was gone, no one had answers, so everyone just had fun with it. I'd always been timid with spooky stories, so the thought of investigating the legend didn't sound super enticing. Maybe let's just stick to the regular slides, for bragging rights. Justin just laughed, too loud in the oppressive silence around us. Nah, where's the fun in that? Everyone knows the Maw's the real fucking reason to come here. He and Casey sped up, their silhouettes swallowed by the darkness. Being left behind in the lobby felt worse than whatever was waiting inside. So I took a breath and caught up with them. We moved like ghosts, the lazy river was a green, thickened trench, its fountains dry and crusted. Plastic flamingos protruded from the ground, their colors faded to a sick off-white. The wave pool was a debris magnet, littered with sticks, leaves, and dead insects. Everything felt wrong, not just abandoned, but dormant, as if something was waiting, unfurling itself, deep within its concrete veins, becoming aware of our presence. Then I froze, my light fixed on something ahead. Fucking shit, dude. There it was, looming in the distance, partially hidden in shadows, was a tall, twisting slide tube, cracked from top to bottom. Its bottom emptied into a circular pool, once filled with clear water, now an empty, gaping wound in the park's center. Even from where we stood, it was clear. It was an abyss. The sign above, bolted onto a steel pole, had triangular shapes carved out, resembling bite marks. A massive, gray fin emerged from its top left corner. The letters, boxy and wide, peeked through dirt and dust, aged and faded shades of white and blue. The maw. Dude, no fucking way, Justin whispered, his jokes gone. That slide's bigger than it looks in the pictures online. I know, Casey breathed, awe in his voice. You think it's still there, fellas? Only one way to find out. Justin's words felt hollow. Something was not right, but I couldn't back out now. They'd never let me forget it. If I had come this far just to quit, all I could do was swallow my fear, trying to regain what little control I had. Okay, but let's not get too close. Something in that pool smells really fucking bad. We crept closer, taking in the decrepit surroundings. As we passed the old ticket booth, a discarded mirror lay face up on the concrete, its glass cloudy and cracked. I looked down at my reflection and froze. For a fraction of a second, my features elongated, my jaw warped into a curled grin that stretched far beyond my ears, my teeth becoming sharp and jagged. I blinked. My reflection was normal. I snapped my neck to see if either of them had seen it, but they were already trailing ahead, their words prideful, while discussing how awesome our story was going to be. We walked a few more yards towards the pool's edge. As we got closer, I noticed something low on the slide's decaying side. Near where it emptied riders into the pool was a small, dark stain. It wasn't algae or rust. It looked almost dark, like dried blood. I frowned, my gaze lingering on it, unease tightening in my throat. Casey, though, was already focused on the pool's empty depth, his excitement overriding any sense of foreboding that only I felt. We reached the pool's edge, our flashlights dancing along the disgusting few inches of water that had stayed managed through stay along the bottom. The water was still, an oily, gray-black color that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. As our trio of lights trailed along the floor, we saw it, and we couldn't believe what we were seeing. Fuck, you guys, it's actually still here. Casey's eyes were wide with excitement as we studied this thing. Even in its broken state, it was intimidating. Its skin, once a cool blue-gray, was now faded and streaked with orange rust, like a forgotten tombstone. Real barnacles clung to its snout and dorsal fin, remnants from its aquatic origin of the lake. The water level was exactly where its jaw met the metal track beneath it, allowing us to see the rails. Its mouth was frozen in that creepy, disgusting smile. The eyes, black voids, seemed to stare directly at us. Come on, Casey squealed, starting to climb down, using the ladder bolted to the pool side. Justin was anything but enthusiastic. about crawling into the sludge. Casey, are you insane? Look at the water. Flesh-eating bacteria. You dumb fuck. How else are we supposed to have proof we did this then? Shit breath. We each take a picture with it. God, why did you two even agree to this? Tommy has been a spouting bitch fits since we got here. Now you're gonna puss out too. Justin and I locked eyes, neither of us wanting to step forward, but with shared hesitation, we nodded and slowly made our way to the ladder. As we got closer, the surface seemed to bulge inward near the center, like an eye slowly opening beneath the surface, before settling back into its oily flatness. I felt dizzy and could feel the acid burn the back of my throat as I choked back the buffalo wings I had for lunch. What the fuck am I doing here? I murmured to myself. Every instinct screamed at me to climb back up, but Justin was already halfway down the ladder, grumbling about tetanus, and Casey was losing his shit at the bottom, aiming his phone at the maw for all the TikToks he was going to make. Dude, this is so fucking cool, Casey called out. I forced myself down the cold, slimy rungs, my gaze fixed on the maw. Up close, it was grotesque. I almost felt ashamed for being scared of an inanimate object, but I couldn't help the dread I felt that only kept getting stronger the longer I was in its presence. Justin moved closer, his feet sloshing as he nearly lost his balance. Jesus, it stinks and feels like snot. He was right. The smell was overpowering now, so much so that it made my throat burn. Casey, oblivious as always, was already wrestling Justin into position. Come on, Justin, put your head in its mouth. Justin grimaced, but leaned in, positioning his head between the shark's jaws, and held his breath from the smell. Casey snapped a photo, the flash briefly illuminating the hollow of the pool, turning the maw into a grinning shadow puppet against the cracked concrete. Oh my God, if I edit this and add blood around your shoulder. Justin had finally had enough and cut him off as he walked back beside us, the maw just a few feet away, now invisible to us without our lights. Casey, it fucking stinks in here, man. Let's finish this bullshit and go before we all die from Ebola or something. Casey rolled his eyes as he ignored Justin's outburst and gestured at me to start moving. Tommy, get your ass over there. My legs felt heavy, as if the water was trying to pull me down. I took a reluctant step towards the maw. Its eyes seemed to draw me in. I stood 2 feet, trying to look anywhere but its face, and slowly leaned in, forcing a strained smile. The flash popped, blinding me for a moment. Fuck yeah, Casey crowed, lowering his phone to review the shot. Now we've got proof. We were actually... His voice hitched, his smile faded, his brows furrowed, as I watched his face change, the air heavier, and I knew for certain that my gut had been right all along. Something definitely wasn't right. Balls of steel, Casey stood frozen, phone clutched, eyes locked on the screen. His body went rigid, his cocky smirk vanished, and it was replaced by horror. I glanced at Justin, who looked back at me, my thoughts owned, reflecting back to me through his eyes. Casey, he said, what's wrong? Casey didn't answer. He just stood there, still, rooted in the water, eyes wide, fixed on the photo. He breathed in shallow, rapid gasps. I couldn't see the screen, but the fear radiating off Casey was almost enough to make me run for the exit. Again, the sick smell intensified and stung in my nostrils. Then, Casey lifted his phone, turning the screen just enough for us to see. There I stood, next to the monster, but the photo had glitched. My face, my entire body, was a hazy blur, distorted just enough to know it's me, but my features were impossible to define. However, the maw was terrifyingly clear, the corners of its mouth revealing something that definitely wasn't there before. A coat of what looked like dripping saliva, glistening between rows of its bone-white teeth. A huge contrast from the decayed rust color we just saw in front of us. Its skin was now a vibrant and healthy gray, textured and slick, reflecting the bottom of the slide above us. It wasn't until I looked at the eyes that I felt the world, and my heart stopped simultaneously. Its eyes were now bright and alive, slightly squinted into a devilish shape. No longer the lifeless, deadpan stare straight ahead. They were now at a downward angle, hyper-focused on one thing. Its eyes were hungrily looking down at me. Justin began to laugh. "That's amazing, dude. Bravo." Casey was still frozen, eyes wide, staring at the photo in bewilderment. I didn't. How do you even Photoshop something that fast? Justin, I swear I didn't do anything. His voice was cut off by a vibration that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath us. It was low, but it created a silence where you could hear a pin drop. As we huddled, we slowly lifted our lights back over to the maw. It stood there, its expression emotionless, just as it had always had been. The eyes were dull. There was no glistening saliva, no sharp teeth, nothing. It was the feeling in the atmosphere that was suddenly different. The smell of decay was now overwhelming, not just from the water, but something deeper, muskier, like wet, rotting meat. And the silence wasn't just the absence of sound anymore. It was accompanied by a presence, a silence that felt like something was listening, holding its breath. "Let's get the fuck out of here." Justin's voice was less sarcastic, as he too clearly felt the shift in energy. Casey, still clutching his phone, slowly, reluctantly, dragged his eyes away from the screen, his terror-stricken face finally breaking free from its stupor. Yeah, let's go." We shuffled backward, our eyes glued to the maw, unwilling to turn our backs on it. Every movement felt sluggish, the water clinging to us, resisting our escape. The putrid, rotting meat smell was now thicker than ever, and it tasted metallic on my tongue. My lungs burned with each breath. As we reached the opposite side, hoping for another way out, I slammed my hand against the cold concrete wall. It was just a curved, slick surface, impossible to climb. There was no other ladder, no indentations, nothing to grab onto. We were trapped. Then I looked at the dark, oily water at the base of the maw, just beneath the surface, where the bottom of its huge, stretched jaw met the murky depths. A faint shimmer pulsed. It was subtle, barely there. A heartbeat, like rhythm, that seemed to writhe with an invisible life. It pulsed, slow and deliberate. Justin, seeing the shimmer too, let out a choked whimper. He stumbled back from the ladder, splashing in the grime. It's doing something. Oh my God. Guys, it's fucking breathing. Casey grabbed Justin's arm, pulling him. "Move. We'll try the other side of the pool." The air was now pressing us down, making it hard to breathe. I swept my flashlight beam frantically around the pool's rim, searching, pleading for an escape. But there was nothing, just the walls, grime, and the darkness above. And as my light swept back towards the maw, its eyes narrowed and the smile stretched. It was gone with a blink of my eye, but I know what I saw, and I knew what was happening. The maw was playing with us now, and it had just closed the last exit. Suddenly, the smell exploded. It punched into my nose, my throat, stealing the air. I doubled over, coughing, gagging on the taste. My eyes slammed shut, watering. At the same instant, A feeling of the most intense cold slammed into me, bone-deep, paralyzing ice. My body spasmed, shivering violently, and my teeth chattered. The vibration escalated through the water, up my legs, into my skull. It was everywhere, disorienting me, blurring my thoughts, and then I dropped my phone, plunging myself into darkness. I stumbled, splashing water, my hands flailing in the void. The combined assault was too much, and I collapsed on my side in defeat. I lost all track of time, all sense of direction. I was a trembling mess, struggling to breathe. Then, as suddenly as it came, the cold lifted. I stayed down on my side, still gasping and shaking. My eyes slowly fluttered open. I fumbled for my phone when the screen flickered to life, its weak glow doing little to pierce the dark. The maw loomed yards away, partially hidden in the shadows, facing me. But the rest of the pool was empty. Justin and Casey were gone. No sound, no struggle, no trace. They had vanished. It was just me and the maw. My body felt numb and detached. The last thing I remembered was the cold, the darkness, the death stench, and then nothing. I don't know how long I was out. I honestly thought I was already dead. I blinked. My eyelids were so fucking gritty that it burned. I was lying in the filth, feeling it soaking through my clothes, and my head throbbed. I tried to sit up, but my muscles screamed in protest. Every movement sent a jolt of pain through my body. Then I heard it. Somewhere behind me, I heard a splash, like something heavy falling into the water behind me, and it started to move towards me with purpose. Then something moved, its dark shape, just at the edge of my blurry vision. It was too large and solid to be debris. It was moving towards me, faster now, the sounds growing louder. I began to panic. I tried to scream, but my voice was too weak. My body wouldn't move or wouldn't respond. I was trapped, helpless, waiting for whatever was coming to get me. Oh my God, kid. Hey kid. I thought I was hallucinating again. I heard a man's voice grow closer, and I felt two hands on my back as his silhouette came into view above me. Thank God. Don't worry, buddy. You're safe now. Okay. Huh. I could only whisper. You and your friends are all over the news. I thought I was too late, but thank God, you're alive. He embraced me not as any stranger would. I could tell that he knew. Somehow, he knew everything. I'm going to get you out of here, but we have to go now. Where are the others? I don't know. We will find them, but we need to get out of the pool. Follow me. He led me to a ladder that we all must have missed in the chaos, but I could have sworn it wasn't there before. Just as the mysterious man helped me pull myself up and steady myself on my feet as we made our escape, we heard it, coming from behind where the man stood. A click, the undeniable sound of teeth clicking together. I could now see the man's face in the streaks of the light he was holding at his side. The horror in his eyes was one of familiar dread, as if he knew what was about to happen next. He had heard that sound before. Once again, the ground started to softly vibrate, and the same dark coldness from before began to rise around us. With a warning-laced and desperate command, he spoke only one more word before the cold started to consume him. Run.
There's a gig app that pays disturbingly well. Stay away from it at all costs. You won't find the app in any of the app stores, and even a Google search doesn't turn up results. To download it, you need to scan the QR referral code of someone who's already using the app. That feature makes it feel like you're joining an exclusive club. If a friend offers to let you scan their code, under no circumstances should you take them up on it. That friend is as good as dead to you. Trust me when I say from experience, this isn't a club you want to be a member of. Whatever you do, do not download it. I was at the bar with my buddy Matt when he convinced me to download the app. We're both broke with a ton of student loans, so aside from the occasional $2 pint night at our local dive, drinking anything other than store-bought booze was a rarity for us. But Matt had said a celebration was in order and that he was paying, which was enough to get me off of my couch for happy hour. He milked the situation, refusing to tell me exactly what we were celebrating until we were a few beers in. Sick of waiting for an explanation, I guessed it was a new job, and Matt gave a mischievous grin. "It's way better than that," he said. "It's an app called Tisk Task." I rolled my eyes. We'd both tried every gig app out there. When I'd get sick of switching between Uber and Lyft and washing sorority girls' puke out of the back seat of my car, I'd drive for DoorDash for a few weeks until the smell of fast food started to make me nauseous. After that, I'd hustle for gigs on Fiverr or pick up odd jobs on TaskRabbit. Then the cycle would start over again. Most days, my circumstances felt inescapable. The last thing I needed was another app to slowly chip away at my sanity as I struggled to cobble together enough cash to cover rent and utilities. I told Matt as much. "Screw those other apps," Matt said. "This is the easiest money I've ever made." I have to admit I was intrigued. Matt never gets excited about anything, so part of me wanted to see what had turned him into a diehard so fast. The other part of me was gullible enough to believe there might actually be such a thing as easy money that didn't involve the lottery or an inheritance. It didn't take much badgering from Matt before I scanned his code and clicked the link. The link took me to a nondescript website with nothing but a download button. Seconds later, the app was on my phone. The app itself was bare bones, like Venmo, but with even fewer frills. Nothing but a few tabs. One for my own QR referral should I want to pass it along, one for linking my bank account, and one showing my current balance of $0. In the middle of the otherwise mostly blank screen were the words, "You have no new tasks." Before I could accuse Matt of tricking me into downloading malware, he cut me off. "I know what you're thinking, but just wait for a task," he said. I was sketched out too after Rachel referred me. The fact that Rachel was using it eased my concerns. Rachel's this girl Matt hooks up with on occasion. I'd only met her a few times at Matt's, but from what I could tell, she didn't seem like the type of person to get into anything that wasn't legit. Aside from the fact that she went to film school, so she has even more debt than we do with fewer employable skills to show for it. "When you say the easiest money you've ever made," I asked, trailing off. "I've already made $800 since downloading it yesterday, and that's not counting the referral fee you just got me." "I hope they paid you well to rope me into your weird pyramid scheme," I joked. "Yeah, they did." Matt held up his own app to show me $1,000 had just been deposited into his account. "Jesus, is that for real?" "The money transfers, if that's what you're asking." "If this ends up being a scam, at least I know how much our friendship is worth to you." "Oh, they way overpaid then," he said. He laughed and flagged down the bartender for another round. We moved on to chatting about movie trailers and how there was barely anything coming out that we wanted to see. I'd almost forgotten about the app altogether when my phone buzzed 20 minutes later with my first task. I read it and reread it, mystified, and more than a little creeped out by the words on the screen. "Piss on the bathroom floor. You have 5 minutes to complete the task." "Dude, you made it seem like I'd be less sketched out when I got my first task," I said. "Is this a joke? What kind of sick person created this?" Matt read my task and snorted. "Yeah, that's a weird one, but $100 is $100. I looked at my phone again. Sure enough, the app was offering me $100 for the task. Below that, a timer was counting down, already at 4:27. "There's no way I'm doing that for $100. "So wait for one that makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside," Matt said. Or what? Piss on the floor that someone's going to have to clean? You know how many guys are going to end up doing that tonight anyway? At least you'd get paid for it. It's a dick move. People are dicks all the time. Have you gotten one like this? The first one I got was knocking over a display stand at Publix. And you did it? For $50? Hell yeah, I did. It was no big deal. I apologized and went on with my day. How are you not more creeped out by this whole thing? How does it even know where we are or that you've completed the task? The same way every app does, by spying on you, using location sharing to see who you're with. I mean, how does Instagram know to show me ads for tampons every time I hang out with you? You're an asshole, Matt shrugged. Who is even paying for this? Like, it doesn't make sense. All the other gig apps are connecting workers with clients and taking a cut. There's no upside to this for anyone but the people who do the tasks. My money's on Zuck, or some other billionaire. Think about it. They're bored of all the luck stuff. They've got more money than anyone could spend in a lifetime. What else are they going to use it for but to laugh at all the dumb shit people will do if you pay them? Yeah, I'm not really interested in being part of someone's messed up social experiment. I checked my phone again. The timer was down to a little over 2 minutes. I scanned the app for a decline button but didn't see one. How do I decline the task? I asked. No clue, I haven't declined one. Since there wasn't an option to decline, I decided to test the app. If someone wanted to mess with me, I'd mess with them right back. I went to the bathroom but didn't do anything. Just waited a minute, washed my hands, and returned to the bar. I checked my phone just as the timer ran out. A frowny face appeared on screen. Then the app went black. Matt's phone buzzed a few seconds later. He checked it and laughed. What? Did you get a task? What is it? Matt smirked at me before holding out his phone for me to read. I barely had time to register the words, "slap your friend," before I felt Matt's hand connect with my face. The smack jolted me off balance, and I jumped up to keep from falling over. What the fuck? I could feel everyone staring at us. I couldn't tell if my cheek was burning from the slap or the embarrassment. Matt held up his hands in apology. I'm sorry, dude, but $200 was too good to pass up. Having seen the exchange, the bartender made his way over with an annoyed look. I think that's enough for you two, the bartender said. All good, Matt replied. We'll just close out. The bartender shook his head and went to the register to ring Matt up. Matt's phone buzzed again as the bartender returned with the check. Matt checked it and winced. Then he took a big swig of beer and spit it like a fountain all over the bartender. The bartender turned red as security stormed over and grabbed Matt by the back of his shirt, dragging him towards the door. Sorry, Matt said. It was just a joke. Hope it was funny because you're 86th. Sign the tab and tip him good, Matt called back to me as security shoved him outside. I picked up the pen to sign the tab when my phone buzzed on the bar top. I saw the alert from Tisk Task and told myself not to check it, but my curiosity got the better of me. I clicked it. The task read, "Do not leave a tip. Write FUCKYOU instead." Every alarm bell in my head was going off. This went well beyond location sharing and listening in on conversations. I looked around the bar, sure I'd find someone in here watching us, pulling the strings to see how far we could be pushed. But I didn't see anyone who didn't seem to be here for a normal bar outing. And the way everyone was side-eyeing me like I was an exhibit in a freak show suggested they were not in on whatever was happening. I looked back at my phone. $250 to write "fuck you" instead of leaving a tip. I felt my face flush with shame as I wrote the words, but I had to know if this was for real or not. I was positive I'd walk outside to find Matt had been screwing with me, somehow faking the alerts. I turned the receipt face down and scurried out before anyone could read what I'd written. By the time I stepped outside, the app was alerting me that I was now $250 richer. In the midst of so many emotions and my desire to get away, at the time it didn't cross my mind that out of all the sketchy aspects of the app, I just encountered the biggest red flag of all. That slap from Matt wasn't a random task, it was a warning. Not following orders had consequences. Matt wanted to go somewhere else and keep celebrating our good luck, as he called it. But once the adrenaline faded, I felt hungover and on edge, so I went home. The whole thing felt wrong on multiple levels, so I decided not to go on the app for a while. Still, I needed some proof that the whole thing wasn't a hoax, so I transferred the money to my bank, and sure enough, it showed up. As easy as the money had been, I had a knot in my stomach about it, though I struggled to articulate why. Part of it was being watched, all the unanswered questions about who was behind the app and why anyone would create it. But I think something about it also felt manipulative. like I was just a puppet in some messed up game I didn't understand. But I can't deny I had felt an immediate rush, along with whatever pang of guilt came from stiffing the bartender. Like the app had tapped into some impulse I hadn't even known was there. Did I want to do that? Had the app made me take the smallest step towards some darkness lurking inside of me? I accepted some rideshare requests, hoping to distract myself. But even those reminded me how I was trapped driving, having leased a car to be able to drive for the apps, and now needing to accept a certain number of rides to make my payments each month. It wasn't even midnight before I found myself shampooing the floor mats in the back seat after some drunk kid puked on the ride home from a bar. Screw this, I thought. I opened Tisk Task and waited. No tasks showed up. I refreshed the app, but still nothing. I figured they just didn't have the bandwidth to monitor the app 24/7, but looking back again, I think it was conditioning me to want more tasks. Like the app was negging me, making me feel unworthy so I'd be grateful when it paid attention to me again. It wasn't until the next day that a new task showed up. I won't bore you with all the details of the tasks I accepted over the next few days to chip away at my debt, except to say that they seemed mostly mundane, if pretty dickish. At first they were basic, things like spitting gum where someone's guaranteed to step in it, bumping into a kid with ice cream so they drop it, ringing someone's doorbell in the middle of the night and ditching. I realize now that they were escalating, though I barely noticed at the time. 72 hours after refusing to piss on a bathroom floor, I was doing things like taking a package off a neighbor's porch and tossing it in the dumpster and calling a random number to leave a message telling someone their sister had died. Robert Cialdini wrote this book, Influence, that I read a while back. In it, he talks about the psychological tactic enemy soldiers use to turn patriotic American POWs against their own country. See, no true patriot will immediately talk crap about their homeland, but if you can get them to admit that the U.S. isn't perfect, it's a slippery slope. Something in the mind makes you double down on things you said in the past. So once they'd admitted the U.S. wasn't perfect, they were willing to talk about the flaws in more detail. With a bit of patience, the enemy soldiers would have American POWs publicly denouncing American values altogether. They never even noticed the concessions they were making until it was too late to turn back. Like those soldiers, I didn't fully recognize that I was leaping across lines I never would have crossed before Matt introduced me to the app. The first time I truly had a chance to recognize how far I'd strayed arrived about a week after I accepted the first task. I hadn't gone back to my other gig app since the vomit incident. I made way too much accepting tasks for what felt like far less effort. But for whatever reason, I still don't like to think of myself as a gig worker. Yes, I take gigs, but knowing I might need something on my resume, I occasionally work part-time for a company doing data entry. It's already mind-numbing work for a little above minimum wage, but returning to it this time was downright painful. Up to this point, I had had to leave the app open in the background for it to assign me tasks, but halfway through the morning my phone lit up with a notification even though I was pretty sure I had closed the app and my phone was on focus mode. The funny thing is, I had been wishing for something to break the monotony of the work, and here it was, my desire fulfilled. Email, redacted folder name, to redacted email address. You have 90 seconds to complete the task. My pulse quickened as I read the notification. On the one hand, I knew it was wrong and probably illegal. On the other hand, as far as I had been told, the company did not deal in sensitive information that would interest the public. The bulk of the data I even had access to was mundane user analytics the company sold to advertisers. I quickly rationalized the task, though I suspected it would likely be the end of my working there. I'd already decided to do it before I even registered that it paid a whopping $2,000, by far the most I'd been offered for any task up to that point. It took all of 30 seconds before the money was on its way to my bank account. I got a huge hit of adrenaline, something I'd started to crave lately. My head buzzing, I focused as much as I could until lunch. Upon my return, I wasn't remotely fazed to learn my supervisor wanted to see me in her office. She was shockingly nice about the entire thing. She did not immediately fire me, though she was well within her right to. Instead, she gave me a chance to explain myself. A look of confusion came over her when I declined, and she politely let me go. Like I said, I had been told, by her specifically, that we did not deal in particularly sensitive information, so the way she handled the whole thing tracked. But when I looked back one final time, I saw something on her face that made me think otherwise. Dread. She looked terrified. The next day I understood why when I saw on the news that the company was shuttering its doors after a data breach. The pang of guilt I felt over potentially costing a lot of people their jobs was quickly replaced by a fear of the possible repercussions. I wondered if I would be thrown under the bus in the company's attempts to cover their tail. As if it could read my mind, my phone lit up with a notification informing me I'd received a $5,000 employee loyalty bonus. The familiar mix of elation at the huge payday and not inducing chills from being involved in something so strange crept in, and I managed to shake off any remorse I felt. I fell into the now routine act of rationalizing away what I had done. Whereas before I'd told myself no one was really getting hurt by my actions, this time I focused on the fact that clearly the company had been doing something shady, or else a seemingly innocuous folder wouldn't have been enough to bring them down. Fuck them for doing something that put me in this position in the first place, I thought. It wasn't the first time I had gotten angry that week. Getting angry anytime guilt or shame started to creep in over a task had become a pattern for me. Like a lot of you reading this, I did what I was supposed to do. I went to college. I studied something useful. But the jobs in what I studied were mostly in bigger cities, far away from family circumstances that required me to be close to home. And even if I could have moved, the entry-level pay wouldn't have covered the cost of living before I took my loans into account. It didn't matter what I did or where I went. Life was shaping up to be one big hamster wheel. Everywhere around me, I heard folks complaining about how hard it was to find good workers who care about the job, who are loyal. Well, what did they think was going to happen when they filled our heads with dreams of cushy office jobs and home ownership, loaded us up on debt, and then offered us one fucking way to pay it off? By staring at a register or a screen doing absolute bullshit for $15 an hour, if we're lucky, for 10 to 12 hours a day. We were sold a bill of goods. The American dream is dead and gone, but the older generations are still doling out advice based on their experience of a steady paycheck and a reasonable mortgage. And on the flip side, every time we open a fucking app, some rich influencer is saying that if we follow our passion, we'll find more freedom and success than we ever thought possible. But both sides are speaking from a place of having already found success. And every single one of them is positive the only thing that factors into that success is good old hard work. So of course most of us end up juggling multiple gigs, trapped in the hustle economy. At least that way we have some semblance of control over our lives. Sure, we have crippling student loans that our best hope of paying off is the government stepping in to forgive. And yeah, buying even an outhouse is a pipe dream. But at least we get to clock in and clock out as we want, quit when we get bored, give rides or deliver food, YOLO what little we have into crypto, or curate our own social feeds on the off chance fortune might rain down on us and lift us out of the endless grind. I'm not proud of how little I hesitated accepting these tasks. It legitimately felt like, for the first time, I had a way out of the rat race, so what if I had to be a dick to do it? Jeff Bezos wouldn't even let his employees take a proper bathroom break, and look where he ended up. Not long after I thought I had perfected the art of justifying my actions, I got the task that finally changed my mind. The day before I downloaded the app, I had made plans for the following weekend with a woman I'd matched with on Hinge. I'd been anxious about the date when I committed to it, worried we'd be limited to the cheapest margaritas I could afford along with complimentary chips and salsa. Telling my dates I'd had a late lunch and wasn't hungry enough for dinner had become my go-to move on the dating scene. But that night was different, because I could finally afford to go somewhere nice. I texted her back to let her know we were still on and told her where to meet me. We met up at a spot local foodies love and hit it off immediately. When I say it was the best date I've ever been on, I'm not exaggerating. We bonded over the things we had in common, laughed our asses off ribbing each other about the things we disagreed on, and kept the tapas and fancy cocktails flowing for 2 hours before things went south. When my date announced she needed to use the restroom, I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. As she was walking away, I checked the task I'd just been assigned. Tell the woman in red to hurry up and get it over with. I looked around the restaurant and saw a woman in a red coat sitting alone a few tables over. She was lost in thought, running a finger around the rim of her martini glass. I checked my phone again and frowned in confusion. Get what over with? I didn't consider the question for long enough. I had gotten greedy. I happily ignored all the details about the woman that might have stopped me from going over there. It didn't seem like it could possibly be that big a deal, but the payout alone should have been enough of a red flag. If I'd received $7,000 in total to destroy a company, how innocent could a task worth $10,000 have been? I got up and walked over. I was already speaking before the woman even realized I was there. "Hurry up and get it over with," I said. I registered shock on her face as my words sunk in, but she didn't say a word. I didn't say anything else, just returned to my seat. "What was that about?" my date asked, having seen the exchange as she came back from the bathroom. "Oh, nothing," I said, staring at my phone expectantly. "Don't worry about it." I grinned as my phone alerted me that I was $10,000 richer. "What should we order next?" But my date wasn't looking at me. She was staring in horror as the woman in red left the restaurant in tears. We didn't have a view of the street outside, but we could clearly hear the screech of tires and the screams of patrons close enough to the window to see the woman in red walk into oncoming traffic. My date didn't look at me again until she was giving the police her statement. By the time the cops had quit asking me questions about what I said to the woman in red and decided I wasn't involved in her death, my date was long gone. That was the last straw. This time I couldn't rationalize away the guilt and shame. This app was evil. There was no more pretending that wasn't the case. Whether there were flesh and blood employees behind it or some sinister presence, I didn't know. But the evil nature of it was undeniable. I went home and deleted the app. I sent Matt a string of texts asking him what he'd gotten me into. I called him several times, but each time it went straight to voicemail. I wished my roommates weren't out of town, as I was desperate to talk to someone, anyone, about what had happened. Instead, I could only smoke and drink myself into an oblivion as I waited for a reply from Matt, finally falling asleep around 4 a.m. I woke at 9 a.m. to frantic banging on the door. It was Matt, eyes bloodshot with dark crescent moons carved into his lower lids. Before I could lay into him, he had pushed his way inside and started closing the blinds. "I fucked up, man," he said. "I fucking fucked up. I shouldn't have gotten you involved." "No shit, dude. I had to delete the app." "You can't delete it." "What?" "It keeps coming back. You have to get rid of your phone. And even then, I'm not sure." I checked my phone and sure enough, it was front and center. I deleted it again and watched it disappear. But when I scrolled to my next screen, it had already reappeared. "What the fuck is this thing, Matt?" He didn't answer, his face catatonic now. That's when I finally noticed he had blood on his shirt. "What happened? Where's that blood from?" He sat on the floor and hugged his knees as he started rocking in place. "I fucked up. I fucking fucked up. They're dead. They're dead. They're dead." He just kept repeating the words over and over like a broken record, making my skin crawl. "Who's dead?" "All of them." Because I wouldn't do it. "Wouldn't do what?" "I couldn't do it. I tried, but I couldn't." "Whatever it is, we'll go to the police and get it straightened out. We'll tell them about the app," I said. "We can't go to them. They'll blame me." "For what?" "Just tell me what happened." "You don't get it," he snapped. "We can't. They're listening. They know what we're doing." "Okay," I said, trying to calm him down. "All right, why don't you take a shower and get cleaned up? Then you can tell me what happened and we'll figure out what to do." Shortly after I got him in the shower, someone knocked on the door. By the time I looked out the window, a delivery truck was driving away. I cracked the door and saw a small box on the front step. I picked it up and shook it. Whatever was inside thudded around. I locked the door behind me and carried the box to the kitchen. "Is someone here?" Matt called from the shower. "Just Amazon, all good." I cut open the box and stared in confusion. Inside was a revolver. My phone buzzed. An alert from TiskTask. My hand shook as I checked it. "Matt's services are no longer needed. Terminate his employment." You have 5 minutes to complete the task. A wave of nausea hit me. I thought about calling 911, but I realized Matt might be right. I had no idea what to tell them. There's an evil app that wants me to murder my friend? Good luck with that. I decided to call Rachel. She was the only other person I knew of who was involved with this thing. Maybe she'd have some information or know what to do. I started to ask Matt if he could recall her number when I remembered he'd texted us both when we all went to a party together a few months back. I searched through my texts and found the chat. Rachel picked up almost immediately. Hello? Rachel? It's Matt's friend, Spencer. I kept my voice down and went to my room. Something happened. I don't even know where to start. Where's Matt? He's here, in the shower. I think they want me to... Not over the phone. I'm close by. I'll be right over. I hung up and noticed the shower had stopped. I walked back out to the living room to find Matt, still wet but now dressed in the clothes I'd left for him. His back was turned, but I could see the empty box next to him on the floor. What's the task? He asked. Matt, I wasn't going to... He turned and aimed the gun at me. I'm serious. I wasn't. I would never... Just put down the gun and let's talk. Shut the fuck up and let me think. With his free hand, he clutched his head, his face scrunching up as he held back a sob. He took a deep breath and let it out. I'm sorry, man. He gripped the gun tighter. His finger moved to the trigger. A car door slammed outside and got his attention. He hesitated as he turned to look. I jumped in his direction and tackled him. The gun skidded across the floor. He thrashed at me as I held him down. Stop, I said. I'm not trying to hurt you. The fight went out of him and he quit struggling. I'm going to stand up now, I told him. Are you going to be calm? He nodded. I stood and moved to the window, peering through the blinds to see Rachel walking up the front steps. It's just Rachel, I told him. The three of us are going to figure this out together, okay? Matt didn't say anything, but he sat up. I unlocked the door and had it halfway open when a sickening realization hit me. Rachel had never been to my place before, and I didn't give her my address. I was already slamming the door when she raised her own gun and fired. Relief washed over me as I realized she'd missed. I dropped to the floor, reached up and deadbolted the door. I turned around and pressed my back against the wall, but from this angle I could see that she hadn't missed after all. Matt's lifeless eyes stared at me from the carpet, blood pooling around the hole in his head. Steady, methodical thumping came from the door, the sound of Rachel kicking at it. I scrambled to grab the revolver from where it had skidded across the floor when I tackled Matt. I aimed it at the door and yelled out, "Please don't make me shoot you, Rachel. Just leave." "I can't," she called back, her voice cracking. "They have my sister. I gave them... I told her." She couldn't finish the sentence. Bullets peppered the door around the lock. She kicked it again, the frame splintering. I pulled the trigger, hoping a warning shot would scare her off. Click. Nothing. I pulled the trigger again. Click. Nothing. They'd sent me an unloaded gun. A twisted test that I'd apparently failed. I ran to the garage and climbed in my car. I had no idea where Rachel was, but I wasn't waiting around to find out. I pushed the garage door button. The door hummed as it rose slowly. Rachel's boots appeared just outside. I didn't hesitate. I turned the ignition and shifted into drive. I slammed on the gas, bursting through the door and catching Rachel off guard. Her upper body slammed into the hood of the car even as she fired the gun at me through the windshield. Unable to see with bits of garage door blocking my view, I swerved across the lawn and plowed into the mailbox, sandwiching Rachel's body against it. Tears burned my eyes as I climbed out of the car and crawled towards Rachel's body. Neighbors had emerged from their homes. If they'd been disturbed by the gunshots, they'd hidden behind closed doors. Now that the threat seemed neutralized, they exited to witness the gruesome aftermath. I leaned over Rachel's dying body. "I'm sorry," I cried. "I didn't want to." Her mouth flapped uselessly as she tried to speak. I moved closer to hear what she was saying. "My sister. They said they'd let her quit if I... Please help her." "Who are they?" I asked. But Rachel was gone. I noticed blood dripping onto the lawn near Rachel's arm. I looked down to see I'd caught a bullet in the shoulder. I heard sirens as I passed out next to her body. I awoke in the hospital to find an officer sitting with me. I tried to sit up. "Stay down," she said. "You were hurt pretty bad, but you're going to be okay. Your parents have been notified and they're on the way." I had no idea where to begin. "You don't have to say anything. You're not in any trouble. The neighbors' reports made it pretty clear it was self-defense. The two deceased turned out to be some pretty big drug dealers and you got caught in the crossfire. But you're lucky. Things could have been a lot worse for you." "That's not what happened," I said. She looked at me for a while, taking me in. Then she said, "You're not thinking straight. Get some rest and we can chat later if you still want to." The cop stood up and walked out of the room. I noticed a phone on the table between my bed and the chair she'd been sitting in. "Hey, you left your phone," I called out. She turned back and shook her head as she held up a cell. "Mine's right here. I'm pretty sure that's yours." The phone buzzed on the table, giving me instant chills. A single notification lit up the screen. "You have a new task."
Recently, I met a medium who promised me proof. Read this to the end, and you will believe too. I'm sitting on a sofa in a cramped, messy room. The carpet is faded and stained, the wallpaper peeling, and spots of mold speckle the ceiling. Everything about this old house screams disrepair. Next to me on the sofa, an old man with sagging, papery skin sits staring at an empty chair in the corner. A younger man, somewhere in his 30s, in a suit with a slick haircut and white smile of a dentist, or maybe a realtor, flashes his pearly whites at the old man and says, "Hello, sir. My name is Nathan. I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing?" "She's there," growls the old man, still staring at the empty chair in the corner. "Who's there?" Nathan, the medium, glances at the chair. Back to the old man. "Who is it you see sitting in that chair?" He sniffs, wrinkles up his mouth in a frown. "Dunno her name. For the record, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I am here because I don't believe. I'm also recording this entire interaction. The old man, the medium, the invisible woman in the chair in the corner. I make sure to get the chair. Lots of footage of it. I am tempted to get up and go sit in it. But that would ruin this whole charade, wouldn't it? Anyway, I just keep filming." Nathan, the smarmy medium, who should be a realtor, looked confused when he first looked at the empty chair, but is now playing along, full woo-woo psychic mode, saying stuff like, to the woman in the chair, "Can I ask what you are doing here? What is it you would like to communicate?" Silence, and Nathan asks the old man, "Do you see any change in her?" The old man shakes his head. She's just sitting there. A few minutes more of a lot of nothing. The medium decides to cast a blessing on the room to help put her spirit to rest. And then the old man sits up straight. His eyes go big. He says, "She's getting up." Then she's laughing. She's cursing at us. Then he starts whimpering. "She's coming closer. She's coming. She's coming. Stop her." He starts screaming, and the medium leaps up, chanting words of a prayer in what is probably Google translated Latin. He waves a hunk of burning sage and sprinkles salt, while the old man screams. I get the whole thing on my phone. The screaming, the sage, the sweat on Nathan the medium's brow, as he shouts with increasing ferocity over the old man's howls, snarling at the empty chair. And when the moment is right, I yell, "Cut!" The old man stops screaming. His face breaks into a grin as he turns to me. "How was that, Max?" "Brilliant, Pete. You were brilliant," I say, angling my phone toward myself and also speaking to the cameras we have set up to catch the psychic at work. I speak to my future audience, you all, who should subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. This is Pete, an actor. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast. Now, we just debunk stuff and get drunk later while laughing about it. The only person who is not an actor here is Nathan the Medium, who, as you can see, quickly began speaking to an empty chair. Nathan, you stated several times that you could sense the presence in the chair. What do you have to say now that you know Pete here is an actor? Nathan has lost his charm. He stammers, red-faced, furious at having been set up, looking between me and Pete and the chair, as if unsure which of us is the most to blame for his predicament. He insists his powers are genuine and babbles that there is a spiritual energy in the chair, while I go on to remark about how the chair itself is from Target. We bought it this morning. So was there spiritual energy at the department store before we brought it in? He says it must be with the house then. I tell him how the house itself is a set. It's actually my house, and I live here. And this entry room doesn't usually look like this. We made it grubbier for effect. Though, I add, I guess you're right. There's not the greatest vibes. Feng Shui has always been a little off in here. And I do need to replace the carpet. The stains are real. The mold spots on the ceiling are fake. You get the idea. Call me Max, short for Maxine, or Maximilian, depending on my mood. I'm currently Nathan the Medium's worst nightmare. What you are doing is entrapment, he snarls, his ruddy red face on the verge of tears. Oh, his business is gonna take a hit, all right. He keeps barking at me. You act so sanctimonious, but this bullshit is hurting people. You're hurting people by dismissing their beliefs, disrespecting the spiritual. I laugh at him. I'd say that's exactly what you're doing by taking advantage of people, just like you tried with Pete here. I bet you go into schools and debunk Santa Claus to the little kids. How telling that you compare what you do to lying to children. So you know you're lying. You just think it's okay because they're feel-good lies. You know what? Make fun all you want, but this stuff is real. You're a fool to mess with it. He turns and storms out. My last shot of him is both middle fingers held up. His dramatic exit is marred almost immediately by his return moments later, his face now blank as thrusts a business card into my hand. For skeptics, he says, call her, and she'll make you believe. Thanks for the tip, Nathan. Probably won't, though. It usually doesn't work when people know ahead of time. Call her. She will make you believe, he repeats again before turning on his heel and striding out. I look at the card. It just says, make believe on one side, and on the other is an eye and a number. The eye has a nifty effect, where it appears to always be looking at you. The card is matte black, with simple lettering. I tuck it in my pocket. A few days later, Nathan the Medium contacts me via text. The episode has already aired. I'm sure Nathan is pissed about it. No doubt, he's getting a lot of emails and calls. He's getting roasted in the comments, so is messaging me. It's not surprising. Probably to beg me to remove it, offer to bribe me. I've had all kinds of things. His message, when I open it, surprises me. Forget what I said about the card. Just throw it away, please. Now, I've always been a contrarian. Had forgotten about the card until that moment. But of course, after his request, I go digging it up. The matte black, the eye, the words, make believe, and the number to call. I call it out of curiosity, making sure to record the call. So I'll have material later for an episode If this turns into anything, there's no ringing, just a voice, connecting almost immediately. The address is redacted. Come if you want to believe. Corny, probably not worth the effort of a debunk, but the address isn't too far from my sister's house, and I have to visit her anyway to help her with a few things and talk about my brother-in-law. He's battling cancer. I make a note about it, and the next day, before I head over to see my sister, I swing by the address. It takes a while to find. A small psychic reading shop. More of a nook, really, tucked between a bakery and a bookstore. You have to go down a set of stairs to even find the door, and the room is so small, it feels like stepping into a janitor's closet. The woman inside is neither old nor young. She's somewhere between 30 and 50. An unremarkable bird of a woman with beady dark eyes and hair like a crow's wings. Glossy black with a bluish sheen, must be dyed. She's sitting in a chair in the corner in a long black gown, stiff as a doll that's been posed. She has only one eye, which follows me as I step in and sit down in the chair opposite her. The other eye is shrouded in shadow. Also, the lights in here are very low. It's a nice effect, hokey, but visually arresting. Props to her for atmosphere. Minus a few points for being so cliche. "Hello, Max," says the woman. So Nathan obviously did give her the heads up. So much for debunking. Even so, I ask her if I can record. She cackles a little and motions for me to go ahead. So I take out my phone and start recording us both. Though I don't have much hope for anything from this given. She's already been prepped for me by Nathan. Still, why not? I clear my throat and say, "I'm told you can make anyone believe." "Sure," she agrees. "Okay, make me believe." Her head cocks, raven-like, and she examines me. Her eye drifts to the camera. "Is this really what you want, Max? To be made to believe? Me and my viewers, and your viewers." Again, that throaty chuckle. How nice. All right then, Max, the debunker. I'll make a bargain with you. In 5 days, if I've made you believe, you publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel. If you still don't believe in 5 days, nothing happens to you. The sheer gall of this lunatic, I can't help smiling. And myself and my channel, I echo. That's the worst bargain I've ever heard. Why would I agree to that? Because you don't believe. You believe. You won't believe. And you're an arrogant shit who wants clicks. And making this bargain will give them to you. She makes actually a very good point. Also, she's right. I absolutely do not believe. I say as much to my camera. And then say, "Okay, crazy lady, fine, I accept your bargain. But just recording this to note that I have no plans to commit suicide. And if I appear to do so, and this lady has murdered me, I expect her to be arrested." She just looks at me with a flat, black eye. "So how are you going to make me believe?" I ask. "Tell me the names of 3 people." She grunts. "Kenji," I say, "my brother-in-law. He dies on Friday," she says. "Loses his battle with cancer. My condolences." Wow. Okay. Obviously, you did your research. It's called a hot reading, when a purported psychic will look up information about a subject before the reading and then recite facts about them that seem astonishing to the audience. Nathan told her I was coming, so she obviously looked up my brother-in-law and his condition. My brother-in-law could pass at any time. Friday is very specific, but it's not a bad gamble. I find it in poor taste. She throws out his death so casually, though, wagering her whole charade on his ill health. "That one's too easy," she says, as if agreeing with my thoughts. "Who else?" "Sarah, my sister, who is going through it right now. with Kenji's illness, she shakes her head. Nothing much happens to her in the next 5 days, except for grieving her husband. Name someone else. What number? You said I could name anybody. I named Sarah. You can't make a prediction for her. She sighs and rolls her eyes. It's your episode, Max. There are plenty of more interesting options, but fine. Your sister Sarah forgets a bag of groceries and has to go back for it. Inside are 2 apples, some herbal medicine your brother-in-law requested that she'll never get a chance to deliver to him, and chocolates for you. This is all so specific. Already, I'm thinking of how it could be staged. Could this woman bribe one of the store workers at the co-op my sister shops at? Or maybe this make-believe woman has got a bug in her ear now. Someone is whispering stuff to her, and they've been watching Sarah, and the shopping has already happened. I'm still considering how elaborate this might be, or if she's just doing what most of these scammers do, lie. The woman says, I'll pick the 3rd person because you're about to say Mateo. And yes, his wife is cheating on him. You'll say it's too easy for me to have guessed. You think I have an accomplice listening and feeding me clues. So instead, let's pick Pete. In 3 days, he has a heart attack from seeing her. Seeing who? The woman in the chair. Her lips curve in a ghastly smile. Pete the actor. There's no woman in any chair. I paid him to make her up. He'll call you in 3 days, and he'll tell you he's been seeing her. He'll beg you to make her go away. He'll warn you. He'll plead. He's an actor, I snap. Did you hire him? He'll say that he knew you'd say that. He'll beg you to believe him, but you won't. Well, this last one sounds easy enough to stage. Anyway, though if they can make the stuff happen with my sister, I'll be both really impressed and probably filing a lawsuit for stalking. As for my brother-in-law, it's disgusting they'd even talk about him that way. Oh, Max, she says, as I am leaving, take my card. I love referrals. Refer me to someone else, and maybe I'll make them believe in your place. Whatever, I growl and step out of the place, ascending the stairs into the bright sun. She makes my skin crawl. Not because she's connected to the occult, but because she's a charlatan who lies without any sense of moral compunction. A parasite feeding on people's superstitions. I've made it my career to expose people like her. These kinds of scammers are the reason my father ended up losing so much money, destitute and desperately believing that the woman, if she even was a woman, catfishing him, was in love with him. He believed she was planning to elope with him until he succumbed to COVID during the pandemic. Exposing the lies can't bring him back or undo the harm that was caused to our family, but it might prevent someone else from falling for a similar scheme. When I get home, I review the footage of my encounter with the make-believe woman and decide that next week I'll splice it with some footage of all her predictions not coming true. It'll make a decent short reel, I guess, though not dissimilar from other reels where I've exposed frauds. I save the footage and forget about it. 2 days later, on Friday, my brother-in-law's passing coincides with the first prediction, but his death was already foretold by the doctors, and I dismiss the coincidence for the rest of the day. I am talking to family. I console my sister, Sarah. I spend the night and check in on her every few hours. She has barely stopped crying and hasn't eaten anything. The next day, I'm still trying to console her when my phone rings. It's from an unsaved number. I don't pick up, but it rings and rings, and she tells me through tears it's fine, to please go and answer it. So I do. It is Pete, the actor. Max, rasped Pete. Max, thank God. She said she'll count you as a referral. You have to make her go away. Who? I ask. Annoyance, like an ice pick in my brain, because I already know who. Already suspect. The woman, he bursts, all but sobbing. The one in the chair. I can't believe it. This make-believe lady actually did it. She actually reached out to Pete. Paid him whatever she paid him. Not much, probably. He's an amateur actor we found on Instagram. Honestly, one of the reasons we hired him is because he came cheap. And now he's turned his shtick on me. I sigh. Yeah, very funny. Listen, I know who hired you. She said you'd say that. He bursts. She said you wouldn't believe me, but you have to. Max, you have to. Okay, look, this is inappropriate. My brother-in-law just died. I need to take care of family matters. You have to believe. Max, you're the only one who can save me. You have to believe before tonight. Call her and tell her you believe, or I hang up the phone, frustrated, and then I silence it, as it immediately rings again. My sister looks up from her chair, eyes red, perplexed. Max, she asks. Who was? Nobody. Just an actor I worked with on a gig. Nothing to worry about. I sigh, looking at my silenced phone. It's still ringing. There are also pictures coming through via text and messages. Pictures from the photo shoot. All of the empty chair. Can't you see her? He keeps texting. More empty chair pictures. The man is dedicated. I'll give him that. He's a much better actor than I initially gave him credit. Probably should have paid him more. I block his number and forget about him. Forget about him. That is, until the next day. I'm helping my sister to put things away around the house. The place is a mess, and everything reminds her of Kenji. As I unpack a tote bag on the counter, I pull out a couple of chocolate bars. I ask if I can have one, and she calls from her place, listless on the couch. Yeah, I got those for you. Oh, really? Thank you. Sure. I pull a box of an herbal supplement out. My heart thumps in my chest. This is only a coincidence, I think. I clear my throat and call. What do you want me to do with this herbal concoction? Huh? Supplements for... Looks like it helps with digestion and gut health. Oh, She goes very quiet, and then says, I got that for Kenji. I don't know. Oh, I don't want to ask. I don't want to. And I loathe the butterflies in my stomach, the way my throat is dry and constricted, as I ask her, did you forget the bag? Huh? The herbal medicine. When you were out shopping for him, did you leave the bag? Yeah, actually. She wipes tears from her eyes. I've just been so out of it. How did you know I left it? I don't answer. My heart is hammering now as I go to my phone, search for Pete's number, try to call, but there is no answer. I turn to my sister. Maybe the cashier kept the bag by accident, I say. Maybe they set it behind the counter, so you didn't notice when you walked away. She's too distraught over Kenji to engage with me. Doesn't understand why I care about the bag. Could have been tucked behind the counter, she echoes. I cling to that thought. The make-believe woman bribed the cashier to hide the bag, and then to put items in it that my sister would normally buy. How else would the make-believe woman have known exactly what items would be in there? These scammers, I tell you, blood-sucking. It's insane the lengths they go to, but just in case, I retreat to the spare room, open my laptop, and check the footage of my recording with the make-believe woman. Check the date. She told me I had 5 days. Tomorrow will be 5. I have time. I repeat to myself. wondering why I'm being so uncharacteristically irrational when none of this is real. I paid Pete. I know he's acting. Why the fuck hasn't he called back? I call again. No answer. I go to YouTube and pull up the debauchery and debunkery video I released about Nathan, the phony medium. My heart settles as I watch it. The medium talking about his craft. This fucking fraudster. He goes on about establishing a psychic connection and how time is all wibbly-wobbly. Pretty sure he cribbed that from some sci-fi show. And as a consequence, he can see snippets from the future. It's all nonsense. I feel the comfort of the familiar, my skepticism sliding back into place. The camera shots of my house, the stage front room, the peeling wallpaper, and everything. And there's Pete, sitting on the sofa, pretending. I can't wait for him to get to the part where I call cut. And he reveals he's acting the whole time. That's what I need to see to feel better. Hello, sir. My name is Nathan, says Nathan on screen, introducing himself to Pete. I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing? She's there, says Pete. Who's there? Asks Nathan the medium, while Pete the actor keeps staring and says he doesn't know her name. And then my camera, zooming in on the chair. Number. Fuck me. No. I freeze the frame. Number. What the fuck? Number. She's there, staring out at me from the screen, staring through the screen, right at the camera. The woman from the psychic reading shop. The video proceeds as normal, the same as before, exactly as we recorded. My blood is pumping so loud, I can barely hear myself think. My pulse raging, drowning out the dialogue in the video as the medium leans forward and asks what the woman is doing now. Pete says she's just sitting there. The camera pans back to the empty chair, but it's not empty. The woman is sitting in it. The camera returns to Nathan the medium as he gets up and begins performing a blessing on the room until suddenly Pete sits up straight on the sofa and announces, she's getting up. She's laughing. My throat constricts. My heart sledgehammers my ribs so hard I think I might go into cardiac arrest. The phone camera remains trained on Pete, on his hammy acting. Only now, instead of looking hammy, he looks genuinely terrified. He really is a better actor than I gave him credit. I hear my own voice, chuckling under my breath on the recording, trying not to giggle at what I evidently thought was a great performance by our actor. And then finally, my phone pans back to the chair. I scream aloud, in my room by myself, and jerk back from my laptop. The woman is standing, lurching toward the camera, toward me. She's coming closer. Pete's voice screams on the recording. I'm cowering on the floor, gasping as the woman steps nearer to the camera, her face swallowing the screen. Cut, shouts my voice. Then everything is back to normal. The woman on the video is gone. There's only Nathan, red-faced and ashamed, as Pete and I tease him. I hear my own arrogant voice. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast. I slam my hand on the laptop to shut it, but then something occurs to me. If the woman was really there, if I wasn't seeing things, others must have noticed her too. I pull open the laptop again and skim the YouTube comments. All ordinary, and my heartbeat settles until I scroll to the most recent comments. Specifically, there's a bunch left by the user, Pete Hamsitup. It's the handle for our actor, and he has commented over and over, Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup, I believe. Pete Hamsitup. it up. I believe. I check Pete's Instagram account, the one we hired him from. His account is gone, deleted. I call Pete, and while the phone rings, Max, the door bursts open, and my sister says, Max, everything okay? She's come because she heard me screaming over the video. Can you see her? I ask, trying not to hyperventilate as I turn my laptop toward her, rewinding the video to just before the cut. Can you see anyone in the chair? What? No, it's just an empty chair. Max, what's going on? But I push past her without answering. I need to get home. Need to get to that stage front room. Max, my sister shouts as I slam the door behind me. I try calling Pete again as I pull out of the driveway. His phone just keeps ringing. I call and call, then drop the phone, swearing as I nearly pancake a pedestrian. I'm so distraught. The pedestrian screams obscenities as I screech by. My phone rings again, and I pick it up wildly, wondering if it's Pete. But it's my sister, worried about me. I lie that I'm fine, running a red light and careening along residential streets, and finally screeching into my driveway. And I leap out, rushing up the front steps, through the porch, and into the stage living room area. See the chair, still empty. Thank God, everything still the same as on the day of Nathan the medium's visit. Nathan, I need to call Nathan. Nathan, I burst as the call connects. It's Max from Debauchery and Debunkery. I need you to make her stop. I pause, stammering over my next words, and grit my teeth and make myself say, I'll take down the debunk video. I'll say you were right. Just make her stop. Do you believe? Comes the tinny voice on the phone. Sure, fine. Just make her stop. If you believe, says the voice, you must publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel. What? The blood in my veins turns to ice as I remember the deal, that absurd deal. If I believe, I end my channel and myself. If I don't believe, nothing happens. So Max, you'll be fine if you don't believe, says the small, rational voice in my head. If I don't believe, as long as I'm still a skeptic, But tears start into my eyes, the phone shaking in my fingers, because I'm looking at my texts and there's a new one from Pete. Hello, this is Jay on my grandfather's phone. He had a heart attack yesterday and passed away. Scrolling up to the previous text, it's just the picture he sent, over and over again, of the chair. But now, I see her. I fucking see her. And now I can't make myself unsee her. I can't. And I'm certain that when finally I see her in the flesh again and my 5 days are over, I'll end my account and myself. And oh, fuck me. How do I stop it? Please help me. I whimper into the phone. Nathan's voice cackles, only it doesn't sound like Nathan. I sink down to the floor in despair, and that's when I find it on the carpet. That matte black card of hers, black like the blackest void in the universe. Except those words, make believe, and in the picture of the eye, looking at me and the number. And I remember, she likes referrals. I still have a few hours left to find someone else, so I'm making this final post. Please, are you a skeptic? You think I'm making this all up? That it's just nonsense? That I'm I'm an actor? Ha. Perfect. Okay, please, listen, I believe, and I need you to look her up. I need you to call her. Call this number, redacted. Call her. And no matter how skeptical you are, she'll make you believe. But I beg you to do it soon. Now. Call her now. Now. I promise she'll make you believe. Recently, I met a medium who promised me proof. Read this to the end, and you will believe too. I'm sitting on a sofa in a cramped, messy room. The carpet is faded and stained, the wallpaper peeling, and spots of mold speckle the ceiling. Everything about this old house screams disrepair. Next to me on the sofa, an old man with sagging, papery skin sits staring at an empty chair in the corner. A younger man, somewhere in his 30s, in a suit with a slick haircut and white smile of a dentist, or maybe a realtor, flashes his pearly whites at the old man and says, "Hello, sir. My name is Nathan. I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing?" "She's there," growls the old man, still staring at the empty chair in the corner. "Who's there?" Nathan, the medium, glances at the chair. Back to the old man. "Who is it you see sitting in that chair?" He sniffs, wrinkles up his mouth in a frown. "Dunno her name. For the record, I don't believe in any of this stuff. I am here because I don't believe. I'm also recording this entire interaction. The old man, the medium, the invisible woman in the chair in the corner. I make sure to get the chair. Lots of footage of it. I am tempted to get up and go sit in it. But that would ruin this whole charade, wouldn't it? Anyway, I just keep filming. Nathan, the smarmy medium, who should be a realtor, looked confused when he first looked at the empty chair, but is now playing along, full woo-woo psychic mode, saying stuff like, to the woman in the chair, "Can I ask what you are doing here? What is it you would like to communicate?" Silence, and Nathan asks the old man, "Do you see any change in her?" The old man shakes his head. She's just sitting there. A few minutes more of a lot of nothing. The medium decides to cast a blessing on the room to help put her spirit to rest. And then the old man sits up straight. His eyes go big. He says, "She's getting up." Then she's laughing. She's cursing at us. Then he starts whimpering. "She's coming closer. She's coming. She's coming. Stop her." He starts screaming, and the medium leaps up, chanting words of a prayer in what is probably Google translated Latin. He waves a hunk of burning sage and sprinkles salt, while the old man screams. I get the whole thing on my phone. The screaming, the sage, the sweat on Nathan the medium's brow, as he shouts with increasing ferocity over the old man's howls, snarling at the empty chair. And when the moment is right, I yell, "Cut!" The old man stops screaming. His face breaks into a grin as he turns to me. "How was that, Max?" "Brilliant, Pete. You were brilliant," I say, angling my phone toward myself and also speaking to the cameras we have set up to catch the psychic at work. I speak to my future audience, you all, who should subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. This is Pete, an actor. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast. Now, we just debunk stuff and get drunk later while laughing about it. The only person who is not an actor here is Nathan the medium, who, as you can see, quickly began speaking to an empty chair. Nathan, you stated several times that you could sense the presence in the chair. What do you have to say now that you know Pete here is an actor? Nathan has lost his charm. He stammers, red-faced, furious at having been set up, looking between me and Pete and the chair, as if unsure which of us is the most to blame for his predicament. He insists his powers are genuine and babbles that there is a spiritual energy in the chair, while I go on to remark about how the chair itself is from Target. We bought it this morning. So was there spiritual energy at the department store before we brought it in? He says it must be with the house then. I tell him how the house itself is a set. It's actually my house, and I live live here, and this entry room doesn't usually look like this. We made it grubbier for effect. Though, I add, I guess you're right. There's not the greatest vibes. Feng shui has always been a little off in here. And I do need to replace the carpet. The stains are real. The mold spots on the ceiling are fake. You get the idea. Call me Max, short for Maxine, or Maximilian, depending on my mood. I'm currently Nathan the Medium's worst nightmare. What you are doing is entrapment, he snarls, his ruddy red face on the verge of tears. Oh, his business is gonna take a hit, all right. He keeps barking at me. You act so sanctimonious, but this bullshit is hurting people. You're hurting people by dismissing their beliefs, disrespecting the spiritual. I laugh at him. I'd say that's exactly what you're doing by taking advantage of people, just like you tried with Pete. Here, I bet you go into schools and debunk Santa Claus to the little kids. How telling that you compare what you do to lying to children. So you know you're lying. You just think it's okay because they're feel-good lies. You know what? Make fun all you want, but this stuff is real. You're a fool to mess with it. He turns and storms out. My last shot of him is both middle fingers held up. His dramatic exit is marred almost immediately by his return moments later, his face now blank as thrusts a business card into my hand. For skeptics, he says, call her, and she'll make you believe. Thanks for the tip, Nathan. Probably won't, though. It usually doesn't work when people know ahead of time. Call her. She will make you believe, he repeats again before turning on his heel and striding out. I look at the card. It just says, make believe on one side, and on the other is an eye and a number. The eye has a nifty effect. Where it appears to always be looking at you, the card is matte black, with simple lettering. I tuck it in my pocket. A few days later, Nathan the Medium contacts me via text. The episode has already aired. I'm sure Nathan is pissed about it. No doubt, he's getting a lot of emails and calls. He's getting roasted in the comments. So is messaging me. It's not surprising. Probably to beg me to remove it. Offer to bribe me. I've had all kinds of things. His message, when I open it, surprises me. Forget what I said about the card. Just throw it away, please. Now, I've always been a contrarian. Had forgotten about the card until that moment. But of course, after his request, I go digging it up. The matte black, the eye, the words, make believe, and the number to call. I call it out of curiosity, making sure to record the call. So I'll have material later for an episode if this turns into anything. There's no ringing, just a voice, connecting almost immediately. The address is redacted. Come if you want to believe. Corny, probably not worth the effort of a debunk, but the address isn't too far from my sister's house, and I have to visit her anyway to help her with a few things and talk about my brother-in-law. He's battling cancer. I make a note about it, and the next day, before I head over to see my sister, I swing by the address. It takes a while to find. A small psychic reading shop. More of a nook, really, tucked between a bakery and a bookstore. You have to go down a set of stairs to even find the door, and the room is so small, it feels like stepping into a janitor's closet. The woman inside is neither old nor young. She's somewhere between 30 and 50. An unremarkable bird of a woman with beady dark eyes and hair like a crow's wings. Glossy black with a bluish sheen, must be dyed. She's sitting in a chair in the corner, in a long black gown, stiff as a doll, that's been posed. She has only one eye, which follows me as I step in and sit down in the chair opposite her. The other eye is shrouded in shadow. Also, The lights in here are very low. It's a nice effect, hokey, but visually arresting. Props to her for atmosphere. Minus a few points for being so cliche. "Hello, Max," says the woman. So Nathan obviously did give her the heads up. So much for debunking. Even so, I ask her if I can record. She cackles a little and motions for me to go ahead. So I take out my phone and start recording us both. Though I don't have much hope for anything from this given. She's already been prepped for me by Nathan. Still, why not? I clear my throat and say, "I'm told you can make anyone believe." "Sure," she agrees. "Okay, make me believe." Her head cocks, raven-like, and she examines me. Her eye drifts to the camera. "Is this really what you want, Max? To be made to believe? Me and my viewers, and your viewers." Again, that throaty chuckle. How nice. "All right then, Max, the debunker. I'll make a bargain with you. In 5 days, if I've made you believe, you publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel. If you still don't believe in 5 days, nothing happens to you." The sheer gall of this lunatic. I can't help smiling. "And myself and my channel," I echo. "That's the worst bargain I've ever heard. Why would I agree to that?" "Because you don't believe. You believe you won't believe. And you're an arrogant shit who wants clicks. And making this bargain will give them to you." She makes actually a very good point. Also, she's right. I absolutely do not believe. I say as much to my camera, and then say, "Okay, crazy lady, fine, I accept your bargain, but just recording this to note that I have no plans to commit suicide, and if I appear to do so, and this lady has murdered me, I expect her to be arrested." She just looks at me with a flat, black eye. "So how are you going to make me believe?" I ask. "Tell me the names of 3 people." She grunts. "Kenji," I say, "my brother-in-law. He dies on Friday," she says. "Loses his battle with cancer. My condolences." Wow. Okay. Obviously, you did your research. It's called a hot reading, when a purported psychic will look up information about a subject before the reading and then recite facts about them that seem astonishing to the audience. Nathan told her I was coming, so she obviously looked up my brother-in-law and his condition. My brother-in-law could pass at any time. Friday is very specific, but it's not a bad gamble. I find it in poor taste. She throws out his death so casually, though, wagering her whole charade on his ill health. "That one's too easy," she says, as if agreeing with my thoughts. "Who else?" "Sarah, my sister, who is going through it right now with Kenji's illness." She shakes her head. "Nothing much happens to her in the next 5 days, except for grieving her husband. Name someone else." "What number? You said I could name anybody." "I named Sarah. You can't make a prediction for her." She sighs and rolls her eyes. "It's your episode, Max. There are plenty of more interesting options. But fine. Your sister Sarah forgets a bag of groceries and has to go back for it. Inside are 2 apples, some herbal medicine your brother-in-law requested that she'll never get a chance to deliver to him, and chocolates for you. This is all so specific. Already, I'm thinking of how it could be staged. Could this woman bribe one of the store workers at the co-op my sister shops at? Or maybe this make-believe woman has got a bug in her ear now. Someone is whispering stuff to her, and they've been watching Sarah, and the shopping has already happened. I'm still considering how elaborate this might be, or if she's just doing what most of these scammers do, lie. The woman says, "I'll pick the 3rd person because you're about to say Mateo." And yes, his wife is cheating on him. You'll say it's too easy for me to have guessed. You think I have an accomplice listening and feeding me clues. So instead, let's pick Pete. In 3 days, he has a heart attack from seeing her. Seeing who? The woman in the chair. Her lips curve in a ghastly smile. Pete the actor. There's no woman in any chair. I paid him to make her up. He'll call you in 3 days, and he'll tell you he's been seeing her. He'll beg you to make her go away. He'll warn you. He'll plead. He's an actor, I snap. Did you hire him? He'll say that he knew you'd say that. He'll beg you to believe him, but you won't. Well, this last one sounds easy enough to stage. Anyway, though if they can make the stuff happen with my sister, I'll be both really impressed and probably filing a lawsuit for stalking. As for my brother-in-law, it's disgusting they'd even talk about him that way. Oh, Max, she says, as I am leaving, take my card. I love referrals. Refer me to someone else, and maybe I'll make them believe in your place. Whatever, I growl and step out of the place, ascending the stairs into the bright sun. She makes my skin crawl. Not because she's connected to the occult, but because she's a charlatan who lies without any sense of moral compunction. A parasite feeding on people's superstitions. I've made it my career to expose people like her. These kinds of scammers are the reason my father ended up losing so much money, destitute and desperately believing that the woman, if she even was a woman, catfishing him, was in love with him. He believed she was planning to elope with him until he succumbed to COVID during the pandemic. Exposing the lies can't bring him back or undo the harm that was caused to our family, but it might prevent someone else from falling for a similar scheme. When I get home, I review the footage of my encounter with the make-believe woman and decide that next week I'll splice it with some footage of all her predictions not coming true. It'll make a decent short reel, I guess, though not dissimilar from other reels where I've exposed frauds. I save the footage and forget about it. 2 days later, on Friday, my brother-in-law's passing coincides with the first prediction, but his death was already foretold by the doctors, and I dismiss the coincidence. For the rest of the day, I am talking to family. I console my sister, Sarah. I spend the night and check in on her every few hours. She has barely stopped crying and hasn't eaten anything. The next day, I'm still trying to console her when my phone rings. It's from an unsaved number. I don't pick up, but it rings and rings, and she tells me through tears it's fine, to please go and answer it. So I do. It is Pete, the actor. Max, rasped Pete. Max, thank God. She said she'll count you as a referral. You have to make her go away. Who? I ask. Annoyance, like an ice pick in my brain, because I already know who. Already suspect. The woman, he bursts, all but sobbing. The one in the chair. I can't believe it. This make-believe lady actually did it. She actually reached out to Pete. Paid him whatever she paid him. Not much, probably. He's an amateur actor we found on Instagram. Honestly, one of the reasons we hired him is because he came cheap. And now, he's turned his shtick on me. I sigh. Yeah, very funny. Listen, I know who hired you. She said you'd say that. He bursts. She said you wouldn't believe me, but you have to. Max, you have to. Okay, look, this is inappropriate. My brother-in-law just died. I need to take care of family matters. You have to believe. Max, you're the only one who can save me. You have to believe before tonight. Call her and tell her you believe, or I hang up the phone, frustrated, and then I silence it, as it immediately rings again. My sister looks up from her chair, eyes red, perplexed. "Max?" she asks. "Who was?" "Nobody. Just an actor I worked with on a gig. Nothing to worry about." I sigh, looking at my silenced phone. It's still ringing. There are also pictures coming through via text and messages. Pictures from the photo shoot. All of the empty chair. "Can't you see her?" He keeps texting. More empty chair pictures. The man is dedicated. I'll give him that. He's a much better actor than I initially gave him credit. Probably should have paid him more. I block his number and forget about him. Forget about him. That is, until the next day. I'm helping my sister to put things away around the house. The place is a mess, and everything reminds her of Kenji. As I unpack a tote bag on the counter, I pull out a couple of chocolate bars. I ask if I can have one, and she calls from her place, listless on the couch. "Yeah, I got those for you." "Oh, really? Thank you." "Sure." I pull a box of an herbal supplement out. My heart thumps in my chest. This is only a coincidence, I think. I clear my throat and call. "What do you want me to do with this herbal concoction?" "Huh? Supplements for... Looks like it helps with digestion and gut health." "Oh, She goes very quiet, and then says, "I got that for Kenji." I don't know. Oh, I don't want to ask. I don't want to. And I loathe the butterflies in my stomach, the way my throat is dry and constricted as I ask her, "Did you forget the bag?" "Huh? The herbal medicine. When you were out shopping for him, did you leave the bag?" Yeah, actually." She wipes tears from her eyes. "I've just been so out of it. How did you know I left it?" I don't answer. My heart is hammering now as I go to my phone, search for Pete's number, try to call, but there is no answer. I turn to my sister. "Maybe the cashier kept the bag by accident," I say. "Maybe they set it behind the counter, so you didn't notice when you walked away." She's too distraught over Kenji to engage with me. Doesn't understand why I care about the bag. Could have been tucked behind the counter, she echoes. I cling to that thought. The make-believe woman bribed the cashier to hide the bag, and then to put items in it that my sister would normally buy. How else would the make-believe woman have known exactly what items would be in there? These scammers, I tell you, blood-sucking. It's insane the lengths they go to, but just in case, I retreat to the spare room, open my laptop, and check the footage of my recording with the make-believe woman. Check the date. She told me I had 5 days. Tomorrow will be 5. I have time. I repeat to myself, wondering why I'm being so uncharacteristically irrational when none of this is real. I paid Pete. I know he's acting. Why the fuck hasn't he called back? I call again. No answer. I go to YouTube and pull up the debauchery and debunkery video I released about Nathan, the phony medium. My heart settles as I watch it. The medium talking about his craft. This fucking fraudster. He goes on about establishing a psychic connection and how time is all wibbly-wobbly. Pretty sure he cribbed that from some sci-fi show. And as a consequence, he can see snippets from the future. It's all nonsense. I feel the comfort of the familiar, my skepticism sliding back into place. The camera shots of my house, the stage front room, the peeling wallpaper, and everything. And there's Pete, sitting on the sofa, pretending. I can't wait for him to get to the part where I call cut. And he reveals he's acting the whole time. That's what I need to see to feel better. "Hello, sir. My name is Nathan," says Nathan on screen, introducing himself to Pete. "I'm a spiritual medium. Your family reached out to me and asked for my services. Can you tell me some of what you've been experiencing? She's there, says Pete. Who's there? Asks Nathan the medium, while Pete the actor keeps staring and says he doesn't know her name. And then my camera, zooming in on the chair. Number. Fuck me. No. I freeze the frame. Number. What the fuck? Number. She's there, staring out at me from the screen, staring through the screen, right at the camera. The woman from the psychic reading shop. The video proceeds as normal, the same as before, exactly as we recorded. My blood is pumping so loud, I can barely hear myself think. My pulse raging, drowning out the dialogue in the video as the medium leans forward and asks what the woman is doing now. Pete says she's just sitting there. The camera pans back to the empty chair, but it's not empty. The woman is sitting in it. The camera returns to Nathan the medium as he gets up and begins performing a blessing on the room until suddenly Pete sits up straight on the sofa and announces, she's getting up. She's laughing. My throat constricts. My heart sledgehammers my ribs so hard I think I might go into cardiac arrest. The phone camera remains trained on Pete, on his hammy acting. Only now, instead of looking hammy, he looks genuinely terrified. He really is a better actor than I gave him credit. I hear my own voice chuckling under my breath on the recording, trying not to giggle at what I evidently thought was a great performance by our actor. And then finally, my phone pans back to the chair. I scream aloud, in my room by myself, and jerk back from my laptop. The woman is standing, lurching toward the camera, toward me. She's coming closer. Pete's voice screams on the recording. I'm cowering on the floor, gasping as the woman steps nearer, nearer to the camera, her face swallowing the screen. Cut, shouts my voice. Then everything is back to normal. The woman on the video is gone. There's only Nathan, red-faced and ashamed, as Pete and I tease him. I hear my own arrogant voice. I'm Max, host of Debauchery and Debunkery, where we used to take a shot for each lie, but quickly realized we get drunk way too fast. I slam my hand on the laptop to shut it, but then something occurs to me. If the woman was really there, if I wasn't seeing things, others must have noticed her too. I pull open the laptop again and skim the YouTube comments, all ordinary, and my heartbeat settles until I scroll to the most recent comments. Specifically, there's a bunch left by the user, Pete Hamsitup. It's the handle for our actor, and he has commented over and over, Pete Hamsitup, I believe. 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 I check Pete's Instagram account, the one we hired him from. His account is gone, deleted. I call Pete, and while the phone rings, Max, the door bursts open, and my sister says, Max, everything okay? She's come because she heard me screaming over the video. Can you see her? I ask, trying not to hyperventilate as I turn my laptop toward her, rewinding the video to just before the cut. Can you see anyone in the chair? What? No, it's just an empty chair. Max, what's going on? But I push past her without answering. I need to get home, need to get to that stage front room. Max, my sister shouts as I slam the door behind me. I try calling Pete again as I pull out of the driveway. His phone just keeps ringing. I call and call, then drop the phone, swearing as I nearly pancake a pedestrian. I'm so distraught. The pedestrian screams obscenities as I screech by. My phone rings again, and I pick it up wildly, wondering if it's Pete. But it's my sister, worried about me. I lie that I'm fine, running a red light and careening along residential streets, and finally screeching into my driveway. And I leap out, rushing up the front steps, through the porch, and into the stage living room area. See the chair, still empty. Thank God, everything still the same as on the day of Nathan the medium's visit. Nathan, I need to call Nathan. Nathan, I burst as the call connects. It's Max from Debauchery and Debunkery. I need you to make her stop. I pause, stammering over my next words, and grit my teeth and make myself say, I'll take down the debunk video. I'll say you were right. Just make her stop. Do you believe? Comes the tinny voice on the phone. Sure, fine. Just make her stop. If you believe, says the voice, you must publicly announce your belief before you end yourself and your channel. What? The blood in my veins turns to ice as I remember the deal, that absurd deal. If I believe, I end my channel and myself. If I don't believe, nothing happens. So Max, you'll be fine if you don't believe, says the small, rational voice in my head. If I don't believe, as long as I'm still a skeptic, But tears start into my eyes, the phone shaking in my fingers, because I'm looking at my texts and there's a new one from Pete. Hello, this is Jay on my grandfather's phone. He had a heart attack yesterday and passed away. Scrolling up to the previous text, it's just the picture he sent, over and over again, of the chair. But now, I see her. I fucking see her. And now I can't make myself unsee her. I can't. And I'm certain that when finally I see her in the flesh again and my 5 days are over, I'll end my account and myself. And oh, fuck me. How do I stop it? Please help me. I whimper into the phone. Nathan's voice cackles, only it doesn't sound like Nathan. I sink down to the floor in despair, and that's when I find it on the carpet. That matte black card of hers, black like the blackest void in the universe. Except those words, make believe, and in the picture of the eye, looking at me and the number. And I remember, she likes referrals. I still have a few hours left to find someone else, so I'm making this final post. Please, are you a skeptic? You think I'm making this all up? That it's just nonsense? That I'm I'm an actor? Ha. Perfect. Okay, please, listen, I believe, and I need you to look her up. I need you to call her. Call this number, redacted. Call her. And no matter how skeptical you are, she'll make you believe. But I beg you to do it soon. Now. Call her now. Now. I promise she'll make you believe.
A shattered life, and I don't know when you're going to read this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came for me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, there were no trees. Where it crept closer, there was no grass. Through the arc it leapt at me. There was no breeze of motion. There was no air at all. As it struck, I felt the distinct sensation of claws puncturing me somewhere unseen, somewhere I'd never felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso seemed fine and I wasn't bleeding, but I knew I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that I was less. I was vaguely tired, and it was hard to focus at times. The solution at that early stage was easy. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. For a while, that subtle drain on my spirit became lost in the ebb and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say my life began that week, actually, because that was when I met Mar. She and I got along great, though. To be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we even met. It was almost as if the strong emotions of that first week made the entity fight back. It was still with me, latched on to some invisible part of my being. The first few incidents were minor, and I hardly worried about them. The color of a neighbor's car changed from dark blue to black one morning. and I stared at it before shaking my head and shrugging off the difference. 2 days later at work, a coworker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said his name had always been Dan. I figured I'd just been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as this sounds, I was peeing in my bathroom at home when I suddenly found myself on a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down, and urinating, but now in full view of a dozen people at a bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Mar showed up that evening, but she had her own key. "Hey," I asked her with confusion. "How'd you get a key?" She just laughed. "You're cute. Are you sure you're okay with this?" She opened a door and entered a room full of boxes. "I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating 3 months. Living together? I'd literally just met her the week before. Thing was, my mother had always called me a smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap. Instead of causing a scene, I told her everything was fine, and then I went straight to my room and began investigating. My things were just as I had left them, with no sign of a 3-month gap in habitation. But I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily as I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature could consume pieces of one's soul like that? I'd missed the most exciting part of a new relationship, and I would never understand any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something absurdly precious had been taken from me, and I was furious. That fury helped suppress the entity. I never imbibed alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up. For 3 years, I managed to live each day while observing nothing more than minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, that sort of thing. The layout of nearby streets, the time my favorite television show aired, that kind of thing. Always, those changes reminded me the creature still had its claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years did I ever let myself zone out. One day, I grew careless. I let myself get really into the season finale of my favorite show. It was gripping, a fantastic story. Right at the height of the action, a young boy came up to my lounger and shook my arm. Surprised, I asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He laughed and smiled brightly. "Silly daddy." My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few masked questions, I discovered that he was 2 years old, and that he was my son. The agony and heartache filling my chest was nearly unbearable. Not only had I missed the birth of my son, I would never see or know the first years of his life. Mar and I had obviously gotten married and started a family in the time I'd lost, and I had no idea what joys or pains those years contained. It was snowing outside. Holding my sudden son in my lap, I sat and watched the flakes fall outside. What kind of life was this going to be if slips in concentration could cost me years? I had to get help. The church had no idea what to do. The priests didn't believe me and told me I had a health issue rather than some sort of possession. The doctors didn't have any clue. Nothing showed up on all their scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. By the time I ran out of options, I decided to tell March. There was no way to know what this all looked like from her side. What was I like when I wasn't there? Did I still take our son to school? Did I still do my job? Clearly I did, because she seemed to be none the wiser. But I still had a horrible feeling that something must have been missing in her life when I wasn't actually home inside my own head. But the night I set up a nice dinner in preparation, she arrived not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. I answered and found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised by the settings on the table. "A fancy dinner for a second date? I knew you were sweet on me." Thank the Lord I knew when to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone on about being married and having a son, she might have run for the hills. Instead, I took her coat and sat down for our second date. Through carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating whole portions of my life. The symptoms, as I was beginning to understand them, were more like the consequences of a shattered soul. The creature had wounded me, broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went for a few years, from my perspective. While minor changes in politics or geography would happen daily, major shifts in my mental location only happened every couple months. When I found myself in a new place and time in my life, I just shut up and listened, making sure to get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. On the farthest flung leap yet, I met my 6-year-old grandson, and I asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He said writer. I told him that was a fine idea. Then I was back in month 2 of my relationship with Mar, and I had the best night with her on the riverfront. When I say the best, I mean the best. Knowing how special she would become to me, I asked her to move in. I got to live through what I'd missed the first go-around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would always be there, eventually. When we were moving her boxes in, she stopped for a moment and said she marveled at my great love, as if I'd known her for a lifetime, and never once doubted she was the one. That was the first time I'd truly laughed freely and wholeheartedly since the entity had wounded me. She was right about my love for her, but for exactly the reason she'd considered a silly romantic analogy. I had known her my whole life, and I'd come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. It wasn't so bad to have sneak peeks at all the best parts ahead. But of course I wouldn't be writing this if it hadn't gotten worse. The entity was still with me. It had not wounded me and departed like I'd wanted to believe. The closest I can describe my growing understanding was that the creature was burrowing deeper into my psyche, fracturing it into smaller pieces. Instead of months between major shifts, I began having only weeks. Once I noticed that trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be to jump between times in my life, heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused, forever lost. Only an instant in each time meant I would never be able to speak with anyone else, never be able to hold a conversation, never express or receive love. As the true depth of that fear came upon me, I sat in an older version of me and watched the snow falling outside. That was the one constant in my life. The weather didn't care who I was or what pains I had to face. Nature was always there. The falling snow was always like a little hook that kept me in a place. The pure emotional peace it brought was like a panacea on my mental wounds. And I'd never yet shifted while watching the pattern of falling white and thinking of the times I'd gone sledding or built a snow fort as a child. A teenager touched my arm. "Grandpa?" "Eh?" He'd startled me out of my thoughts, so I was less careful than usual. "Who are you?" He half grinned, as if not sure whether I was joking. Handing me a stack of papers, he said, "It's my first attempt at a novel. Would you read it and tell me what you think?" Ah, of course. Pursuing that dream of being a writer, I see. He burned bright red. Trying to, anyway. "All right, run off. I'll read this right now." The words were blurry, and annoyed, I looked for glasses I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year, but not before I read his book. I found my glasses in a sweater pocket and began leafing through. Mar puttered in and out of the living room, still beautiful, but I had to focus. I didn't know how much time I would have there. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults and a couple kids I didn't recognize tromped through the hallway, and I saw my son, now adult, walk by with his wife on the way out the door. As a group, the extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story, and I called out for my grandson. He rushed down the stairs and into the living room. "How was it?" "Well, it's terrible," I told him truthfully. "But it's terrible for all the right reasons. You're still a young man, so your characters behave like young people. But the structure of the story itself is very solid." I paused. "I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story." He nodded. It's a reflection of the times. Expectations for the future are dismal, not hopeful like they used to be. You're far too young to be aware like that, I told him. An idea occurred to me. If you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures? Sure. I read everything I can. I love it. Warily, I scanned the entrances to the living room. Everyone was busy outside. For the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. In hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. For a teenager, he took it well. You're serious? Yes. He donned the determined look of a grown man accepting a quest. I'll look into it, see what I can find out. You should start writing down everything you experience. Build some data. Maybe we can map your psychic wound. Wow. Sounds like a plan. I was surprised. That made sense, and I hadn't expected him to have a serious response. But how will I get all the notes in one place? Let's come up with somewhere for you to leave them, he said, frowning with thought. Then I'll get them, and we can trace the path you're taking through your own life. See if there's a pattern. For the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I felt hope again. How about under the stairs? Nobody ever goes under there. Sure. He turned and left the living room. I peered after him. I heard him banging around near the stairs. Finally, he returned with a box, laid it on the carpet, and opened it to reveal a bursting stack of papers. He exclaimed, "Holy crap!" But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap. Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock. Did I write those? He looked up at me with wonder. Yeah. Or, you will. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this. He gazed back down at the papers, then covered the box. So you probably shouldn't see what they say. That could get weird. That much I understood. Right. He gulped. There are like 50 boxes under there, all filled up like this. Deciphering these will take a very long time. His tone dropped to deadly seriousness. But I will save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can. Tears flowed down my cheeks then, and I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prison of awareness until I finally had someone who understood. Thank you. Thank you so much. And then I was young again, and at work on a random Tuesday. Once the sadness and relief faded, anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some paper and began writing. While the weeks shifted around me, while those weeks became days and then hours, I wrote every single spare moment about when and where I thought I was. I put them under the stairs out of order. My first box was actually the 30th, and my last box was the 1st. Once I had over 50 boxes written from my perspective, and once my shifting became a matter of minutes, I knew it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and stopped looking. I couldn't stand the river of changing awareness any longer. Names and places and dates and jobs and colors and people were all wrong and different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man of at least 30 that I vaguely recognized entered the room. Come on. I think I finally figured it out. I was so frail that moving was painful. Are you him? Are you my grandson? Yes. He took me to a room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair facing a large mirror twice the height of a man. The pattern finally revealed itself. How long have you worked on this? I asked him aghast. Tell me you didn't miss your life like I'm missing mine. His expression was both stone cold and furiously resolute. It'll be worth it. He brought 2 thin metal rods close to my arm and then nodded at the mirror. Look, this shock is carefully calibrated. The electric zap from his device was startling, but not painful. In the mirror, I saw a rapid arcing light silhouette appear above my head and shoulder. The electricity moved through the creature like a wave, briefly revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging leech-like mouth was wrapped around the back of my head, coming down to my eyebrows and touching each ear. and its slug-like body ran over my shoulder and into my very soul. It was a parasite, and it was feeding on my mind. My now adult grandson held my hand as I took in the horror. After a moment, he asked, "Removing it is going to hurt very badly. Are you up for this?" Fearful, I asked, "Is Mar here?" His face softened. Number not for a few years now. I could tell from his reaction what had happened, but I didn't want it to be true. How? "We have this conversation a lot," he responded. "Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel better." Tears brimmed in my eyes. "Then I don't care if it hurts or if I die. I don't want to stay in a time where she's not alive." He made a sympathetic noise of understanding and then returned to his machines to hook several wires, diodes, and other bits of technology to my limbs and forehead. While he did so, he talked. "I've worked for 2 decades to figure this out, and I've had a ton of help from other researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It's one of the lesser spawns of mu beta mu, and it feeds on the plexus of mind, soul, and quantum consciousness, reality. When details like names and colors of objects changed, you weren't going crazy. The web of your existence was merely losing strands as the creature ate its way through you." I didn't fully understand. I looked up in confusion as he placed a circlet of electronics like a crown on my head in exact line with where the parasite's mouth had ringed me. "What's mu beta mu?" He paused his work and grew pale. "I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me." After a deep breath, he began moving again and placed his fingers near a few switches. "Ready? This is carefully tuned to make your nervous system extremely unappetizing to the parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy." I could still see Mar's smile, even though she was dead. I'd just been with her moments ago. "Do it." The click of a switch echoed in my ears, and I almost laughed at how mild the electricity was. It didn't feel like anything, at least at first. Then I saw the mirror shaking, and my body within that image convulsing. Oh, Number, it did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful. It was just so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. As my vision shook and fire burned in every nerve in my body, I could see the reflected, trembling light silhouette of the parasite on my head as it writhed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 clawed, lizard-like limbs under its leech-like body, and it cut into me in an attempt to stay latched on. The electricity made my memories flare. Mar's smile was foremost, lit brightly in front of a warm fire as the snow fell past the window behind her. The edges of that memory began lighting up, and I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness of it that had been fragmented by that feasting evil on my back. I'd never managed to be there for the birth of my son. I'd jumped around it a dozen times, but never actually lived it. For the first time, I got to hold Mar's hand and be there for her. Number, no. That moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her hand as she lay in a hospital bed for a very different reason. Not this. God, why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I'd seen all the good parts, but I hadn't wanted the worst part, the inevitable end that all would one day face. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy was given back 10,000-fold as pain. The fire in my body and in my brain surged to sheer white torture, and I screamed. My scream faded into a surprised shout as the machines and electricity and chair faded away. Snow was no longer falling around my life. I was out in the woods on a bright summer day. Oh God. I turned to see the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank on reality. It crept forward just like before, but this time it hissed and turned away. I stood, astounded at being young again and freed from the parasite. My grandson had actually done it. He'd made me an unappetizing meal, so the predator of mind and soul had moved on in search of a different snack. I returned home in a daze. And while I was sitting there processing all that had happened, the phone rang. I looked at it in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Marjorie, calling for the first time for some trivial reason she'd admit 30 years later was made up just to talk to me. But all I could see was her lying in that hospital bed dying. It was going to end in unspeakable pain and loneliness. I would become an old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house, his soulmate gone long before him. At the end of it all, the only thing I would have left, sitting and watching the falling snow. But now, thanks to my grandson, I would also have my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. On a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone. With a smile, I asked, "Hey, who's this?" Even though I already knew. Author's note. Together, my grandfather and I did set out to write the tale of his life. Unfortunately, his Alzheimer's disease progressed rapidly, and we were never able to finish. He's still alive, but I imagine that, mentally, he's in a better place than the nursing home. I like to think he's back in his younger days, living life and being happy, because the reality is much colder. It's snowing today. He loves the snow. When I visited him, he didn't recognize me, but he did smile as he sat looking out the window.